The mirror can be very, very grindy, and one singular sorcerer spellbook can be super impactful because opposing Ruby Amethyst decks can do nothing to interact with it. It just exists on the board and basically gains a lore every single turn once you get into that sort of mid to late game. It is it is a contentious topic in the Ruby Amethyst community. It's like whether most people think that it is a good card. It's just, can you include an uninkable tech card like this in your deck when you're facing a lot, you're expecting to face a lot of Emerald Steel, because while it might do a job here in this match, it is not a good card for Emerald Steel.
I feel like, especially when you're trying to play cards in your deck that are tech cards as well, it being uninkable can be rough too. When I try to build out a Ruby Amethyst list, and depending on the matchup that I'm trying to tech for, I feel like those uninkable slots are so tight already because you're playing the expensive Be Prepared, you're playing the expensive Mana Medusas, some of those that feel very vital and important to the deck as a whole. So playing something like a Sorcerer's Spellbook that's uninkable, maybe it's not useful in your matchups, can be a little bit risky.
Absolutely. So you have to look at uninkable cards as must-play cards, and the reason why tech cards and uninkable tech cards are very expensive to put in your deck is because if they only have a singular, not a non-universal application, you still have to play them out in other matchups where they are not impactful. So in this case, you're putting a Sorcerer's Spellbook on the field, and you're sacrificing the card in your deck, and it being something, potentially being something else, it could be more impactful, but also you have to spend 3 to put it out there, and it's just not really where you want to be. That being said, this card can be so good in other matchups. So you say, I can sort of stomach that, and I can deal with that. We do actually see this Queen's Castle killing, which is absolutely correct. You have to get rid of it. That 3-card draw for Alberto would have simply just been too powerful. And I actually think that Andre is coming back to this game. We talked about what could happen for Andre to get back. Andre was in such a rough position earlier. And Andre has found a way with that Beast Tragic Hero with the 3 Buckies. Alberto now firmly in top deck mode, looks to find a 3-cost Sisu, I believe.
Yes, I believe I also spotted a Let the Storm Rage on in Andre's hand as well, which he should be able to use this next turn to clean up some of Alberto's characters, which will inevitably be challenging into all of Andre's characters to clear his board out.
Yeah, Alberto's still in a good spot, but this game is actually a lot closer than it was 2 to 3 turns ago. We did see a swing back into Andre's favor, and there is that 3-cost Sisu. Alberto opting to play it out, of course. And that Sorcerer's Spellbook, funny enough, in this super grindy board state that we've sort of ended up in, is actually going to be pretty impactful.
Yeah, that 1 lore per turn can really make a difference over the course of a very long, grindy game. If Andre isn't able to find an answer like Aladdin is the only thing I can think of that he might be playing in his deck, which could be exerted and banish an item, Alberto might just, over the course of the game, gaining this 1 lore. I feel like this is what Ruby Amethyst is best at, honestly. It's just finding that incremental lore as the game goes on while trying to keep board control and eventually winning the long game.
Yep, absolutely. Ruby Amethyst is just a very, very good mid-range deck at this point, with a very strong aggressive package, but also one of the best controlling packages in the game in the form of things like Queen's Castle, but also the draw package with the Merlin Rabbits, and of course things like Friends on the Other Side cards that, that kind of card draw just doesn't really exist in some of the other ink combinations outside of Sapphire.
So we do see Andre holding on to this Let the Storm Rage on. I imagine we're going to see him play it. It is played on the Maui. He'll get to draw a card.
It does find a Ursula Singer off the top. Go ahead and ink that up to 6 ink for Andre. Very, very close board state here. Andre has one of the best characters in the game that can be on the field in terms of like exerting and trying to banish other characters. That's Robin Hood, going to get 2 lore. And as well as if it is banished in a challenge, it will also draw a card, which is exactly what Andre wants to be doing at this point. We see this match slowly slipping over to Andre. That being said, the cards that come off of the top of Alberto's deck in general are going to be better than Andre.
So let's see what Alberto is going to find off of the top of this deck. Can't quite see. It is another Maui that's going to go straight into the Robin Hood. And
that's pretty good.
As you mentioned, Andre's going to get to draw a card when Robin Hood is banished in a challenge. Removing a high quester, but also a threatening challenger. I love Robin Hood for that reason, being able to still progress your win condition as you're also controlling the opponent's board.
That Flynn in hand right now could be super impactful on this board. Alberto's getting dangerously close to a very high lore count. Flynn questing for 4 might not even be enough because it just feels like Andre has to interact with his board and has to slow Alberto down. And that's the really cool thing about Ruby Amethyst. You see Ruby Amethyst pivot from being the control deck to being the beatdown deck, just on a dime, very dynamically. It is so good at playing both roles. And what separates good Ruby Amethyst players from bad Ruby Amethyst players is actually recognizing the windows in which you should do that.
Yeah, I feel like Amethyst just has so many tools, and I mean, we talked about the Sorcerer Spellbook here that's going to be gaining a lore every turn, but we also see the Merlin Goats that always pop up. Any of these Queen's Castles, if they're able to stick, they just, once they get up to that 15 lore mark or roundabout, you have to be very scared of what they're top decking, what they're able to actually play, and they can sort of come out of nowhere and take a game from you if you can't slow them down enough.
Definitely one of the first games I've ever seen where Sorcerer's Spellbook is an extremely impactful card in a Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel matchup. But this is a very grindy matchup right now.
I did see a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy in Andre's hand, which we will see played. It's going to do 1 damage to all of Alberto's characters here, and it start at least to remove some of them, but could be a threatening card in play as well if Alberto doesn't have a way to remove it, because any of Alberto's characters that he exerts either to challenge or to quest with, Tinkerbell's going to be able to challenge into. If she banishes that character, she also gets to deal 2 damage to another character and could potentially wipe most of Alberto's board, slowing him down, just as we mentioned he needs to do.
Absolutely. We pass back over to Alberto. What will come off the top of the deck? Does look like a Flynn Rider. That's pretty good. That's actually very good. You know, outside of a Storm Rage on being in Andre's hand, Flynn is like I mentioned this. So there is a funny interaction between Flynn and Maui, particularly against Emerald Steel, where Emerald Steel really, outside of its removal tools, we do see let the Storm Rage on in hand, unfortunately, for Alberto, but Flynn can actually be a pretty relevant threat against Emerald Steel sometimes if they aren't able to find that removal, and you have something like a Maui, which is able to trade with many of the characters on board, but your Flynn is also going to be generating you 3 lore every single turn.
Yeah, I feel like this Flynn card is a must answer for Andre in this position, because there's not going to be a card in Andre's deck that's going to be higher strength than a Maui. Flynn would have gotten the 3 lore off of it had he not had it let the Storm Rage on in hand. And with Alberto already being at 14 lore, next turn he would have gone over to Flynn, gained 3 lore, another lore from the spellbook, and then we're at 18 at that point, I think. And all you need is, Alberto's only drawing 1 card per turn, but if he draws a goat and plays it, that's basically game.
What's funny is that the book also serves that role where you have this level of inevitability with assuming the Aladdin doesn't come down, which is not really a place that you're usually in. Like sometimes you can start to fall behind, you stay behind, maybe Andre comes back and starts to win board, and then you have no way to sort of close out the game outside of finding the goat off the top. But with this book on the board, Alberto's about to quest for 3 here and go up to 17, and then of course 4 with the book, and we're 2 away.
Alberto is so
that's
close.
a goat.
Is it a goat? He drew the goat?
Yeah, that's pretty good here. So that is going to represent, I think, game on the following turn here. So only pass.
Yeah.
Yep.
It'll be 5 lore total with the spellbook, and then there's no way for Andre to win in the next turn. You play the goat. You can either quest with the spellbook, or if the goat gets banished, he immediately goes to 20.
Yep. So that's something relevant when using that Tinkerbell to sort of engage with any of the characters on the field. You have to keep in mind that the goat can attack into it. Of course, you're pretty much, anytime there's a goat on the field and there's 19 lore, the game is virtually locked, and you have to win on your turn.
Right.
So it is up to Andre right now to try to win the game, which, coming from 5 lore, I believe is impossible.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything Andre can do this turn,
Oh,
and it does.
that's the first Diablo of the game, by the way.
The first one we saw, at least the Floodborn Diablo, but it does look like Alberto is going to take game 1 in this best of 3. We'll just go back over the game a little bit. Alberto did go first, did a pretty good job of playing the Chernobog's followers, and like you mentioned, a pretty early play, challenging the Robin Hood, not allowing that shift early, letting to let the Bucky discard any cards early. I don't think there's Robin Hood in hand, but of course stopping that from happening. And then Alberto, it feels like for the first multiple turns of the game, just set up cards that just continue to put cards in his hand, even with the double Buckies on board, not allowing them to discard all of the cards from hand, and playing to his outs, building a strong board. That's Queen's Castle, did a ton of work, pushing him all the way up there to a point where he could utilize the Sorcerer's Spellbook, and there at the end, squeak on into 20 lore.
Yeah, I think that the story of that match was the Queen's Castle play, the Queen's Castle onto the Merlin Rabbit. Alberto was able to draw many, many more cards, also was able to hit an early friends on the other side, and was able to insulate his hand against that Bucky. We did see, double Bucky, even triple Bucky at one point, but Alberto had just gotten a bit too far ahead. I believe that beast draw by Andre was a way back into the game, and the game did get a lot closer there. Without that beast, I think Alberto probably would have ran away with the game quite quickly. But nevertheless, we were neck and neck, and we saw Alberto navigate it expertly, and that's why Alberto has had these back-to-back-to-back performances.
Yeah, you definitely know what he's doing, but that's just game one. We're going to go into game two, where Andre is going to get to go first this time, so we'll see if Andre can make anything happen while being on the play.
I would say this matchup feels significantly different as the Ruby Amethyst player on the draw. Like I mentioned, some of those cards like Beast Tragic Hero can be particularly hard to deal with. Also, the Diablo play can be much harder to deal with when you're on the draw, because basically you have to think about everything coming down as a turn later, and in the course of Diablo, that's a significant amount of time. Because Diablo is going to accrue a lot of advantage via that trigger, and it's going to draw the opposing player a lot of cards before you even have a chance to answer with Brawl, and that's very hard to deal with.
Right, and even in this position, we saw a Brawl is in Alberto's hand after Andre played the Diablo on turn one, but like you said, if Andre does have the crazy opening of a Bucky Shift Diablo, there's at least going to be one turn that goes by that Alberto can't do anything to that Diablo, and then it's going to have to waste the next turn to banish the Diablo on that turn as well.
And we also see the Bucky here as well as the follow-up. So, like we mentioned, we said Alberto has the Brawl in hand. Alberto's probably, looking very, very hard for it, and Alberto with 4 Brawls in the deck is actually, I think, at around 68% chance to find it. So it's not unlikely. It's something you're going to see quite often. Actually, it's much more than 68, because you actually turn 1, turn 2, you're live to draw it as well, because you don't need it before then. So the math on finding a Brawl as an answer is pretty good for Alberto, especially with Lorcana's sort of starting game and hand sculpting ability. But that being said, it is a absolute must-have, and as an absolute must, Diablo is an absolute must answer, and I don't see the Diablo in hand. Actually, it's actually going to be an Aladdin, so there's the discard is a Bee King. You can see Alberto puts the card down.
Yeah, he knows he's about to discard a card, already figured out which one he's going to get rid of, which was the Bee King Undisputed. The Aladdin coming down. Maybe this Aladdin will be relevant if we do see the Sorcerer's Spellbook show up again.
Yeah, which would be really, really bad for Alberto, to be honest. You don't want a card like that to get hit by Aladdin. Honestly, you don't want your Sorcerer's Spellbook to get hit at all.
At all. Yeah, one thing that I do want to point out is Alberto is sitting on a Be Prepared in hand. We talked, I remember yesterday, about how Be Prepared is an out to a Emerald Steel deck, but it's not a card you really want to see this early.
Probably the worst card you could have in your hand this early, because it's almost certainly, it's live to get hit by Ursula, it's live to get discarded. It is just an absolute dead card. And you're honestly, on the draw against Emerald Steel, you are not guaranteed to get to 7 ink at any reasonable time.
Yeah, that's something that we see Alberto doing here, even not playing to the board at all. Inking for his 3rd ink and just playing Prince on the other side to put 2 cards into his hand, trying to keep his hand as healthy as possible. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Emerald Steel typically doesn't come out too explosive, right? A lot of their early characters don't have a ton of lore, so Alberto has the room to play to his hand rather than to the board.
So what's funny is actually the strategies of Ruby Amethyst against Emerald Steel has changed completely from the previous set. So in the previous set, Prince John was very common. It was very powerful, and you would actually opt to not draw cards. You would just play off the top of your deck, because the opposing Emerald Steel player would draw additional cards if you were able to discard. So you tried to get 0 cards in hand as fast as possible. With Prince John being removed from the deck, largely, I know some people are still playing it. With it being removed from the deck, Ruby Amethyst can now prioritize just drawing cards to make sure it gets up to the higher ink levels to reach its powerful, very impactful Madame Medusas and Be Prepared. And it's actually made the matchup a lot better. I felt like the matchup against the Prince John version was much, much, much harder to deal with, and much, much, much higher variance. You do see the Be Prepared discard is a great discard target. For this Bucky. Of course, Bee King Undisputed, we talk about Be Prepared maybe being kind of a bad card. That card is particularly bad versus Emerald Steel. And again, uninkable. So
especially because Emerald Steel early in the game usually goes super wide. So playing a card like Bee King Undisputed is essentially worthless. That Andre's just going to choose the worst character on his board to banish in that instance. But we do see this Flynn Rider being played, another Floodborn character, a pretty powerful ability if you can get the discard engine going, reducing Alberto's hand down to 0 cards. Flynn Rider has 4 lore, naturally naturally, but loses a lore for every card in Alberto's hands. Fortunate for Alberto, though, he has a pretty sizable hand right now, especially with only one Bucky in play for Andre.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that the one thing you have to consider is like Andre is definitely sort of has his foot on the gas and is taking the role of the aggressive deck. And I think that doesn't really favor Andre in this position, or sorry, Alberto in this position, because Alberto is just sitting at that 3 ink. And you can start to see the disparity of this play draw in terms of Ruby Amethyst. Like, once you are a full turn behind, like, the amount of pressure that the Emerald Steel player can put on you is just immense. It is just immense. It's very, very hard to deal with at this point. So yeah, I think Alberto's in a very, very tough spot. Having something like a board clear, even if it comes off the top of the deck, is extremely far away. We're talking about 3 full turns. But if Alberto does not interact with this board in 3 turns, Andre could actually potentially get close to, and if not, win the game.
Absolutely, especially considering when Alberto is needing to ink a card every turn, play another card. If he doesn't find cards that replace themselves, his hand size can get pretty low. This Flynn is usually a closer for Emerald Steel, but even though we use that term closer, it may still be something impactful this early on in the game. We're only 3 or 4 turns in at this point. And like you mentioned, being so far away from something like a board clear, another Flynn coming down, forcing Alberto to discard a card. We see that spell book being discarded as well. The game could be over pretty soon.
Yeah, that is often what the spellbook does in this matchup. It is sort of your first discard target, but yeah, Alberto's in a tough spot because there's a lot of pressure here. And if Andre finds access to multiple discard outlets on a single turn via Sudden Chill and the Floodborn and gets Alberto down to a very few cards in hand, I mean, these Flynns are absolutely just going to run away with the game.
It certainly hurts that Alberto has a few dead cards in hand, just some of those uninkable high-cost cards, Be Prepared being one of them. I think I did see a Brawl in hand, at least one. We might see that come down on the Flynn Rider here to at least slow down Andre a little bit. But even just paying the 3 ink for a Brawl, and if that's all you do, it's not replacing a card in your hand. You're still needing to ink for turns because you're trying to get up to that 6 or 7 ink. It can be pretty slow compared to how fast Andre's going as well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we see the Maui come down here, just to remove that Aladdin, sort of take over the board. Obviously, it can't interact with the evasive threats, which is pretty tough. I'm also particularly interested. I think that the Turn Box Followers, I'm wondering if it's actually going to sit, and Albert is going to quest it next turn and get the draw next turn, just to sort of insulate against some of that discard. That being said, it could be hit by Let the Storm Rage on. There's actually a lot of complex lines going on right now, so we do see him quest. We are going to see that banished. Interesting that Alberto chose to ink before doing that, because you do get more information by taking that action first. We do see a Merlin Rabbit. Looks like it came off the top. And there it is. It's going to be the card played.
Card drawn. Merlin Rabbit drawing you a card when it enters and leaves play. So essentially being a guaranteed to draw off of Merlin Rabbit while developing a character.
So I believe we see Alberto playing towards the Madame Medusa in hand. Madame Medusa hit one of those Flynn Riders. Also keeping cards in hand, stop those Flynn Riders from questing for 8 and just running away with the game. Is prepared to discard here. And like I mentioned, the really scary part of this discard is Andre finding multiple instances of discard on their turn. That would be harder to deal with because we see Alberto keeping that hand size healthy to stop those Flynns from doing anything. We see the triple Flynn, so I think we're going to see Alberto prioritize that even more as we progress through this game. So that card draw is just very, very impactful. Finding that Merlin Rabbit off the top is actually super important. Okay, that is what we didn't want to see. Luckily, Alberto didn't sort of, by finding the Merlin Rabbit, the play was clear. I wondered if Alberto was going to tempo out the Brawl and play it against the Flynn, because often that can be correct, and you just have to hope your opponent doesn't have the Diablo. But Alberto did keep it in hand, so we'll have an answer for this Diablo, which it is a must-answer card, especially at this stage of the game. I actually feel like, if Andre hadn't dropped Flynn into Diablo, which is basically worst-case scenario, Alberto would have sort of more of a window to kind of come back, where right now it does feel a bit overwhelming because Alberto is 2 full turns away from, at least, from a Be Prepared, which is... It is absolutely necessary to enter this board. If you can find a way to sort of get go into Andre's turn with 4 or 5 cards in hand every single time, you can turn off these Flynns. That is irrelevant. Okay, we do have the Madame Medusa on the... So we're going to keep those 2 cards in hand. The Madame Medusa on the Diablo, yeah, that was I did actually miss that when I was evaluating on the previous turn. That is a much better play than the brawl.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, everybody has a dream, including Flynn Rider, and I think his dream is just to discard your opponent's hand as much as possible so you can get all of that lore by developing him out of Medusa. Getting rid of the Diablo, as you mentioned, is a must-answer card, especially playing against a deck that is trying to draw a bunch of cards.
That is brutal. So that Ursula having a target, which I think was a top deck, you can see the anguish in Alberto's eyes. Yeah, because now this game is, it's in a really tough spot because we're questing for so much. And Alberto really doesn't have a way to get more cards in hand to turn off these flints. Probably has to find Be Prepared off the top. Even if he does find Be Prepared, I think he's still in a losing position.
All right, and just to show how much Andre understands about this matchup, Alberto's sitting at 6 ink currently, knowing that next turn he's looking for a B prep, playing the Ursula Deceiver just to see if he has it to discard it. He didn't. We don't see the B prep. But it does look like we're going to double brawl the Flynns this turn, getting rid of 2 of them so that it slows Andre down a little bit. But goodness gracious, Andre just has to quest for game on that turn.
Yep, you can see how tough that is for Alberto in some of those positions, being on the draw, just being that full turn behind. Like, you can be punished from, anywhere from 5 to 10 more lore than you would if you were actually on the play. Like, that one turn difference is extremely significant against these Emerald Steel decks.
And this is why I think something like seeding for day 1 is super important too. A lot of players will sometimes get to a certain point knowing that they can make it in, and then will decide to split matches with some players. But being a higher seed, giving you the opportunity to be on the play for the majority of the day, can end up being a big payoff. The game's not over yet. It's still 1-1, but we talk about how important it is, especially in this matchup, that it is to be on the play. And that may end up making the difference.
You can debate the sort of the efficacy and the advantage you get by being on the play all day long. But if I was in the position of competing for day 2 and I didn't have to split in order to have this, basically guaranteed way of getting in, because sometimes it's a position where if you win, you get in, and if you lose, you don't. But if you go 1-1, everybody gets in. So so it makes more sense there. But if I was undefeated, I would definitely play for seeding.
Keep playing.
We can talk about the advantage all day long, but one thing you cannot deny is that the advantage is non-zero. It is non-zero.
Yeah. Yep.
And we can have the debates on how significant it is, but it is non-zero. And playing for seeding and going first is a huge advantage.
Absolutely, but we still have another game to look at. We have Andre and Alberto. We'll see if this play draw disparity means anything in this match going into a game 3. Let's check it out. Right. Looks like the players maybe starting their altar, drawing from the top of the deck, looking at the 7 cards, able to put any of them back that they want, and then draw that many cards from the top of their deck, which is a very generous way of sculpting your opening hand. I'm sure Alberto is looking for those brawls. You've mentioned that earlier is something you need to find.
Super happy to see this, by the way, because I was very interested to see how Alberto was going to do that hand sculpting. Does look like he kept a brawl in hand. Throws a full 5 back. It can seem like the Ruby Amethyst player in this matchup is throwing a lot of cards back. Maybe they're 5, maybe they're 6, maybe they throw a full 7. But it comes down to is you need an answer to that Diablo. It is super important. Also, you want to find inkables, but more than anything, we have to have an answer to the Diablo curve, because we pretty much never win those games.
And so I'm sure for Andre, looking at his altar, he's just looking for the Buckies, those Diablos, those very aggressive early cards to shift into, especially being on the draw here, to try and get Alberto down to 0 cards before he can get up to 7 ink, especially knowing that Alberto is going to basically be 1 turn ahead.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Interested to see if Alberto has the 1-drop. Again, Alberto is playing 8 1-drops, so is very, very likely to have one in the starting hand. Almost certainly above 80%. We do see the broom there.
I love the Magic Broom card. I believe it was released at Ursula's Return. When you play another character, you can banish the broom and draw a card. It's kind of not an inverse of Chernobog's followers, but a very interesting version.
So, of course, we have the Diablo on turn 1. It does look at the hand, but what's interesting is that if Andre doesn't have the follow-up of the Bucky, the Ursulas are very live to hit relevant targets here in the form of 2 friends on the other side. So that information was actually pretty helpful for Andre if he doesn't have the Bucky on 2.
Do see Alberto inking and Maui here. I did see a Flynn in hand. We'll see if he decides to play out the Flynn.
Interesting. So Alberto, knowing that the opponent has seen his hand, knows that he has 2 friends on the other side going into turn 2, opts to not ink the friends on the other side because, of course, if you have 2 in hand, you're still going to keep the 1. It's a
Right.
very interesting ink decision that I think could be overlooked quite quickly. You might snap ink that. It's just that's probably where most of the very, very hard decision points in Lorcana are in these ink decisions, because if you do make a mistake there and you have to make that decision with very imperfect information, those mistakes actually cascade into one another more and more as you progress through the game. It is hard to go through an entire game actually inking perfectly every single turn. It's probably virtually impossible.
It feels like there's 1,000 micro decisions you have to make in this game, inking being one of the more important ones. And having talked to some of the players in the top 64 today, a lot of them said stuff very similar to that of they saw the cards they needed to see, but also there were some games they felt like they had to play perfectly to get to this spot. When you have when you have over 1,800 players in a room playing each other, you have to play as close to perfect as possible.
Yeah, so this is super important, by the way. We did actually see the Ursula inked, and we see a morph played out on 2 instead. And we're going to see a Diablo shifted. You got to sing, get rid of that Flynn.
Trying to see if Andre has a Beast Tragic Hero in hand, because I imagine that would be something he'd be looking to play here on the next turn in this morph. Beast, of course, only having a shift cost of 3. And it could be a very strong card in this matchup.
We do find the immediate answer to the Diablo in the form of the Brawl. Alberto was ready for that card. And we can see how impactful it is to be on the play in terms of answering fast with the Brawl. Not giving him multiple turns to potentially draw cards here off of the Diablo.
We see a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy being inked.
I do see the Beast. There it is. The front of the hand here.
Yeah. Beast and a Bucky right in front of it.
Interesting. I'm wondering if Bucky actually came off the top there. I'm assuming it did. So do you play the Bucky out first, or do you go ahead and play it?
That's what I was questioning. Do you play the Bucky and then try to get the discard with the Floodborn next turn?
So there's actually 2 value matrices that are going on here. Is that if you play the Beast now, you do get the additional card draw, but if you play the Bucky, you're going to make your opponent discard the card. So which card is more valuable than the other? Which play over the course of a game gets you more value? Because the Beast, you want it to come down as early as possible so it doesn't get Madame Medusa on 6, which is a card that Alberto prioritizes, and a play line that Alberto prioritizes to stop that card specifically.
We do see the Beast being shifted here, valuing that card draw over the discard. And Andre also still knows that there's those friends on the other sides, that are sitting in Alberto's hand. There may be other ways for Alberto to gain some card draw. I do see a Queen's Castle. I think there's another Maui in there as well. Spellbook's not going to be super helpful that we see off the top. Would be a good discard option, though.
I do think that is correct, by the way, this Beast play. I do think that Andre drawing more cards is more significant than making Alberto discard cards, especially if we're talking about single digits of cards. Drawing 1 additional card as the active player is more impactful than making Alberto discard a singular card when Alberto has 5 cards in hand.
Did you see Andre inking
we're going to snag that other friends on the other side. That's a huge play. I don't think that Ursula was actually in hand before. I could have missed it, but we did ink the 1 Ursula, and that is super impactful. That's brutal for Alberto. That's the last thing Alberto wanted to see.
Yeah, Andre getting a good look at Alberto's hand, seeing the Maui there, knowing that the Beast isn't going to be safe. Potentially next turn, if the Maui stays in hand. Alberto being at 4 ink currently, knowing you could play the Maui next turn, but also getting a look that Alberto's hand isn't great. You had the Sorcerer's Spellbook, we're getting rid of the friends, also just has the Queen's Castle after that, so really no way to interact with Andre's board outside of the Maui, and we do see Andre not questing with anything in response to that.
So we did top deck the Merlin Rabbit, because we have to find the answer to this Beast Tragic Hero. Like, that is just where we're at in the game, is like we have to find the answer. We have to get to 6 ink. We have to Madame Medusa it. We cannot let Andre just draw 2 cards every single turn.
An interesting fact about Alberto's deck, too, he's only playing 3 Madame Medusas as well. So I know sometimes, I feel like 3 is pretty standard for a Ruby Amethyst list, but having 1 less copy of the card, making it slightly less likely to see the card, but that's essentially the only answer for Beast Tragic Hero here, unless we can get to 7 ink and play a Be Prepared.
So it's actually a very contentious subject on how you split the Madame Medusa and the Lady Tremaines specifically. Some players prefer 3-2, so 3 Madame Medusa, 2 Tremaine. Some prefer 4-1, so 4 Madame Medusa, 1 Tremaine. And some actually go as far as to do 4-0. It's very very interesting. I'm not sure what Alberto is running specifically because the list I have for him doesn't have Sorcerer Spellbook
Oh, that
in
is
there for
true.
it. So I
Yeah.
actually think that the list that we're looking
List may
at,
be wrong.
the list might be wrong. So I wouldn't be surprised because we haven't seen Lady Tremaine if Alberto is actually on the 3-0 or 4-0 of Madame Medusa.
We do see a Flynn Rider coming down from Andre as well in this previous turn, forcing Alberto to discard a card. We do see the spellbook being discarded, but here we go on the gas again for Andre.
So Alberto knows the out here. This is a very menacing board. Alberto has to get up to 6 ink and ideally wants to get up to 7 ink to clear this board. Andre still with now has 3 cards in hand. Alberto is just playing the controlling role of this matchup. And you can see him prioritizing card draw over everything else.
Yeah, just digging deeper and deeper for that answer that we keep talking about.
And that's how you know Alberto is a good Ruby Amethyst player. Alberto knows how he's going to win this game, and he's focusing on how he wins the game rather than how he stops himself from losing. And they're very, very different things. Playing to not lose and playing to win are vastly different things in Lorcana.
Trying to get a good look on Andre's hand. I do see a sudden chill in there, and then if we have a Floodborn, we could be discarding 2 cards this turn.
Definitely have a Floodborn. There also is a Zeus, so there's removal in hand as well. Along came Zeus, sudden chill. I believe it potentially is something like a Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood. Of course, to let the Storm Rage on.
Singing Let the Storm Rage On with Flynn to get rid of the Maleficent Sorceress.
Top
Draw a
decks.
card.
Yep, top decks another Let the Storm Rage On. I do think we also have an Aladdin in hand. That counts for the whole hand. So Let the Storm Rage On, sudden chill. Along came Zeus, Aladdin, and Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood are in hand for Andre.
Lots of options here to consider. Looks like he's flicking through. He was flicking through the Aladdin and the Along Came Zeus. We're looking to sing Along Came Zeus to banish the rabbit, I assume.
Potentially, because if you banish it now, you stop the. You're gonna stop the bounce, which could come. But we're going into the 7 ink, so honestly, Alberto wants as many draw steps as possible going into this next turn.
Do you see the Aladdin played? Alberto already having a card to discard. You see the Sisu being discarded.
Starting to feel like be prepared or bust on this board. You know, Alberto does have access to multiple draw steps in the form of drawing for turn, and then also, you know, potentially running this Merlin Rabbit into something they quest. But I don't think that Andre will give him that opportunity, because Andre probably also knows that there is one clear way that Alberto comes back into this game. That being said, even a be prepared hitting this board, we would probably reach parity, because Andre would still have multiple cards in hand. And Alberto would probably be at a similar amount of cards in hand with a empty board. But that is best case scenario for Alberto.
Yeah, I think this goes to show the power of shifting a beast tragic hero early. Andre has been able to draw multiple cards over the past couple turns, keeping his hand full, not only to create a threatening board state, but also, like you mentioned, to help have something to play if Alberto does find what he has to find in order to get back into this game.
Okay, so I believe what Alberto is setting up for here was thinking about was actually running into the Ursula, banishing the Ursula, and then playing something like Be King Undisputed, but you know has opted to think about that play a bit more because a Monomim Snake was top decked, and that is more access to draw by bouncing this Merlin Rabbit back up. Also is potentially thinking about singing Be King Undisputed. But we have to remove that Ursula. That is just a fact. So I think he's also now thinking about the Maui. Should I play the Maui and sing Be King Undisputed? Very interesting. So Alberto actually has a few plays here. And we see him debating those.
This is exactly why in these later rounds of the game, these players have extra time to play with. There's a lot on the line for these prizes, so they need to have a little extra time to make sure they're playing the most optimally.
Tough play for Alberto here.
Yeah, this is tough because if you play towards the board, right, playing something like a Maui, challenging into the Ursula, singing Be King Undisputed, forcing Andre to banish a card, I mean, you're getting there, but the Beast Tragic Hero is still going to be around. I imagine the Flynn is also going to be around as well. We do see him challenge into the Ursa with both the Rabbit and the Maleficent,
Sweet.
opting instead to just bounce the Rabbit back with a Madam M Snake and draw an extra card.
Okay, still have the 4 for the potential. Oh, another Merlin Rabbit. So it is very, very clear that Alberto knows there is a almost singular out here and is very much trying to dig deeper into the deck. But once again, when we pass back over to Andre's going to be drawing 2 cards every single turn, and that is just so hard to deal with, considering that a lot of those cards inherently 2 for 1 as well, because when Bucky's on the field, every flood board is going to make Alberto discard. So Andre's just accruing so much value with this current board state.
Alberto again just preparing to have a card be discarded, it looks like. Passing it over to Andre. We'll see what he draws, both off the beast and for turn.
All right, so 2 cards for turn here. Floodborn plus Floodborn, another Flynn.
Flynn.
Yeah, the Flynn pairs can be pretty intense with Bucky on the field. Of course, Alberto does currently have 5 cards in hand, so that Flynn is not doing much.
No, and without any other way to discard a card, I'm sure Alberto will continue to try to keep his hand full so that Andre can't get any value out of these Flynn Riders, at least not for questing.
Interesting. So does Alberto have 6 cards in hand? Because I see the upside down card, which I'm assuming is sort of a preemptive discard.
I think so.
Yeah.
There we
I
go.
was thinking that I was like, that doesn't seem super safe.
We've got 4 ink to work with, multiple cards in hand for Andre. We've got some Floodborns that could be played, potentially played Ursula Deceiver of All. We have a couple songs in hand as well that could be double sung. I think there's a Sudden Chill in there. Could potentially play an Ursula Deceiver of All, look to sing Sudden Chill, force Alberto to discard 2 cards next turn, turning those Flynns online.
All right, so Andre considering here, likely going to play out a Floodborn, trigger that Bucky, going to be a discard. It is the Jafar that we saw draw this turn. We see the Flynn Rider go to the Bannerstone for Alberto.
Still 4 cards in hand for Alberto, so the Flynn Rider not having any lore.
Noticeably, Andre is still only at 4 lore. Surely that will change this turn, but it still feels like Alberto has a way back into this game. He's able to find that board sweeper in the form of Be Prepared. I know we focus on it a lot, but when you get to these board states where Emerald Steel has many characters on board, has the Bucky that's just accruing value, has the threat of the Flynn, and of course the Beast Tragic Hero that's drawing 2 cards a turn, it feels like that board sweeper is just exactly what you need to come back into this game. Because soon enough, Andre's going to start running away with it.
Right, and the longer the game goes on, the more time Alberto has to find this Be Prepared as well. So I feel like Andre has to play this balance game of not wanting to overextend, but still needing to play Floodborn characters to force Alberto's hand to go down with the Bucky, potentially turning on these Flynn Riders. But the moment, if he overextends too far and Alberto does find to Be Prepared, then it does give Alberto a chance to take over this game.
Okay, we do have a Bee King Undisputed being sung by this Merlin Rabbit.
Andre looking to banish the Jafar Dreadnought from the King Undisputed. Taking a moment to think about if that's the right play.
Yep, I think that is correct. Is actually the Flynn, because you can see that Alberto is prioritizing those cards ahead. Potentially, you could make the argument that Flynn is forcing Alberto to play in that way, is forcing him to play in a way where he keeps more cards in hand that he would originally like because he wants the Flynn to be turned off. But also, if you're extrapolating from the previous game where Alberto is able to turn off the Flynn for most of it, you just kind of realize that might be the lowest value target on the field right now. We do have another Merlin Rabbit. I mean, I know Alberto is sitting there furiously wondering where these Be Prepared are because he has looked at so much of the deck. That being said, we have kind of come back to a somewhat reasonable board. What makes this board state unreasonable, by the way, is the Beast Tragic Hero. Andre has gone so many turns, drawing 2 cards per turn, and has now what is 5 cards in hand. Of course, it was 6 going into this and is able to ink. It is just a lot for for Ruby Amethyst to deal with. Ruby Amethyst is usually the deck that's drawing cards, and it's the control deck. And you see this green steel or this Emerald Steel deck as the deck that is drawing more cards. It has more presence on the field. Like, it's just not where you want to be as the Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost count of how many turns this game has gone on at this point, but it's pretty unfortunate for Alberto not having found a Medusa to get rid of this beast. The beast was shifted on turn 3, so it's been out here for quite some time. Not able to find the Medusas, not able to find the Be Prepared, and the beast is definitely making this game so much better for Andre, filling his hand. We see another one being played as well, forcing another discard from Alberto because of the Bucky.
So there is actually a silver lining there. Because the longer you go without seeing your impactful cards, if you do sort of last until the end game, you are now likely to find many of them as you go off the top.
Multiple of
so
them.
So we could go Be Prepared into Madame Medusa, and those could be good sequences for Alberto. Alberto's really not out of this game yet. I think if it doesn't find any answers this turn, can be in an extremely tough spot, because 6 lore, manageable. The problem is that Andre has cards in hands to refill after that, but still, that's manageable. If we draw 3 cards next turn, like, it's just, we're getting to a position where it's just getting ridiculous.
If you're in Alberto's position and you don't have a way to bounce this Merlin Rabbit, or there's not something better you can sing with it, do you ever challenge the beast with the Merlin Rabbit just to put damage on it, draw an extra card?
Absolutely. Unless I have something else to do, absolutely. I feel like because that's a double whammy. Not only are you getting an additional card, you're looking at an additional card in your deck, and you're obviously looking for a specific answer, but you also stop the draw trigger on that beast. Andre doesn't necessarily need 2 beasts to be triggering every turn. Just drawing 2 cards is a lot, but I would definitely consider it to look at an additional card. Like this, I'm trying to wonder if the current setup that Andre has in the field is a must answer for Be Prepared, or if we could potentially go something like Medusa into Medusa.
Right.
I think we would actually be in an okay position. But if we go 2 more turns with Alberto having almost no answer, I think it's going to be really tough. We do actually see that bounce back to him. We see a Queen's Castle come off the top. Alberto's just like, where are my good cards?
They're all at the bottom, it looks like. We will see the Madame M. Fox challenge the Jafar Dreadnought to banish the Jafar Dreadnought rather than challenging the Beast. But, of course, the Beast would live in that scenario.
I'm not sure if Alberto has inked this turn, but Alberto does have a Maui as a backup.
Okay.
Also, if he has inked this turn, has access to things like the Queen's Castle. If he wants to just kind of force attacks there, I wouldn't really do that. It'd be very bad for tempo. Could also just draw another card with the Merlin Rabbit that was bounced back to hand. The problem is like you get to a state, you can dig more into your deck. You keep going deeper. It's going to do the Maui. Can keep going deeper, but the problem is like once you do cast that board sweeper, Andre's got like 7 cards in hand. It's going to refill, and you're going to be put in a similar position. That being said, we have seen Alberto navigate this position in a way that things are starting to feel a bit more reasonable than they were a turn ago. Like, that was a pretty good sequence, despite not having Medusa and not having Be Prepared.
Yeah, I mean, in this position, I feel like Be Prepared isn't... I mean, it's something you want to see to have, right? But even in this position, unless Andre starts playing a bunch more characters out of his hand, this isn't a very favorable place to play Be Prepared in. Maybe now if there's a Diablo
Yeah,
in
100%. 100%. I would say in this position, we were looking at Bucky and the Beast, not a good Be Prepared target, but after this turn, because Andre has like 7 cards in hand, has access to 6 ink, I assume that enough threats will hit the field that Be Prepared will look like a good answer once again. But it really doesn't have to be Prepared. At this stage, the Madame Medusas will do a lot of work.
It might even be favored over Be Prepared just because you can get rid of the Diablo, or you can get rid of the Beast. Even right now, the Maui is sort of threatening this Beast, not allowing it to exert so that it doesn't get challenged next turn. Finding a Madame Medusa to banish the Diablo. Andre's still at only 6 lore, so it's not like he's extremely close to winning right now. I feel like you wouldn't want to waste a Be Prepared if you don't have to.
Yeah, so I think I would still be okay with Be Prepared because both of these answers, or both of these characters, in my opinion, are must answers in the form of Beast and Diablo. Also, you get the added upside of finally getting rid of that dang squirrel. It's been sitting here since turn 2. And I do think we're going to see another very relevant threat hit the field as well for Andre. So once again, Be Prepared, looking great.
Does look like Andre's going to quest with the Beast. Gaining 2 lore.
Okay, starting to get to the higher lore amounts. I know Alberto's like, please, can my deck give me one of these answers? And I'm not sure. I didn't see that one. It came off the top quick. And we're going to trade the beast here. It looks like a brawl is in hand. That's important.
That'll be good to get rid of the Ursula Deceiver of All, keeping Andre from singing any of his songs in hand, whether it's Let the Storm Rage On or Sudden Chill to reduce Alberto's hand even further.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you hit that or the Diablo?
Oh, that's true. I forgot the Diablo was there as well.
I actually think it's not that, like, okay, it feels like you always hit Diablo. I understand that, but, Andre, we know has Sudden Chill in hand, could have things like Let the Storm Rage On in hand, and could draw, many, many more cards. It's probably still correct to hit the Diablo, but it's not just snap, this is the correct.
Easy.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's not easy, it's just, there's a discussion to be had.
Alberto's hand is getting a little bit smaller, though. We're only seeing 3 cards in hand now. It's dwindling down, or Andre's hand.
We know that Andre has that double Sudden Chill. He's going to have that double Sudden Chill.
All right, it does look like there was a judge call for that game, so as they resolve some of that. But, I mean, like, this has been such a back-and-forth game here. I feel really bad for Alberto having not found those Medusas, not found those Be Prepareds. But like you said, the further we dig into this deck, the closer they are to being found. As this game goes on, do you think Alberto is being better positioned because we know those cards should be coming up?
So I think Alberto has sort of defied logic up until now, not only in not finding the cards that I think he's clearly looking for, but also in like the game, Andre has not been running away with the game. He's had 2 beasts triggering, has drawn so many more cards, but hasn't found a way to cement this game. We did get word on that judge call, by the way. It was just a deck was knocked over and it was fixed, so sounds like a no harm, no foul situation.
Yes, absolutely. We should be able to get back to the game now, I believe.
And here we are back onto our board. Looks like that Flynn Rider was the play for Andre, causing a discard. We also had a double Sing Cycle Chill. Look at the banish zone.
Yeah.
So exactly what we talked about. We put Alberto into a really tough position, and Alberto still has not found our Be Prepared off the top, which is this is where you want to have it. So that Flynn's going to start questing for 4. We could sing some pretty nasty songs with Ursula. The Bucky's not as impactful, but I'm sure Alberto's going to be telling this story for a while.
I feel like this is the place that Andre's been trying to fight for all game as well. We saw early on him having played the Flynn Rider, not being able to get the cards out of Alberto's hand. We do see Ursula singing Strength of Raging Fire, banishing both the rabbit and the goat.
So triggers draw. Now there's going to be the discard. Okay, it is a Merlin rabbit. What if that had been
the Be Prepared? Oh, man.
Obviously expertly sequenced by Andre as well, forcing, gets the draw and then obviously, sequences the cards in a way that the card is, has going to be discard. There's no way around it. Oh, we do see a nice clap. I think they know.
Yeah.
It looks okay. So Andre, 1 card in hand. There's simply 1 out to this. It is Be Prepared. It is not.
Oh, it's not Be Prepared. So Andre is gonna take game 3. Moving on to the top 32. I mean, what a final game! That was such a slog between both of the players. Unfortunately, Alberto couldn't find those answers, but he held off for a very long time.
I feel like Alberto has a nice bad beat story from that. That was an incredibly low amount of Medusas and Be Prepared. Nevertheless, it was sequenced. Andre played expertly and sequenced very well and played very tight. I just have to give credit to Alberto making it in the top 8 of Atlanta, the top 16 of Chicago, now the top 64 of Dallas-Fort Worth, and it was a great match. I think we saw a great dynamic of the paradigm of Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel. While it is not a favored matchup for Ruby Amethyst, I do believe it is close. And a lot of Ruby Amethyst players that brought that deck to this tournament were prepared for that matchup, were prepared to face it. But Emerald Steel it cannot be denied. The statistics say with overwhelming clarity that Emerald Steel is, in my opinion, the best deck in the game. It's not a deck that I play very much. It's not a deck that I gravitate towards. It's actually a deck that I think that I didn't give enough credit. But the data backs it up.
Yeah, especially after the past couple DLCs, Bucky discard doing so well, you definitely can't argue that it's a strong deck. But as you mentioned also, the other decks have some game into it. It is not well, it is overpowering in a sense, but it definitely can be beat. And maybe if Alberto saw different draws in that game, we would have a totally different outcome. We have so much more to get to today, though. That was a very long top 64 match, so I can't wait for you guys to see the rest of what's coming, and we'll send it off there.
Welcome back to the booth here in Dallas Fort Worth. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Rebekah. Rebekah, we're into day 2 of our tournament, our top 64. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. That was a tale as old as time in that last match that you and Brandon casted with that ruby, amethyst, emerald steel. But I know that we're going to see some exciting decks today.
Yeah, well, you said tale as old as time for the last match. This next match is definitely not that, because we're going to be watching Zach Bivens. And Zach Bivens, of course, is on a very spicy deck. We have Amber and Emerald, a combo deck, which is not something that I had on my radar. I don't think anybody did.
Yes, this was not on our Disney Lorcana Challenge bingo card.
It was not, but Zach has done very, very well at almost every Lorcana Challenge and has been a player in the community for a while and has just rattled off so many performances. So incredible to see. His opponent is going to be playing Emerald Steel as well. So it's a great test, right?
Yeah.
You have the pillar of the format versus the sort of the spicy brew.
The spicy brew. Well, let's see how this spicy brew holds up. Let's take a look at game 1. So Kevin Barrington is going to be playing that Emerald Steel deck over here on the left, player 1, and Zach Bivens on the right with his Spicy Brew Emerald Amber deck. Talk a little bit about this deck. You said the word combo in there. What is really the strategy with this deck that Zach is bringing to the table?
So this deck is really centered around a card called Under the Sea, which is an 8-cost uninkable emerald card. It is an action song. It has Sing Together 8. It is one of the only Sing Together cards that we've sort of seen have a lot of play. This was a deck that was actually, when this card was first released, it saw a little bit of play, but it was more kind of like a fun deck. You know, if you can pull off the combo, it's cool, but if not, you know, the deck doesn't really do much outside of that. And it looks like we've kind of seen Zach innovate on this original idea and make it a lot more competitive. But Under the Sea says put all opposing characters with 2 or less attack on the bottom of their player's deck in any order. So Zach has plenty of ways in his deck to actually reduce the values of cards on the field, reduce the attack of these other characters on the field, and put them all on the bottom of the deck. So that's kind of what you're trying to do, is in one sort of swoop, whether it's through Kita or some other effects, you want to sort of be putting all those characters back onto the bottom of the opposing player's library. And by doing that, this is sort of a tempo deck as well. It has access to other ways to do that outside of the song in the form of the muses. The muses says when you play a song, you can do the same thing, but for an individual character. And then Zach's deck outside of that, outside of the combo, is also a discard shell. It has access to Prince John, has access to Diablo, and you know, we're going to see standard discard things with that. Also is playing a card that if you played in set 1 was very popular, hasn't seen much play since then. It's called You Have Forgotten Me, 4-cost Amber action that says each opponent chooses and discards 2 cards, so just an inherent 2-for-1 for 4 ink there. Very, very good, a very, very good card back in the day, and looks like it's made its way back into the competitive scene here.
Yeah, every time I see that card, I go, "Oh, yeah, I have forgotten you. I forgot that this card was here." And we see it now in Zach's deck. Both players have altered their opening hands, and we're getting ready to start. It looks like Kevin is on the play here. What do you think, Kevin? You know, going into day 2, it's open deck list, so all the competitors know what they're playing against. What do you think Kevin is thinking going into this match?
I'm sure that Kevin knew what Zach was on, even if it hadn't been open deck list. It's hard to be on a deck like Zach's and not just be the talk of the room, because this is very much a spicy deck that people were not expecting. But in terms of game plan, I can only assume that Kevin is just going for the standard Emerald Steel game plan. It does just do one fundamentally powerful thing, and that is Bucky into the discard cards, into the Floodborns, into potentially something like Diablo. And I have to assume, especially being on the play here, which Kevin is, that he just wants to execute the primary game plan of Emerald Steel, which we've seen time and time again across the weekend on stream.
Sure, and we do see that Bucky did come down on turn 2, so Kevin feeling pretty good about his opening here. And then, of course, Zach has the Surhis, which is a fun card. It's a 3/1, but it has evasive, and my thinking is that this is a Diablo answer.
This is absolutely a Diablo answer. And that is something that, you know, Kevin has to think about as he potentially goes into turn 3 where he would be playing Diablo. It doesn't actually have a turn 3 play, which is very surprising. Very, very surprising. Usually this deck does have a turn 3 play, and I can see in Kevin's hand that has multiple beasts that look nice. And then, of course, the removal in the form of Baboom. We see our Prince John hit the field. We're going to actually take a look at that hand with the Bare Necessities. Go ahead and snag that Baboom.
So we got a Robin Hood and a Donald Duck with those 2 tragic hero beasts there. So again, that card, Bare Necessities, allows a player to discard any non-character card, which I think is just really great. You know, it kind of is like, you know, now you have no worries because you have no card. I get to take it out of your hand.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite movies.
Yes,
I,
Jungle Book is super fun.
I grew up in the watching movies in the VHS in the late
Yes.
'90s, early 2000s. We do see that Donald Duck hit. This card is actually not this. This is one of the Emerald Steel cards that is not ubiquitous across all the lists. It is very much a tech inclusion. We've seen it utilized on stream where it can be sort of a one-sided beast for 4 costs in the late game if you're able to manipulate your opponent's hand by making them discard. But yeah, the Donald Duck inclusion. I know I actually had players. I was out in Fort Worth last night. I was getting tacos, and players were coming up to me and talking to me about this card specifically.
But Donald Duck.
Like, I don't know how I feel about Donald Duck.
How do you feel about Donald Duck? It is an interesting card because both players get to draw a card at the start of Kevin's turn, and so it does give not just you a card, but it gives your opponent a card. How does that make a player feel?
So I have to put a pin in that because Zach just rattled off quite a few turns there and made Kevin discard his entire hand. That was quite a series of discard cards. So when Sudden Chill into the You Have Forgotten Me, and of course the Prince John drawing additional cards, Zach in that singular turn just cemented his advantage in this match so much. This is actually incredible to see. So I haven't actually seen this deck function before this. I caught a little bit of the stream, but this is my first time really seeing this deck in action. It looks extremely powerful. Zach sitting there with a full grip, just absolutely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, everybody's talking so much about Bucky being the discard deck, but here we're seeing a completely different deck that's kind of doing a similar thing.
This is definitely more of a discard deck, I would even say. Has access to, things like You Have Forgotten Me, which is just an inherent 2-for-1. It's so hard to deal with. And actually the Prince John, I feel like Prince John is more the quintessential discard card than Bucky, because Prince John, if you have a discard package, is just one of the highest value cards in the game. I want to talk about that Donald Duck because I haven't forgot we put a pin in that conversation. So I actually like the Donald Duck. When I've seen it on stream, it has been utilized to great effect. It was very one-sided. So although the opponent was drawing, because you were, the originating player was playing Emerald, they were always making them discard that card anyway. So it was just a very, very cheap beast and a very efficient body for like a pseudo beast at that. But this is the card we talked about earlier for Zach Bivens, the one that puts the characters with 2 or less when you play a song on the bottom. That's going to be the Muses. So I think we're going to see our first instance of that. Keep in mind that the critical combo card that Zach is looking for in the form of Under the Sea is a Sing Together 8. So you can count up the ink cost of those characters as we progress through this game and see when he gets to that specific combination of cards. It sometimes is comboed with Kita. Kita reduces the attack of everything on the field. So that is sort of a 2-card combo to put everything on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I don't know that we have Kita in Zach's hand yet, but it's still his turn right now. He played the Muses. What do you think he's thinking through here?
Well, I think he's thinking about singing a song here. So there's the Sudden Chill.
Some more discard, and then, of course, that puts the Muses' ability into effect.
Pretty amazing. I'm kind of wondering how people miss this deck right now, and I'm assuming it's because it just wasn't on their radar. But this is a very, very powerful deck. By the way, the Muses does not put it on the bottom of the deck. It puts it back to the hand, but then you make them discard, and wow. I mean, this is just such a good tempo deck. Like, Zach has so much in the driver's seat and is just controlling every aspect of this game right now.
Yeah, what do you think Kevin's answers are here to this situation? He has no cards in hand, so top decking at this point in the game. What are his options?
Honestly, I don't know at this point. It's very, very tough. It's starting to look like this Amber Emerald deck has a very good matchup into Emerald Steel. Because what Zach is doing is completely dismantling Kevin's game plan. I think that Kevin wants to draw a song, probably wants to draw something like Let the Storm Be Drawn, draw 2 additional cards, and go ahead and draw those 2 cards, clear some of the board. I think that would have been a good draw. Nevertheless, we do trade with the Prince John. We do the Jafar. It's going to be a trigger on the Bucky. It's going to be a discard for Zach.
Yeah, and Kevin also didn't find his Diablo, which is a key piece in that Emerald Steel deck for card draw, and he did not find it.
Yeah, so the problem is that Zach just has a lot of answers to Diablo as well. So we talked about the Sir Hiss coming down, but also Diablo has 2 attacks, so it can be bounced back with the Muses. It can be put on the bottom of the deck with something like Under the Sea. So Zach's deck is very tech to beat this Diablo.
Yeah, and that Jafar coming down, it did force Zach to discard 1 card, but it it didn't really put Kevin ahead at all.
Yeah, interesting to note that the lore totals are what they are. So Zach's sort of kind of trying to build the advantage, have the draw engine, get ahead on card advantage, and then probably will start progressing the win condition via questing. But this Jafar is actually decently menacing. Jafar is just very, very good at exerting and challenging other characters. It has a great effect. It draws a card when it banishes them. So it is a hard threat to deal with on the field. Also, this Ursula is relatively threatening. You don't want to really leave an Ursula up
Yeah.
because you don't want to give them the chance to sort of double sing something like Let the Storm Rage On, draw 2 more cards. You give them a window to come back into this game.
Yeah, if Kevin could top deck Let the Storm Rage On, that would be really nice if that Ursula stays on the board, especially. But he needs some more cards in hand to find some answers here. But Zach has really taken control of this game at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the power of Amber Emerald.
Oh, we see another Muses coming down. That's really fun. The Muses is a great card. And they do quest for just one, but the other great thing about it is that they also have ward, which means something like Let the Storm Rage On, they couldn't be the target of even.
Yeah, absolutely. So actually, we'd only be able to hit the Sir Hiss and then hit probably our own Jafar with Let the Storm Rage On. We'd still probably do that to draw the 2 cards, I would assume. But yeah, the Muses having ward. Ward is just such a hard thing to deal with in Lorcana at this point of the game.
Yeah, Steel does have some answers to get around ward, where you have maybe a grab your swords. I'm not sure what other cards in Kevin's particular deck list that he would have to take care of those Muses, though. And besides challenging, and that Bucky's not there to challenge.
It is not. So we do see Zach get rid of that Ursula, send it to the banish zone to stop that potential top deck on what could be a song.
We have the Diablo finally making its way onto the board, and good timing there too, because that Sir Hiss was taken off the board, banished in the last turn, and so now that Diablo is safe.
I have to imagine that the only thing that Zach really didn't want Kevin to have was a Diablo. After trading that Sir Hiss. Nevertheless, I do think that Zach probably has ways to deal with this Diablo. Zach does not. It is a window for Kevin to come back into this game, which is very, very relevant. Double Muses, so I think we want to combo the Muse with something like a Sudden Chill, and I believe the way those triggers work is that you get to stack them as the active player, so you can bounce it back to hand and have the discard triggered. I think we saw that earlier as well.
Yeah, like you said, this deck really is a combo deck. A lot of cards working together to get that strategy. Paint the Roses Red. I know I saw this in his list, but that's a card.
Sing Together. There we go. That's it.
That's the Sing Together.
Wow. That's actually incredible. So we're putting them all on the bottom.
Everything.
Yeah, so Sing the Rose and Red reduced it.
Everything went under the sea. Wow. I think the Sing Together mechanic is really interesting. Like you said, there are a handful of cards that have that, but Under the Sea is the only one that we've seen make it into the more competitive decks. What are your thoughts on how that Sing Together works?
Well, some of the other ones are very good. The issue is that a lot of them are uninkable. So if you are able to fall behind on board, they can just get stuck in your hand. You really can't do anything with them. I think that's why we haven't seen them. They are very, very powerful cards, but you can get into a state, especially in a metagame that's dominated by things like Grab Your Swords, Be Prepared, where your board can get removed, and then you have a card that just you actually cannot do anything with. That being said, when it depends on the upside, right? If the upside of your Sing Together card is to look at 7 cards in your deck and pick 2 of them, that's one thing. If it's to put every single character on the bottom of your opponent's deck, that's another. So you're willing to take a higher opportunity cost for that higher payoff.
Yeah, and I think we really saw that payoff here for Zach. We do see a Tinkerbell come down, which took care of that Sir Hiss, because he only has 1 willpower, 1 damage. We did get around the ward there with the Tinkerbell coming down, but still not enough to take care of any of those Muses on the board.
Yeah, the Muses as well have the 4 willpower, so they're not super thin at this point. But what this Tinkerbell says is that you cannot quest, because Tinkerbell is just too efficient at challenging other characters.
Yeah, talk a little bit about Tinkerbell's ability. And this is a card that, we saw in a lot of decks early on. She kind of went away. She's now back in the game. And how has Tinkerbell made her way back into these competitive decks?
So Tinkerbell's really good with dealing things like Bucky. It's also a Floodborn, but in particular, its ability. So when it attacks something or when it challenges into something and it banishes it, it's able to deal 2 more damage to another character as well. So that can be super relevant.
And unfortunately for Kevin, though, he cannot do 2 damage to another character because the only characters Zach had out were all those muses with the ward.
Exactly, and that's why Ward is such a powerful ability. We talk about it being good against Bucky. It's not because of that ability. It's because when it enters, it does deal 1 to everything.
Yeah. So we did see Ariel get played, which of course allowed Zach to search the top 4 cards for his deck, and he pulled We Don't Talk About Bruno. Do you think he is looking at using that on this Tinkerbell or saving it for another big threat that he thinks might be coming on the other side of the board?
I think it depends. So we don't talk about Bruno. It's just going to return it to hand, and they discard it. I think that's a totally fine play. You can see he's going to trade the 2 muses into it. And I guess, like you said, so the next threat, whatever comes down, is just going to get bounced back to hand and discarded because it's very unlikely for Kevin to draw more than 1 card a turn at any point in this game. Could obviously find the Beast, could find the Donald Duck, and could change that up. But more than likely, based off all the cards in the deck, is likely to only draw a single card a turn, which makes We Don't Talk About Bruno actually pretty good. I think we're going to see this Diablo sent back as well, sent back to hand and then discarded.
Yeah, I can't see the other card that Zach has in hand. So he only has 2 now. He has that We Don't Talk About Bruno. Oh, it looks like an Ariel. Yep, another Ariel who is quite a spectacular singer. She has the most beautiful voice, as Sebastian would say.
And unfortunately, it looks like we missed on that as well. So it looks like the top 4 does not find a song. Going to go ahead and sing that We Don't Talk About Bruno. Showing another one of the powerful aspects of Ariel is that is actually a singer 5.
Okay, so that's interesting. He chose the target for the Muse's ability is to, send a chosen character with 2 strength or less back to its player's hand. He chose his own Ariel to send back to his own hand, which I know that bouncing a card back to your opponent's hand can be really strong, but choosing your own character is a really smart strategy at times. Talk about that.
So when your character, when it comes in, if it draws another card, which Ariel often does, this is just a form of card draw for Zach in this position.
Yeah, and
it's actually a very heads-up play. It shows that Zach understands his deck very, very well.
And he did find a song that time, thank goodness. Yep, Ariel found a Bare Necessities. Of course, there's only 1 card in Kevin's hand right now, so not probably the song that Zach was hoping for.
Yeah, but what's interesting is that Bare Necessities, even if it has no target in the hand, it is going to trigger that muse.
Mm-hmm.
So it is relevant as Kevin looks to commit to this board.
Is there anything that Zach would not want to see from Kevin at this point in the game, or do you think that he's feeling pretty confident with where he is?
Maybe a Beast Tragic Hero. So Beast coming down and potentially drawing more cards, and you don't really have a way to bounce that back to hand because the Muses, I believe, is conditional on two attack or not, or 2
strength.
Yeah, 2 strength.
Yes. Yep, so Beast, unfortunately, could not be a target for the Muses, so that would present a little bit more problem, like you're saying.
Yeah, and that card is also very, very relevant because it would draw Kevin more cards to get back into this game. And Kevin, without card draw, seems like he's very, very far behind.
A Robin Hood, how do you feel about that?
So it's another 3 strength, so very, very relevant. Might slow Zach down, stop him from questing.
Yeah, and Robin Hood could take care of both the Ariels, but not the Muses still. Where do you think he's going to... Oh, we got Akita.
Yep. So that triple question had told us something about that.
Yeah.
Is that Robin Hood is not going to be able to challenge anything because it's currently under the Kita effect. We do see the Tinkerbell come down, so 1 damage counter distributed across these characters. And Zach actually getting pretty close to just kind of alpha questing to win the game.
Yeah, that Kita card is so interesting. I think people were really excited when we saw it revealed, and people were hoping that it would find a spot in a deck. And Zach, this Emerald Amber combination with Under the Sea is the deck that Kita really, really works in.
Absolutely, and one thing that's better than 1 Kita is 2.
Absolutely, why not?
Yeah, because Zach is effectively making Kevin sort of kind of skip his turn because he can't actually attack into any of these things very well. And so now this is gonna so now we're just going to keep questing potentially, and then we're gonna get to sort of too much that I don't know what Kevin can do about this. I believe Kita is a -3. So that Tinkerbell can still do something. So Tinkerbell has 4 strength. That is relevant here. So we'll still have 1 left over.
Yeah, so he can quest for 5 this turn because that Kita just came down, the second Kita. So he could quest for 5 if he wanted to, which would put Zach up to 16. Do you think that's what he's doing here, or do you think he's going to try to take care of the Robin Hood on the board?
I would be surprised if he took care of the Robin Hood, because that Robin Hood will also draw cards. So he's sure that he would need to challenge 2 things into it, and it would draw Kevin an additional card. That being said, Zach is the expert, and I very much the I'm witnessing right now.
Zach is really, I mean, he's a pro, and he's obviously knows this deck in and out. Like you said, he knows the lines, and really is piloting this deck very well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Zach is doing sort of the 2-turn cycle math on just sort of questing with everything, and if he can reliably win the game.
Yeah.
Also, 2 cards in hand. One is, of course, the Bare Necessity. The other looks to be a Paint the Roses red, which maybe he's thinking about Paint the Roses red. No, that would just be this turn. So, Bare Necessities.
See what's in hand. A Jafar Dreadnought.
And, of course, we are going to... Oh, so with the key to...
Yes, because he sung a song,
Yes,
so
the
then
trigger.
he was able to send that back.
Very, very impactful there.
Yep.
And, yeah, Zach looking... So we do have the Kita token, I believe, still on the Robin Hood. And we're going to scoop it up, so Zach's going to go ahead and win the game.
Wow, that was a fantastic game played by Zach. Kevin could not keep up on the other side of the board. What do you think that he's thinking going into game 2?
I don't know. It's tough. I felt like Zach's deck very much dismantled the Emerald Steel game plan. Like it,
really did.
it looked really well positioned against Emerald Steel. Like I said, I do think that the Emerald Steel player likely just wants to sort of do the thing that Emerald Steel does. Emerald Steel is a linear deck. Like it wants to do one thing every single game. If it doesn't do that, it can still win. It has secondary win conditions, it has tertiary win conditions, and the deck can sort of grind value over the long sort of mid to late game. That being said, you have a specific opener that you want to hit every single time, and I'd be surprised if that has now changed when you play against something like Amber Emerald.
Yeah, you also, in order to do those things, you need to have cards in hand, and Zach was just able to strip every card out of his hand that game. So it'll be really interesting to see how the second game plays out. You ready to jump in?
Let's get into it.
All right. So looks like players might be altering their opening hands. What are they looking for? What is Kevin specifically looking for going into game 2? He's going to be on the play, I believe.
So it is best of 3. So yeah, I do think that Kevin losing that game will be on the play. Looks like so Kevin tossed a full 7.
That's full 7.
That's quite
He's looking
rare.
for his Bucky, probably, but being Diablo.
Absolutely. So it's funny because it's almost always incorrect to keep the 7, but sculpting the full 7 or sending the full 7 back is a bit more okay. Just digging deeper and deeper into that deck, looking for that Bucky, looking for that Diablo. If you have a 4 in your deck and you do look at 14 cards, so that's the top 7 plus a 7 under that, assuming that you're on the play. If you're on the draw, you look at 15. Your percentage to find a 4 of is around 68%. It's actually quite likely. If you're looking to find a combination of 4 ofs, like you want to find the 1-cost Diablo, the 2-cost Bucky, and the 3-cost Diablo, the math gets a little bit worse. But to find the Bucky, at least, Kevin is quite likely here.
Yeah. I think altering your opening hand is something that I have realized as a Lorcana player is one of the key strategies to this game is knowing how to alter your opening hand and look for those cards that you need for starting the game strong.
I'd be surprised if you could find a player that that plays a lot of Lorcana that doesn't say that's the hardest part of the game. I think one of the other hardest parts that's a bit more innocuous, it's a bit harder to recognize is inking. So inking is extremely challenging. But the altering the hands at the start of the game is one of the most important aspects of Lorcana. It is one of the most powerful parts of Lorcana, and when utilized correctly, it is quite the tool. And you see players like that I feel like that's one of the key decisions that separates players, the good players from the great players, is knowing how to do that.
Yeah. So Kevin does get a look at Zach's opening hand here. He has that Diablo on turn 1. Zach has quite a hand there. We do see Under the Sea. We see Ariel. We see the Muses again. You have not forgotten me. You have forgotten me, excuse me. And how do you think Kevin's feeling about that?
I'm not too sure. It looks like Zach doesn't have the Sir Hiss in particular to deal with that Diablo, which I think is very, very relevant. That's a card when it comes down, it does kind of hurt the Diablo game plan for sure. It looks like now we have our turn 2. Are we going to see? There it is. That's everybody's favorite squirrel.
everybody's favorite squirrel. I think everyone's going to be very happy to say goodbye to Bucky.
Definitely not Kevin.
Not Kevin, but hopefully Bucky will serve him well in this game. It is a best of 3, as you were saying. So Zach took the first game, but Kevin could still go on to the next round if he's able to take game 2 and then again in game 3.
Absolutely. And we mentioned the Sir Hiss. The Sir Hiss did come off the top there for Zach, which could be a decent turn 2 play here. The threat of the Diablo is not very looming because the Diablo likely would have been shifted there. That being said, Kevin could have not had the action to satisfy that, so could potentially be playing it on turn 3 here. So it's possible, but what you're really scared of is the turn 1 Diablo, the turn 2 Bucky, into the shift turn 2 Diablo.
Yeah, if he doesn't have, do you think he's likely to play the Sir Hiss down just to present the threat to keep the Diablo off the board?
I would have. So that's the thing is, what's the other turn 2 play? The other turn 2 play here is an Ursula, which is actually going to discard a card, which was a risk, right? Kevin could have not had that in hand, so that's why I think we saw Zach sort of debating on what was the better turn 2 play. Because if this Ursula came down and didn't hit a song, Sir Hiss would have been a much better turn 2 play.
Sure, and sometimes you just have to make those decisions. You can't tell the future. You don't know what's in your opponent's hand, and you just have to decide.
Yep, absolutely. We do have a discard trigger here for Kevin off the Bucky, so Zach is going to be having to pick one of these cards to get rid of.
And when you are facing off with a discard deck, that also, like you're saying, hard decisions. What are you going to alter in your opening hand? What are you going to ink? And then when your opponent forces you to discard, choosing which card you're going to let go out of your hand, that's another difficult decision a player has to make.
Absolutely, and I think that those decisions can actually they can feel a lot more simple, and they can look a lot easier than they actually are. Because that decision is actually a decision that, it affects the entirety of the game, and you make it on a turn like turn 2 where you have very little information.
Yeah. Games can be won or lost by just all those little micro decisions adding up over the course of a game. So, one small decision here will lead to another small decision there. And that's another thing, like you're saying, that separates good players from great players is making all those micro decisions well.
Absolutely, I think that the culmination of sort of micro instances of value are what sort of lead to wins 80% of the time. Like it is just what card games are. They are the sort of the culmination of many small decisions and the culmination of outvaluing your opponent in the long run.
Yeah. Well, we do see that Prince John come down, which you were talking before about how strong that card is in a discard package deck that Zach has. He has that. You have Forgotten Me, I think, still in his hand. So we know that he has some tools to force Kevin to discard. But Kevin still has that Bucky over there, and he does have some floodboards in hand. So we've got both discard packages on both sides of the board working here.
Yeah, this Prince John, You Have Forgotten Me combination is a very powerful 2-card combination. It's going to force Kevin to discard cards and allow Zach to draw back up. So we're really interested to see what Kevin's sort of turn 4 and turn 5 are. If we're going to see something like that Beast Tragic Hero potentially come down turn 5, then we do see the Donald Duck. That's the card we talked about, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how it is utilized this game. We're going to be drawing cards for Zach. I would say most likely because Zach is about to make Kevin discard his entire hand, which is just the 1 card. So not getting the full value of You Have Forgotten Me if we do end up playing that. And that's relevant for Kevin as well. So if you want to minimize the potential value that a player can get off Prince John, not having cards in hand can stop them from drawing additional cards, which is actually one of the dynamics of the previous metagame before the set, is that when playing against Prince John, sometimes you would opt to not draw off of May triggers and not have cards in hand. Because it's one thing to discard a card. You basically don't, like whether you discard it or you don't draw it, it's pretty much the same. But if you are discarding it and your opponent is also drawing a card, that is very advantageous for your opponent.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a big difference. That Donald Duck, he's a really interesting addition to the deck. I'm glad to see him make an appearance, though. I do love Donald. He just celebrated his 90th birthday, as you know. And it's been really interesting seeing how he is affecting these Emerald Steel decks. I don't think we saw any Donalds that I can recall from the Chicago challenge. So between then and now, there's been some shifts in this Emerald Steel deck for sure.
Yeah, the card has definitely been in Emerald Steel for a while, but it's just a very debated topic on whether it is actually a good card or not. And I just want to point out we saw Zach's turn 4 there and opted to not play the You Have Forgotten Me. At that point, Kevin did only have the singular card in hand, and decided to go ahead and play out the Muses as well. And I think we're kind of seeing Kevin do what Zach did to Kevin last game, which is sort of developing the board, locking Zach out. Zach has very few cards in hand, is only sitting at 4 ink. It's a really, really tough position. I would say Kevin is firmly in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did see a floodboard character come down, which triggered Bucky's ability, and Zach was forced to discard You Have Forgotten Me. So he won't be able to play that here and get the card draw off of the Prince John.
Well, the thing is with the You Have Forgotten Me here, Kevin's actually manipulated his hand to have no cards in hand, so Zach would not be able to draw off that card. So while that is an impactful card, and I'm sure Zach would love to get the draw triggers off You Have Forgotten Me, unfortunately in this position, Kevin's manipulated the game state to a place where it's just not that good.
When you're playing against a discard deck, I have seen that as a strategy where a player will empty their hand on purpose by inking, playing as many cards as they can, just so that they aren't discarding anything and they're using every card in every possible way they can.
Yes, and I would do that in particular against the Prince John decks. It's very, very good, and it's very common against non-Prince John discard decks. But Prince John in particular, you really want to have as few cards in hand as possible, even 0 cards. But, from our previous matches, we do see Ruby Amethyst players in particular actually prioritize as much draw as possible when Prince John is not a threat that exists in the deck.
Yeah. Let's talk about Kevin's side of the board here. He has 6 characters on board. He has quested now. He's up to 12 lore. How do you think Zach is feeling right now?
So we can just, very, very good. Very, very good. So we can count it up. So we're at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 being threatened, which is game. So Zach does need to engage with some of these characters to remove them, or Kevin will win the game on the next turn.
Yeah, Zach does not quite have. What answers are available to him?
So in terms of the Ursula, so that's 2 plus the Prince John plus the 4. So I think we can only sing together 7 right now. So we couldn't even do our
Under the Sea.
Yeah. So we don't have enough enough ink for Kita to sort of string that combo together as well to potentially put the 3 cost down. So yeah, Zach sort of just has to kind of slow Kevin down. Challenge the characters, and in terms of what is Zach's out back into this game, it's really tough. I mean, Zach is at 0 in terms of lore, and Kevin is at 12, threatening a lot more. And Kevin can just get to a state where, even if Zach removes the entire board, puts it all on the bottom of the deck, Kevin can just play every character that comes off the top and just get that one instance of quest value out of them, and then just kind of sort of
slowly make it to 20 lore.
Yep.
Yeah, we did see a Diablo come down on Zach's side, but I don't know if that's going to be enough at this point in the game.
Yep, so Kevin is going to gain 2 lore off of this because of the Robin Hood trigger. I'm going to go up to 14, then we're going to quest up to 17, I would assume.
17, I think.
I'm assuming the Bucky is going to quest.
That's a good question.
Well,
at this point, do you quest with Bucky this late in the game when you're so close to winning?
So it's yes and no. So it might not increase the turn clock at all. So if we just assume that, the one Robin Hood sits there, it's it doesn't really matter if the Bucky quests or not, but it's also probably not going to get the value.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this time around, we really saw that Emerald Steel deck take off, do what it was meant to do. We didn't see it in the first game, but it really was able to control the board, control Zach's hand, and get the win this time.
Yep, and now Zach is going to be on the play. Emerald deck versus Emerald deck. It is very significant to be the first player, and we sort of saw the disparity there. I think that Kevin's draw in Game 2 is a lot better than Game 1, but Zach being on the play, his deck is going to be able to do what it wants to do with a lot more efficacy.
Yes, well, let's see. So we're going to Game 3, and whoever wins this Game 3 is going on to the top 32. So good luck to both players. Let's take a look. So Kevin and Zach both have seen their deck do what they wanted it to do. Zach in Game 1, Kevin in Game 2. Zach being first to play this round really is going to give him a little bit of an edge here. Is there anything that Kevin would be thinking differently going in, being on the draw this game?
Potentially, I'm trying to think. So unfortunately, I'm not too experienced as an Emerald Seal player into Amber Emerald because that is a that is a new deck for this weekend. I'm not sure if there's anything on the draw in particular that Kevin is looking for. But I know Zach just has a primary, sort of a primary linear game plan that he wants to execute, which is to probably get out that discard package with the Prince John and just curve out to that turn 4, You Have Forgotten Me, and draw those 2 additional cards. Just such a powerful thing to do. And Kevin being on the draw by Zach's turn 4 will have those 2 cards in hands almost certainly to be discarded.
Yep. I didn't see how many cards that Kevin altered. I saw Zach had 4 new cards that he drew. Kevin, we saw last time, was digging for, he took all 7 cards, brand new. But this time it looks like maybe just 2 cards. So maybe he already had some of those cards that he wanted in hand.
It's definitely quite scary when the opposing Emerald Steel player only puts 2 cards back, because it tells you that they likely have the 1 cost Diablo into 2 cost Bucky and to shift Diablo, and that is a very powerful thing to be doing.
Well, I cannot wait to see how these decks play out. I'm so excited that Zach brought this deck. It's been really fun watching him play, and he does it so well. And I think that this just goes to show that, people feel sometimes like the game is figured out, in the current meta, but there's always something new out there, a lot of creative combinations, so many people on Ruby Amethyst, on this Emerald Steel deck. But here we see this really fantastic Emerald Amber deck making it here to top 64.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but occasionally in games you'll have these outliers of deck builders that will just kind of break the mold and will consistently innovate above the meta or past the meta and consistently bring new decks and consistently do well. There's a trifecta there. There's one thing is building new decks, one thing is building innovative decks that don't exist in the meta, and then the third is actually doing well with them. Most people don't have all 3.
Yeah. Wow, we have 2 Prince Johns in hand, 2 You Have Forgotten Me's.
Yeah, so that is a bit of a slow hand, but is a very powerful hand if we do get to that turn 4.
Yeah.
You don't talk about Bruno comes off the top. I think you can take a slower hand as well on the play, because Kevin is more than likely to have those cards in hand that can be discarded. We do see, we're going to take a look at Kevin's hand here with the Bare Necessities.
Yes. And we do see that Bucky and the Diablo in hand, which are, of course, are the cards that Kevin really wants going into this game. What do you think he's choosing here, that Hidden Cove or the Baboom?
It's interesting because the Baboom is facilitating the Shift Diablo play, which is, again, this is a perfect example of why Kevin only threw 2 back, because he has the perfect curve. So I think you have to take the Cove, because the Baboom just doesn't have much impact, because that Diablo is getting shifted almost no matter what here.
Yeah. Yeah, if there was just maybe one action, 1 Baboom in hand, he could have had him discard that to prevent him from shifting Diablo on turn 2.
And to be fair, the Cove is pretty decent against a deck that is predicated off of you having a certain amount of strength.
Yes, we've seen the Painting the Roses Red, the Kita, all of these cards that are working together to reduce strength. But if he doesn't have that, and Hidden Cove is out on the board, it really limits his options with some of those cards that he has in the later game.
It's actually a really tough spot for Zach. So we talked about going into Zach's turn 4 that, Kevin would almost certainly have 4 cards in hand. What breaks that mold is Bare Necessities, and then to the Bucky Shift Diablo, so discarding that action. That, Kevin might not have cards in hand by the time we get to Zach's turn 4, and Zach basically only has access to Prince John, You Have Forgotten Me, nothing else really in hand at this point. And on the other side, Kevin has the most ideal curve possible.
Yeah. And Zach didn't find that Sir Hiss, which is really one of his only answers for Diablo as far as challenging goes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what do you think Zach's best play here is on his turn 3?
Well, I'm not sure he has one. Like, it has to be the Prince John, which is definitely a non-zero threat. Also, quest for 2. Kevin will likely have cards in hand in the future because of the Diablo. How fast Kevin can get those cards out of hand and utilize them is interesting. I also think the Diablo trigger is a May trigger, so there could be an instance where Kevin opts to not draw the card. If Kevin thinks that he will almost certainly discard it to the Prince John, and Zach will get the value off of that. which is going to be a very interesting dynamic. I'm really keen to see how that's played out.
I would really love to see Prince John on the board and Robin Hood come out and banish him. That would just be very on theme. So Baboom is going into the inkwell. Of course, he does quest with Diablo, so that then Diablo has to be exerted in order to get that card draw off of your opponent. But he didn't play anything else.
Yeah, so no turn 3 available for Kevin.
But do you feel like that's okay with where Kevin is and the other cards he has in hand?
Well, not anymore because Zach has access to the You Have Forgotten Me plus the Prince John.
Yes, which Kevin did see that. He knew it was coming. He had
Yes.
2 in hand. He saw one go into the discard, but he knows there's another one waiting. And again, those actions, You Have Forgotten Me is an action. It's not a song, so you can't sing it. It is 4 cost, but in this combination with the Prince John, it's really valuable there, even though it does take up your ink for the turn. So it's clear why Zach felt like that card had a place in this deck. He's taken his time thinking.
So he has other turn 4 options available as well. So potentially considering not playing that You Have Forgotten Me, and then we do see the Sir Hiss. So that's
there. He found the Sir Hiss.
Yeah, but that
Yes.
shows you how much of a threat Diablo is. That instead of casting You Have Forgotten Me, when Kevin has the cards in hand, does have to commit the Sir Hiss to actually start to deal with this Diablo.
Mm-hmm. And he says, no, your Sir Hiss cannot stay, and I am going to baboom that away.
It's very possible we're going to actually see the full power of Diablo this game, because Diablo is a card that often does not get to sit on the field for too long.
Yes, and that Hidden Cove, it did get discarded earlier, but Kevin found another one, and now Bucky is there at the Hidden Cove, increasing both his strength and willpower by 1.
And Hidden Cove is particularly good versus Zach's deck, because Zach is not able to actually remove that Hidden Cove because of the 6 willpower. That is just a big ask out of a Amber Emerald deck. And at the same time, it sort of counters his combination of cards to try to put these cards on the bottom or bounce them back to hand. So this is a tough spot for Zach to be in as we go into his turn 5.
Yeah, and he's definitely taking his time here and thinking through his options. He does have that one You Have Forgotten Me in hand. Can't quite see what else he has in hand. But yeah, it does not seem like he has a lot of options right now.
So playing out the Muses, which could be good, but I assume this Diablo's going to move to the Cove. I think we're about to see the power of the Cove in particular.
The Hidden Cove, yes.
Which is often only run as a 2 of in these decks. I don't think I've ever seen an Emerald Steel deck in a top 64 or a top cut that had 4 yet. I've only seen 2 in the list. It's very, very good in the early stages of the game, but can be a very bad top deck later. Well, it looks like we might even have a 4 here. That's very unusual. And
Yes.
so Kevin likely believes in the power of that card, and we're seeing it on display here.
Yes, that Hidden Cove is called a Tranquil Haven, but I think it doesn't feel very tranquil for Zach right now at all.
Yeah, nice enchanted Diablo hitting here, triggering Bucky. Discard trigger for Zach to deal with. Goes ahead and gets rid of that You Have Forgotten Me with the Prince John on the field. We're going to move everything to the Cove.
All the friends, the whole menagerie, all the birds and the squirrels are now in the Hidden Cove.
This feels like such a hard board state for Zach to deal with. Everything about this board state just seems to kind of counter what Zach's deck is trying to do.
Yeah. And it does, like you said in the very start, he had the 2 Prince Johns, 2 You Have Forgotten Me's. You said, well, it's a strong but slow start for Zach, and we've seen that it was too slow because Kevin's deck was getting going right from the start.
Yeah, Kevin had a strong but fast start.
He had a fast start, yeah.
And arguably the best start that Emerald Steel can have. Because you were asking me at the beginning of the game, you said, what does Kevin need to keep in mind now that he is on the draw? And sometimes with Emerald Steel, it's just do the thing. It's just do the thing that the deck does.
Yep, we saw, let's see here, there's a little Robin Hood and a Donald Duck that just got discarded from You Have Forgotten Me.
So the Diablo triggers as well there off of the Prince John. So
Yes.
So we have a Prince John draw trigger for Zach, which Zach needs to exercise in order to see more cards and try to dig for an answer to the deck. But the Diablo being exerted sort of counters that, stops the value, and allows Kevin to draw 2 cards as well.
Yeah, that like you said, we're gonna see the power of Diablo, and Zach prioritized playing that Sir Hiss on the board so that he had an answer for Diablo, and Kevin having that Baboom to take care of Sir Hiss really was, put Kevin in a great position.
Absolutely. And I know we're seeing the power of Diablo, and Diablo's a card we actually don't often get to see the power of because it's immediately removed, which is a powerful thing to do. If your card, when it hits the field, is always immediately removed and your opponents are adding 4 slots in their deck to deal with it, that is powerful.
Yes.
But we're really seeing the power of the Cove here. The Cove just is very hard for Zach to deal with, and I feel like is very counter to everything that deck is trying to do. And when you throw 2 Diablos in that Cove, like, I just don't know how Zach gets out of this. I'm really interested to see how he tries to navigate this this position.
Yeah, and the Hidden Cove, again, as a location, we don't see a whole lot of locations that see play. This one doesn't gain lore at the start of each turn, which is one of the advantages of having a location. But the ability there to help boost your characters with strength and willpower is just really, really powerful.
And the Beast Tragic Hero coming down is just, I feel like it's starting to take Kevin to so far ahead that I just don't know what Zach's answer is going to be here.
He is probably feeling, like Prince John.
I feel like if anything, it has to be Akita into a Sing Together Under the Sea.
Yeah,
but that seems like very, very far off.
I mean, the Muses is 4. Akita.
It's a 5 cost.
It's a 5 cost, so yeah, he would be able to sing together. But again, that's 2 turns away from now, and that might be 2 turns too late for it to really do any good.
It also has to happen on the turn that the Kita is played, so the Kita actually cannot.
So that
cannot help sing that.
Yes, and Prince John is only 3, so yeah. He's in a very, very tough position.
Yeah, so I don't know how outside of that combination that Zach navigates this board state. And that being said, that combination is very, very far off as well.
And that Beast coming down, giving Kevin, again, more card draw, and is just a 3/5 character is really hard for Zach to deal with. He doesn't have a lot of answers for taking care of that Beast.
No, he does not. He does have access to things like we don't talk about Bruno, but with 4 cards in hand, I'm not sure if that's gonna hit the Beast.
It looks like Zach has a couple of his own Diablos. Is it?
Definitely has the one Diablo.
Yeah,
and
definitely has
has a
one.
sudden chill.
Okay. But Kevin has been able to fill his hand up, so even a sudden chill doesn't feel.
Yeah, and if Zach triggers Prince John, Kevin effectively also triggers Prince John, but twice.
Right. Cricky, the lucky cricket, making an appearance. What do you think about this play here?
Well, it does nothing because they have evasive. That's
evasive. Yes, that's true.
Yes. So Cricky very good at helping your characters challenge, but in this case, both Diablos have evasive. I mean, it's non-zero, right? The Cricky does count as a singer for that potential sing together play that we talked about, but yeah, ultimately these Diablos are just sort of they're kind of running away with the game. Obviously, it's in combination with the Cove, it's in combination with the Bucky, and the Beast is doing work as well. But Cricky, not super great on this board state.
Yeah. So we saw an Ursula come down. Kevin got to take a look at Zach's hand. He only had 1 card in hand, his Diablo, but then he had to immediately discard that because of Robin Hood, which is a Floodborn character, was played, triggering Bucky's ability. Zach, it was out of cards. He did just draw 1 off the top of his deck. I don't know if there's one single card here, though, that could get him out of this situation.
There is not. I wish there was, but I don't think the way the Zach's deck is constructed that there is, unfortunately. I do think that we are likely only going to experience 1 more of Zach's turn because Kevin's going to quest this turn. We will move over to Zach, and then Kevin will likely be able to quest for game after that.
Yeah, he'll be able to quest if everything stays on the board, which I imagine in this scenario it will. He has 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 8, I believe, on the board that he could quest with. 9, no, 8.
Yeah, certainly can likely get over to game. So we do see a Bare Necessities from Zach. Oh, so we were. So I thought we were on Kevin's turn. So we are on Zach's turn. So it's very possible that with Zach here, we'll have 2 turns. So we have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we are at 11.
Yes.
Do we have any shift targets? We do not.
No, so Kevin could potentially quest up to 19.
Okay, and we do have a trigger, so we're going to only be able to quest for 7. That trigger is off the muses. We're going to send that Ursula back to hand.
What are your thoughts? Oh, because the Diablos are at Hidden Cove, so normally the Diablos would be the perfect character to choose for something like this, but that shows you again that power of Hidden Cove. Hidden Cove had boosted Diablo's strike to be a 3 now, and so could not be a target for the Muse's ability.
Absolutely.
Zach is counting up the lore, thinking through where are we in the game right now? What can I do? I'm not sure what card he has in hand there, but like we were saying, I'm not sure that there's one single card that could really help here. Even if he can get to another turn after this, it's really looking like Kevin is going to take this game.
Absolutely, but Zach is attempting to play to his outs, which is absolutely what you should be doing in this scenario. There is no upside in sort of trying to end the game early or doing something like conceding, especially when you're in the top 64. You just play to your outs, and you hope that if you've done the math and realize that there's no way for you to win the game, you just hope you're wrong.
Right. Again, faith, trust, and pixie dust. That's what we need in Lorcana sometimes. It is so much skill. I mean, these players are incredibly skilled. They've built incredible decks, but there's also luck involved with the deck. What comes up, and I think I've said this before on stream, but I've heard, it's where skill and luck meet is where you have opportunity in a game. And Kevin has had a lot of opportunities in this game with his deck, and Zach, not as many.
I think Kevin would be the first to tell you that he had a pretty nice opener as well.
Yes.
That's about as good as it gets for Emerald Steel. It's very hard to deal with, and that Diablo does well at countering this Prince John.
And that Tinkerbell taking care of that Sir Hiss again.
Looks like everything is getting moved to the Cove. That's what's happening here.
Tinkerbell is such a great card. I'm so glad that she's made her way back. I enjoy playing with her in my deck, and great art. She's also has been made into a play mat. I think she was like a fan favorite art, has been around since set 1, but we didn't see the play mat until just this last set, and those things sold out quickly. I know people are on the lookout for those.
And there we go.
That's game. Yep, we had a fist bump there at the end. Zach conceded. Congratulations to Kevin, who is moving on to the top 32. That was a tough match up there in that last game.
Absolutely. We talked about it. We've talked about it for a lot on stream, which is like, what is Emerald Steel trying to do? What are they looking for? Pretty much, yep, it's pretty much the same thing. You want to hit that turn 1 Diablo, turn 2 Bucky, turn 2 Shift Diablo. And if your opponent doesn't have an answer, it's just so hard to deal with. I think that if there's anything to take away from that match, it's the power of the Cove. Particularly against Amber Emerald, which is probably not what Kevin was expecting, was not playing to play against that, but the Cove really shined there. It just turned off almost everything that Zach's deck was trying to do.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Hidden Cove was the MVP of that game 3 for sure. Congrats again to Kevin. Well played to Zach. And we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more games for you.
Amber, I'm joined by Kevin Barrington here, fresh off a win in our round of 64 here on day two. And you've played a couple of challenges. This is your first day two. You got to be kind of walking on clouds right now, right?
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. I always wanted a day two, and this is amazing.
Well, you got a lot more ahead of you. You know, this isn't the end of the road. You got to keep winning, and you've done so well. You've done well so far today. And let's talk a little bit about that match. Going in, you're on the play, great for best of three, and you lose game one. What's kind of going through your head there?
Oh, game one, in general, this matchup is very close, and have to make a lot of really tough decisions. In game one, there was a turn three where I did nothing, and I could have baboomed his Sir Hiss, and I thought for a long time that I need a hedge against killing Diablo if it comes down on turn 3. And turns out in that game, Sir Hiss was the correct thing to kill, but if I had to, I'd save the Baboom again against that situation.
Yeah, hearing you talk about it, it absolutely makes sense. I was wondering that myself. Talking about games that weren't close, that game 3 draw in like you getting to play Diablo 1, seeing his hand, what's going through your head where like the game might actually just be over there?
Yeah, no. When I got my opening hand after altering in game 3, I was very happy. It had everything I was looking for. I only had to send back 2 cards, which for the most part, I almost thought of just keeping them to make sure I had ink. Yeah. And then seeing his hand after playing Diablo, I knew that it was going to be a very good game for me. Unless he drew very well after that, I figured this game was probably over, and I just had to have clean, crisp play and make sure I got all my triggers in.
Well, it looked like you had some good, clean, crisp play there, got those triggers in. Kevin, thanks for the time, and best of luck the rest of the day.
All right, thank you very much.
Hello, Illumineers! Welcome to Top 32. Liam is here with me.
Hello.
Hello. I'm so glad that we get to cast
I know,
together.
this is our first time together in the booth, so I'm really excited about that.
It is. It's very exciting. I'm also really excited to see some more great matches.
Oh, me too. I mean, what a wonderful day. I've had the chance to walk around a bit. The energy is still really high out there. You have side events going on, but everybody is talking to the top 32 players, like interacting with them, seeing, talking about their game plans, watching some of the matches. So everybody's excited, and I'm excited as well.
The room is all abuzz.
Yes.
That's for sure. 2 rooms. I mean, this event is quite large. We've had over 2,000 people that are here participating in the main event and the side events. And it didn't stop yesterday. It's still going strong today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've never gone to a challenge, there are all sorts of things going on, from some amazing vendors to a chance to play a game developer in a game of Pack Rush, which is one of my new favorite formats.
Oh, yes. So fun.
It's great. So, yeah, I love it so much. And it's just wonderful getting to walk around.
Absolutely.
And speaking of walking through things, that's a good segue, I think, for what we're about to do, which is walk through our brackets.
We are going to walk through our brackets. Let's take a look at our top 32 and where we're going to be headed for the day. So starting off here with our Maleficent bracket, we have a lot of steel. We have a Emerald Steel facing off with a Ruby Sapphire. That Ruby Sapphire deck is really strong. We have another Emerald Steel facing off with another Ruby Sapphire. And then we have another Emerald Steel. Can you sense a pattern here?
A lot of Emerald Steel.
Facing off with a Sapphire Steel, which in that particular match, we know then that we're going to see some steel moving on to the next round.
Yeah, it's a lot of the decks you would expect to see here, a lot of the top performers from previous challenges. I do, my eye is drawn immediately to that Emerald Amethyst deck down there, which I'm glad to see break into the top 32. That's impressive for this deck, which isn't necessarily strong against most steel decks. So it's great to see Jarrett pilot that into the top 32.
Yes, and we did see it in Chicago do very well.
We did.
We'll see how Jarrett does this time around. Moving on, we have the Rapunzel bracket, and let's take a look at what we have there.
We do, again, a lot of the same players. We have some Ruby Ruby Amethyst, and Rare match up top there, so we know one of those decks is moving on. We see another matchup that we've seen all over the place the last few challenges, which is Emerald Steel into a Ruby Sapphire. We'll see which deck moves on from there. And then we have a really fun match here.
Yes.
A really fun match down there with Nick Davis and Jordan. We have a Ruby Amber deck against an Emerald Amber deck. 2 decks that, again, not terribly well represented here or in the top cut, but it's really fun to see. It's going to be really fun to see this game because this is a matchup that doesn't happen terribly often in challenges, and it's a shame that only one of them will move on.
Absolutely.
And moving down to the bottom, we have Sapphire Steel against Emerald Steel.
Yeah, a lot of those same decks that we've been seeing all weekend. And the Cinderella bracket, we have a lot of Emerald Steel. Again, in fact, this is all steel all down the line. So we have steel moving on here no matter what. We have Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel, and Amber Steel, which we haven't seen a lot of Amber Steel, but we do see it represented here in the top 32. And then that Emerald Steel mirror match down there at the bottom.
Yeah, so we know, I mean, as you can see on the bracket, we know steel is making it all the way to the quarterfinals of this bracket. It's a very strong color. It's been a strong color, very strong color of this format, and again, very well represented here. One note from all of these brackets, I think I was surprised at the representation of Sapphire Steel in the top cut, and at this event. It's one that we didn't see very well represented in Chicago, the last challenge here in North America. It kind of fell, I think, at number 4. But a lot of very big players, very well-known players bringing this deck into this tournament, and it's pretty well represented in the top cut.
Yeah, it really is. And then we have one last bracket to take a look at, and this is actually where our game is going to be coming from, the Elsa bracket. Again, a lot more steel here. We have an Amber Steel facing off with Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel against that Ruby Sapphire deck, and I'm really actually excited to see how the Ruby Sapphire deck does going into the next round. Emerald Steel, and then a Sapphire Steel mirror match.
Yes, perhaps I should have saved my whole diatribe about Sapphire Steel for this bracket,
Yes.
because we do have a mirror here, and I think that's the game we're going to be watching next, so we're excited for
is.
that. The other note, as you look through these brackets, if a deck was more represented than we thought it would be, I think it's Sapphire Steel, and the deck that kind of paid for that in terms of representation is the Ruby Sapphire deck. So a deck that was very well represented in Chicago and a lot of other big tournaments, but not as well represented here, but we do see quite a few of them in the top cut. So it'll be interesting to see if that was the right meta call in this tournament as we look at how decks progress, whether it was smart to move away from the Ruby Sapphire for the Sapphire Steel. But yeah, I can't wait to see how this bracket plays out.
Yes, I mean, sometimes you do have to let it go. So
That is true. That is true. We'll see which of these decks can go the distance.
absolutely. Well, let's take a look at this Sapphire Steel mirror match. So we have Jonathan and Steven who are going to be facing off. What do you think this mirror match is going to look like? What is going through a Sapphire Steel player's head going in to face their own deck?
I mean, it's a fascinating matchup. You know, some people talk about TCGs and Lorcana in particular, certain matchups as a game of chess, and this very much is. There's certain, so each opponent obviously knows each other's decks, and it's important to note that in the tournament at this point, these deck lists are public. So each player is able to reference their opponent's deck and see the difference, what's in there, and kind of plan for their opponent's game plan. There are certain key cards in this deck that a player needs to win to execute their game plan. And so a lot of this game is about which of these players can find those cards first. In the end game, it's cards like Lucky Diamond, Tamatoa, and in the mid game, it might be cards like Cogsworth, which will insulate your characters a bit from the damage-based removal. There's also cards like Let It Go. It's a card that both players are running, which will get around the protection that Cogsworth provides and remove some of those key components. So it's all about finding those key combo pieces as fast as possible. And to do that, you need to get your ramp going, your card jar going in the early game. And so it'll be a fascinating match to watch play out.
This is going to be really fun. Well, let's jump into game 1 and see how it plays out.
Yes.
So Steven is our player over here on the left and Jonathan Williams on the right. Now, we do, of course, have access to their deck list. And Liam, you were taking a look at them and saying, oh, there are actually some key differences here. They're very similar, but there are some differences in these two decks. Can you talk a little bit about some of those differences?
Yeah, each of these players made slightly different meta choices. A lot of their early game looks similar, but a couple key cards that are different between the two. Steven has chosen to run 2 Beast Tragic Heroes in his list, where Jonathan does not, so that's one key difference. Also, instead of running the Item Collector, which has become a popular card in this matchup, with Jonathan is running the Aerial Item Collector, Steven is choosing to run Gastons, the 6-cost Gaston, intellectual powerhouse. It's the 3 lore character that lets you look through the top cards of your deck and find the key components that you need. So a card that's great late game to help you find the cards you need to get your engine going.
Yeah.
So that's 2 of the big differences. I'm just trying to see if I missed any.
Yeah, I'm afraid that Steven has been thinking about that quite a lot in making that change there with Gaston instead of the Aerial.
Yeah, the only other big difference I'll note is Steven or Jonathan does work into Beast Hardheadeds into his list, which is an anti-item card. So against item-based opponents, like in the mirror, that card could come into play. Banishing items in this matchup is always tricky because you know that your opponent can just recur them with the Tamatoa. But at the very least, you can perhaps interrupt your opponent's flow, force them to pay 7 for a Lucky Dime again, which can slow them down a turn. Or perhaps you can get rid of the one item that opponent might have available for a Flaversham in the mid-game.
Yeah. So Steven, of course, being a higher level seed, he was at 9th place after Swiss yesterday, Jonathan at 24th. So Steven has the opportunity to go first in this game, and we saw that Fortisphere come down.
Yeah, so Steven right here is on his ideal first 4 turns, getting an item down on turn 1, allowing him to draw a card, getting the Smee down on turn 2. Jonathan missed his 1-drop. Would love to have a Popsicle or a Fortisphere down there waiting for Flaversham.
But he does answer a Smee with a Smee.
That is true. So Steven will not be able to quest for that Smee with impunity.
Mr. Smee is such a fun card, and you know when he was first being played a lot, you saw Captain Hook and Smee being played together. But people have found a place for Mr. Smee even without a Captain Hook or another captain. And his ability says if you don't have a captain character in play, you deal 1 damage to this character at the end of your turn. But in these decks, there are no captains. They do not care about the captains.
They do not. So Mr. Smee is always going to damage himself pretty much in this deck. You can do a little healing with Popsicles and get cute. But in general, they're there because they're very well statted for a turn 2 character, which allows you to do some things. And they also have 2 lore. So worst case scenario, you're questing for 4 or perhaps 6 lore and getting a jump on your opponent in the early game.
Yeah, 1 jump ahead.
1 jump ahead.
Which is another card that we often see in Sapphire Steel decks. But interestingly enough, Steven and Jonathan, neither of them are running 1 jump ahead, but they are both running that Mickey Mouse Detective that we did see Steven play there.
That's a great note, Rebekah, because usually in these Sapphire decks, we steal 1 jump ahead as kind of the ideal turn 2 play to get that ramp going. But it's kind of fallen out of favor in the meta. One of the reasons is because Mickey Mouse is available on turn 3, and you get a character on the board out of it. But also, there's other things that some of these decks want to be doing on turn 2, especially with Flynn Rider Frenemy around to threaten some lore game if you don't get a character on the board in turn 2. Smee or Argus in these lists is a great character to play on turn 2, and so there's really no home for 1 jump ahead sometimes.
Ooh, and we have a Cogsworth coming down. Now, this, again, is one of the shows the power of the Sapphire ramp, that Cogsworth is a 5-cost character, but now we're only a few turns into the game, and he's already being able to be played.
Yeah, that is true. And Cogsworth, I think, is one of the key cards in this matchup because the preponderance of the removal is damage-based. Of course, when you have a 5 damage Along Came Zeus against a 3 willpower, you get around the resist there. Yes. But you're having to use cards perhaps less efficiently than you would like. Here, a Beast Tragic Hero being played is interesting. Jonathan used that Along Came Zeus, which would be the perfect answer for that.
For that beast.
Well, I say it would be the perfect answer, but Cogsworth, again, providing some insulation against it. So
that resist.
Yeah, so Cogsworth here is a perfect example of we're seeing the work it can do because there's an answer for it to prevent that card draw that Jonathan has, but he just can't use it unless he pairs it with something else.
Yeah. What are your thoughts here about Jonathan on his turn, his last turn? He used all his ink to play and Along Came Zeus, which is a song. You can sing it. He didn't have any characters to sing it. So he had to use all his resources just for that, and he wasn't able to play a character on his last turn.
I mean, he got rid of the Smee, definitely worried about the lore engine that would get going. One thing to note with Smee is he does do damage to himself at the end of every turn if there's no captain on board, but if he has resist 1, now he's not taking that damage anymore. So Smee would have been able to quest in perpetuity unless, and not subject to removal from Jonathan Smee because, again, the resist 1 would mean they wouldn't trade. So at that point, that Smee was going to continue questing for 2 every single turn, and so Jonathan choosing to get it off the board.
Yeah, and of course, Cogsworth also has Ward, so very difficult to get around. Tinkerbell is nice because it does do some damage there on Cogsworth. How many players are, are exerting Cogsworth? Not many. Because they want to keep him on the board. Not
many, true. Any character with Ward that you can just sit there with a static ability becomes very frustrating for your opponents to deal with. But so this is an interesting scenario here because we talk about these decks as if they're trying to get that they're trying to get these end game engines going with the Tamatoas and the Dimes, but they also have a lot of mid game high lore characters. So in a mirror match like this, it is possible to take the game simply by going wide, especially with Cogsworth there protecting your characters, preventing damage based removal. So.
Yeah, 2 Cogsworth on the board here now. So that's giving all of Jonathan's characters resist, and it's also giving each other. The Cogsworth are giving each other resist.
That's right. Cogsworths don't give themselves resist, but they can give each other resist for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is a challenge. Now, Jonathan, has to be thinking about ways to remove multiple characters. Doesn't have a lot of damage on the board, and unfortunately for him, both Tinkerbell and Beast Tragic Hero have decent willpower stats, so be difficult to remove. Steven, I'm sure, is going to be happy to keep questing for 2, 4, perhaps even 6, unless Jonathan can find an answer. There is, as we noted earlier, there is a Let It Go as an option in these decks, which gets around resist by simply, sending a character to the Inkwell. So that is an option, and the Cogsworth could sing it to get rid of perhaps Tinkerbell or Beast Tragic Hero. But
now that Beast Tragic Hero was exerted, and I have seen players sometimes choose to challenge into Beast just to put even 1 damage on him, because that card draw from Beast can be so beneficial for your opponent. It does, of course, trigger the ability that where he gains extra strength, but it takes away the card draw. Jonathan chose not to do that. What is the thought process about challenging into the Beast or not?
I mean, I think it says something about how much Jonathan values the Cogsworths. He doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. It's going to be hard to develop much more of a board state. If one of those Cogsworth becomes vulnerable to a challenge, it's likely that Steven would choose to remove it during his turn. And also, Tinkerbell is well, I say Tinkerbell's a fun card to remove things with because you get to do damage to something else, but in this case, the resist kind of insulating Jonathan's characters from that. So, but it does say something about how he values the Cogsworths here.
Yeah. We do see a lucky dime in Jonathan's hand, which I know is one of those key cards that you said, but he doesn't yet have a Tamatoa, and he also doesn't have any other items. He hasn't found his Flavershim, whereas on the other side of the board, Steven has been able to find a Popsicle. He has the Flavershim on the board to get that draw engine going. And I don't know, Steven's just looking like his board is in a much better place at this point in the game.
It's very hard for Jonathan to come back from this for a few reasons. The big one is, I mean, there's just a lot on the board to deal with, and your only mass damage cards are not as effective. The Grab Your Swords are not as effective with the Cogsworth on the board. The other thing is Jonathan just has a really rough hand. He's drawn into 2 lucky dimes, neither of which are very good from her right now. He just drew another Cogsworth, which is a card you like to see, but it's not going to deal with those threats. You also have a Grab Your Swords, and with Cogsworth on the opposite side of the board, that card's going to deal 1 damage to everything, so just not what you need to do. Right now, it's a simple math problem. You total up the amount of willpower on Steven's side of the board, and then you total up the amount of strength on Jonathan's side of the board, and unfortunately, the math isn't great for Jonathan here.
It's really not. Now, he has 3 Cogsworth, and I mean, it's a great card, but I'm sure Jonathan is kind of wishing he had some other characters on board besides just Cogsworth.
I know. I mean, if Jonathan were in the lead on lore right now and had, a more decent size board, I mean, it's a big board, but let's say more lore on the board, it would be a fantastic position to be in.
Yeah.
Now, I do say, have more lore on the board, but the Cogsworths do have 2 lore each, so that's 8 lore represented. That could get him to 12, so that's a lot of lore. Unfortunately, Steven's in the driver's seat right now, having quested already to 12, and
Yeah, and there's 8 lore on Steven's side of the board right now, so he could win on next turn unless Jonathan is able to take some of those characters and put them in the discard pile.
Yeah, absolutely.
He does sing Grab Your Swords here, so that's going to put 1 damage on everything. It doesn't get rid of any characters, unfortunately, and that resist, like you're saying, from Cogsworth really kind of diminishes the power of a card like Grab Your Swords.
Yes, I mean, it does not feel as good as 2 damage across the board.
Yeah, the mob was very small there on that Grab Your Swords.
Yes, they grabbed very few.
Yes.
Maybe a pitchfork or 2. So now Jonathan doing the math here, trying to figure out which character he wants to move, takes care of the Beast Tragic Hero. But we're thinking through this. There is a note. So one fun note in Beast Tragic Hero for those watching. Beast Tragic Hero does say that if at the start of your turn it has no damage, you draw a card. If it does have damage, it gets extra strength, but only for that turn. And so on your opponent's turn, so on Jonathan's turn here, it doesn't have that extra strength advantage. So something that Jonathan, a little bit of relief there for Jonathan if he chooses to take care of the beast.
Which it does look like he's putting some damage on the beast, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think.
That is true. Now, he has removed enough, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's removed enough that Steven can't win with what he has on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he only has 7 ink, so even a lucky dime won't have enough to activate it. So Jonathan successfully bought himself another turn here. Would have been nice if he's at a little more lore, forcing Steven to into a challenge rather than questing out again. But Steven has a decent amount of ink and a lot of cards in hand. So we'll see what his answer is here, but he's probably got one.
Yeah, and we do see Flaversham eating that popsicle. They're very tasty. To draw 2 cards. Oh, a bell.
A delightful card.
So delightful.
Strange but special.
She's, really special here because Belle normally only quests for 1, but when you have at least 10 ink in your inkwell, she quests for 5, which, I mean, Steven already had a strong board, and hey, why not put down another Belle?
Yeah, so lots going on here. Belle, Stranger Special is a great card. Not only does it get extra lore when you go up to 10 ink, but it allows you to ink an extra card from your hand per turn. So combo here where Steven played the Belle and then played an extra ink and then used that extra ink to play the next Belle, which allowed him to ink another card, which allowed him to play a Smee. So just flooding the board right now. So Jonathan has to have just all the answers.
Yes, and Jonathan doesn't have any answers and concedes and said, Steven, this one's yours.
Yes, absolutely. Just too much on the board to deal with. And, I mentioned earlier, I thought the Cogsworths would be key to this matchup. I think they still are. Just all of your mass removal and a lot of your damage-based removal just become so much worse when there's a Cogsworth or 2 on the board. So we do, to highlight again, we do talk about these decks often as if they're combo decks working towards the end game where you have those key pieces going. And that's generally what they're trying to do, but a lot of high lore characters in the mid game. So if you can get 2, 3, 4, 5 of that with a Cogsworth, you can run away with the game before turn 10, which is where a lot of these decks are trying to get to.
And that's exactly what we saw happen. And in this mirror match, a lot of decks won't go wide when you have threats like Be Prepared on the other side of the table, but you don't have that in this matchup. So he felt very comfortable going wide, having that Cogsworth, and Steven was able to take the win.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, Jonathan, lucking into not the best cards. You want to draw a lucky dime. You don't want 2 lucky dimes in your hand on turn 5.
No.
It's just not ideal. They're not inkable, and they're just rocks. So in that case, unlucky dimes.
Unlucky dimes.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's see if Jonathan is able to find the cards that he wants in game 2. He's still not out of it yet, so we'll see if he can find the answers this time.
Yes.
Again, we are now in a best of 3 format. So Steven took game 1, but Jonathan still has a chance to take game 2. And if he can also win game 3, he would go on to top 16. Now that they've seen each other's decks, do you think they are changing their strategy up? Jonathan's going to be going first this time. What are they both thinking going into this second game?
It's a great question. I do think they both generally have the same or similar game plans. They've probably studied their opponent's decks at this point. They know the differences. And more importantly, they're mirrors of their own decks. And so going into this, they kind of knew what they wanted to do. And I don't think that will change. I think both of these players are very, very smart. And so they knew kind of their 2 outlets to victory were pursue the end game combo or kind of mid game, flood the board with high lore characters. And I just think they'll probably have consistent approaches to this game.
Yeah, the blue steel deck is it's very strong, but it is a really complicated deck to play sometimes. There's so many different lines of play in this deck, so many little decisions that you can make. And so watching players like this pilot these decks so well, it shows you how strong this deck can be, but it's not an easy one to play.
No, I think it's widely considered to be one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult, top tier deck to pilot in this format and previous formats.
Yeah. I tried playing it myself, and it is fun, but it took a lot of brain power for me. So I decided to move on to a different deck.
Yeah, there's just so much, that can go wrong, and so many mistakes that you can make throughout. And sometimes, one important card to remember is Fishbone Quill.
Yes.
Fishbone Quill allows you to ink things out of your hand in order to ramp your deck. Both these players are running it, and it allows you to ink things which you wouldn't normally. And so, in the early game, when you're choosing aggressively to ramp, a card that you give up may come back to bite you later. That's the fun thing about Lorcana is sometimes a single inking decision has ramifications in the later game, and so you can win or lose games based on a single decision of what to ink or what not to ink on a given turn.
Absolutely. And in the Sapphire, like you're saying, you are inking a lot with that ramp. And we do see Jonathan with his opening here, though. He found that popsicle
Yes.
this time. Steven also had a popsicle. It must be very hot out.
Yes, indeed.
And followed up by a Fortisphere. I actually love the Fortisphere. I know that in this deck, that it has you get to draw a card when it's played. It has a secondary ability where you can banish the item to give a character bodyguard, but we don't often see that ability used, especially not in the Sapphire Steel deck.
No, it is occasionally used, but you're right. Yeah. Very rarely. It is more used for that card draw, that consistency, and then as Flaversham food. Probably
yes.
Not as tasty as a popsicle.
Not
right?
as tasty.
I wonder what flavor Fortisphere is.
That's a good question. Yes. What flavor is steel?
I don't know. I'll have to ask Mariana Moreno. She drew the card. So here we have Mickey coming out and ramping Jonathan here on turn 4. And I don't know if he has the Flaversham available, but a card we might see next. One thing to note on the Fortispheres and the Popsicles, they are, not only are they item food, not only draw you a card, but really what they're doing is they're making the deck more consistent. And so I think Sapphire Steel players were really excited this set when they saw the Fortisphere come out, because it's basically, when you're looking for key combo pieces and things that you have to see during a matchup, like Flaversham or the Lucky Dime or the Tamatoas in the late game, it's kind of a filler slot. It's a card that allows you to move to those combo pieces faster and then gives you a little bit of a benefit because you have item synergy as well.
Yeah. And of course, because of the deck restrictions, only being able to put 4 copies of a card in your deck, having a Popsicle and a Fortisphere, they both fill kind of that similar purpose in the deck. Now you have 8, essentially.
Double Popsicles.
Double Popsicles. So we do see that Fishbone Quill, which you were talking about earlier, come down on Steven's side, which has really been the first ramp card that we've seen on Steven's side of the board. He hasn't been able to ramp as much as Jonathan so far, but that Smee being able to start questing now is going to be really great, because Jonathan, right, with that Mickey doesn't have an answer for Smee.
No, I mean, at the very least, he could choose to challenge into the Smee, deal 1 damage, and then make Smee vulnerable to removing himself next turn. But then there's the Popsicle there, which could heal Smee if he chooses to do that. So, yeah, there's really no answer. But Beast Hardheaded coming into play, one of the item removal cards that Jonathan runs, which Steven does not. And coming into play here and taking care of that Fishbone Quill, which I'm sure Steven would have preferred to use as the game goes on.
Yes, yeah. Steven was waiting to sign a contract with that Fishbone Quill, but didn't get a chance to.
No, no, not at all.
Oh, we see a beast going into the inkwell for a Cogsworth. What are your thoughts here on that?
I mean, it just speaks to how Steven values Cogsworth in this particular matchup. It did work last format.
Yeah.
It's going to do work here. It's a card that if that beast is removed and doesn't threaten the Smee, even if it does threaten Smee, but Smee's not damaging himself here. So Jonathan can't wait out Smee. Smee is now going to be able to quest every turn and keep the damage counters from piling up. So, so Steven choosing the Cogsworth here over the card draw. It's also worth noting, though, Steven is sitting on a whole new world in his hand. And so if he's gearing up for that, perhaps doesn't want to draw into extra cards that he'll just have to discard with the whole new world. So choosing to get the Cogsworth on the board in this matchup for that reason.
Now, with having a whole new world in your hand, of course, you have to discard any cards that are in your hand to draw your new 7 cards. He also has that Tinkerbell. Do you think that's something that he's thinking about playing and getting on the board before he plays Whole New World?
Perhaps we'll see here, because that would take a whole if he's thinking about playing it, that takes a whole nother turn to get to a whole new world. And
Well, he could sing it with Cogsworth.
he could, but I think in that scenario you'd rather. So here, to your point, here's the Tinkerbell. So playing it before, but I think you'd rather play the whole new world and then have the ink available for whatever answers you draw into, rather than expending it early and then singing the whole new world. But as you suggested, here's the Tinkerbell. Of course, now the Tinkerbell does 1 damage across the board. So 1 note, there it is. Okay,
Yeah,
I was going to
on
say,
Cogsworth, yep.
Cogsworth doesn't use that damage because he doesn't protect himself. So there it is. And Jonathan, let's note again, has drawn into, once again, 2 lucky dimes. So it's a card that you need to find, but at this point in the game, without a Fishbone Quill, they're just sitting in your hand for the late game. So
it looks like I thought maybe I saw Jonathan also had a whole new world in
He does.
his hand, which
really tempting to play here, I think.
I was going to say, with having just those 2 lucky dimes sitting there doing him no good at this point in the game, does he say, yeah, I'll go ahead and do whole new world. If these lucky dimes go into my discard pile, that's fine, because if I can play a Tamatoa, I can get that lucky dime back out.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. It's funny. A lot of Sapphire Steel players, or even Ruby Sapphire players who play the Tamatoa, refer to their discard pile as their second hand.
Yes,
And so,
yes, absolutely.
in the early game, you're just sending items there with Flavisham or discarding, however, and then in the later game, your Tamatoa just pulls them right back because he loves shiny things.
He loves shiny things. That scavenger. So we see we healed up the beast, and he's going to use beast here to.
Let's see.
Maybe he's just questing.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to quest for 3, get on the board. And so healing that beast, beast is susceptible there to being challenged by the Tinkerbell and removed, except it has resist 1. And so now the Tinkerbell not able to deal with that beast on its own. So Stephen will have to be forced to use multiple cards to deal with that if he wants to do that.
Yeah. I haven't had a chance to look at Steven's hand. Do you know what he has over there?
I have not either.
Yeah.
I've been staring at Jonathan's side of the board.
Well, Jonathan's side of the board is pretty strong right now. I mean, Steven does have a Tinkerbell and the Cogsworth, 2 really great cards, but Jonathan's board presence right now is something that Steven has a lot to think about.
Yeah, no, it is fascinating. Kind of the reverse of the last matchup. Jonathan drawing into the cards he needed a little bit better. Okay, so take a break quick to talk about Gaston.
Yes.
Gaston, intellectual powerhouse, smart Gaston, STEM Gaston, as I've heard him described.
STEM Gaston.
I love him so much. So this is one of the differences between these 2 matchups. It's a card that's popular in some of these Ruby Sapphire builds, or it was in the initial builds, and also in the Sapphire Steel builds. It's a card that allows you to look at the top 3 cards of your deck, pick 1, and put the rest in the bottom of your library. Or the bottom of your deck. So as it helps you find the key cards you need, and again, Steven choosing to run this where Jonathan does not.
And it's also a nice target for the lucky dime. Gaston quests for 3, and so if you have a lucky dime out, of course, lucky dime, if you have all the items in Tamatoa, that's great. But like you're saying, instead of having the aerial item collector, this Gaston is another great option there for working with lucky dime.
And so I didn't see if he got the Fishbone Quill off the Gaston.
I believe he did.
Okay.
Yes.
So thinking long and hard about it, choosing the Fishbone Quill. So it's a card that you like to have in these whole new world decks, because then one of your little sub games is maximizing your inkwell as you're forced to discard cards to the whole new world. So ink twice per turn, and then by the time you whole new world, you've accumulated significant ink to do hopefully more than your opponent with your fresh hand of cards.
Yes, especially if you can sing whole new world. I mean, if you have to, I don't know. I mean, Sapphire always does have a lot of ink, but even still, you don't want to use your ink for a whole new world. You want to sing it.
Absolutely. You much prefer to sing whole new world. It's a much better card when you can sing it.
Absolutely. It's shining, shimmering splendor for Tamatoa. It's a nice little matchup here for that grab as well.
Indeed.
I believe it's still Steven's turn, or did he pass it over to Jonathan?
I think it's still Steven's turn.
So he's thinking about here about what he wants to do.
He could ink some.
He did pass.
Okay, so the Fishbone Quill went into the inkwell. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. So maximizing ink on that turn. Maybe that was the only inkable he had, and now perhaps it's an indication we'll see Whole New World. Let's see what happens here, though. At this point, Jonathan, though, drawing a card that doesn't do him a whole lot of good. He draws an Argus, inks it, and he's sitting here with 2 uninkable Lucky Dimes in Whole New World. So kind of the calculation here is Jonathan's looking at the board. He's looking at his cards. He's looking at the lore. He's trying to figure out, do I like this board state? Am I satisfied with where things are and questing and forcing Steven to respond, or do I want to do something else? Here we play the Lucky Dime. We have just enough ink for that. That's a fun note. Jonathan, in order to play that Lucky Dime, needed to draw an inkable card. He drew one.
Yeah, because he had just the Whole New World and 2 Lucky Dimes, which are all uninkable.
Right, and so he's happy to get that down on the board now. You know, when to Lucky Dime is always an interesting decision in these decks, because oftentimes, unless you're on, have 15 ink available, you have to take a whole turn off to do it, and so it's kind of waiting for the chance, waiting for the right moment when you can play that dime, maybe lose a little bit of momentum in your board state as far as your characters go, and then, yeah, when you can get it on the board without losing too much momentum.
Yeah.
Jonathan choosing to do that here.
And he did play Lucky Dime, but he's still not choosing to use that Cogsworth to sing, which I think you said it multiple times. Both of these players really, really value that Cogsworth being on the board and staying on the board.
Yeah, and so it is interesting here. Jonathan definitely in the driver's seat. Steven's not threatening. I mean, he is threatening significant lore gain. Steven could make the choice here to go 7 lore, pushing him up to 11 and kind of turning it into a race. But in that case, Jonathan is questing for more lore first. The value of being on the play there is apparent. So Jonathan being in the driver's seat is I think perfectly happy not to play the Whole New World. And in fact, there is a scenario here where he quests for, see, now those Tinkerbells become a little bit more terrifying.
I mean, she is giant.
Yes. So this is interesting. There comes a point where Lucky Dime just becomes a finisher on its own, right? Because you play a character, you immediately get the lore out of it. If you have 2 Lucky Dimes in play, as Jonathan could take that route, then you can double a character's lore the turn it's played. And if you're within striking distance, you can win the game that way. But by playing the Tinkerbell, Steven is now, I mean, as far as stats go, his board is a lot more threatening. Steven here choosing to use the Gaston and the Tinkerbell to banish the beast. The order that was done in is important here, because if the Tinkerbell is the finisher, then we can assign a damage somewhere else.
And unfortunately, you can't choose Cogsworth because of that ward. So what does he choose here?
I mean, most likely the Smee is the most threatening character. But yeah, 1 damage available there to be assigned from that Tinkerbell if that's the finisher.
Right, 1 damage because the Cogsworth reduces the damage dealt by 1.
Yeah, so it looks like we may miss that though, and that is okay. It might be a May ability. So, and then Steven choosing to use the Popsicle to heal the Tinkerbell.
It's a May. Yes. Wording on cards is important, and anytime that you have a card with an ability that says you may deal 2 damage in the case of a Tinkerbell, or you may draw a card. A player at any point could choose to not do that thing.
And another Cogsworth here is a great card to top deck when you're looking at 2 Tinkerbells, because now that May ability that we talked about doesn't apply.
Doesn't apply at all.
Can't choose the Cogsworth, and that resist 2 and all those other characters make that challenging. So Jonathan here choosing to quest for more. Really what Jonathan's trying to do is put himself within striking distance of closing out the game. He has 2 ink available here. He'll probably use that Lucky Dime to get another 2 lore off of any of his 2 lore characters.
Yeah, and I think he just...
that Cogsworth.
I think he just went up to 12 with questing with the Mickeys and the Smees, and then the Dime, I'm assuming, went off of one of his 2 lore characters, so I believe he's at 14 lore now.
And, Lorcana is a game of maths, and sometimes you're having to do the exact right calculation. And so if you look at what he has now, he has 3 characters vulnerable to a challenge who are exerted. If Steven removes all those 3, we still have 2 Cogsworths on the board with 2 lore, and we have
a Lucky Dime.
A Lucky Dime. And so that's 6 lore, so that would be the game. And so Steven having to find an answer for the Cogsworths, and to be frank, there's not much available to get around that.
And I think Steven knows that.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a challenge. Dime removal would have also worked in that scenario, but just a lot to overcome. So again, another interesting game. So the reverse here,
It was like it was a mirror.
Yes.
match.
And so part of this is Jonathan drawing better this game. Part of this shows the value of being on the play in these games. And really what this came down to was the Cogsworths again going down to give your
Again.
characters extra value, and then which player managed to get a wide board first.
Yes.
And kind of go out to the lead. So.
Yeah, every time I see those Cogsworth down and doing all that work, I just imagine Cogsworth, singing at the end of Beauty and the Be Our Guest, when he's finally deciding to rock out with the rest
on
of
his own.
On his own, yes.
That's his old wise Cogsworth, his grandfather clock. So it's 1-1.
1-1. We are going to game 3.
This is my first game 3 this tournament, so I'm pretty excited.
Fantastic.
Let's take a look.
Let's take a look.
All right.
We're going to see more Cogsworth.
We're going to see more Cogsworths.
We're going to see more popsicles.
We're going to see more popsicles.
We're going to see a lot of the same thing. And what do you think it's going to come down to?
I mean, so part of it comes down to the opening, and here we're great chance to take a look at the players' hands and see what they're sending away. I'm only going to able to look at one really. So Jonathan choosing to send away a lot of high cost cards, keeping a Flavisham, drawing it. Ooh, these are not necessarily the cards he wants to see. The Arguses are great into certain matchups. Here, they're not as good. You want to be doing other things. And I don't think he drew into a turn 1 item, which is unfortunate. Steven, I didn't quite see what he had. But really what this comes down to, like how can you do the things you want to do on your first 4 turns? And that's get an item on the board, get a little bit of ramp, perhaps with Mickey, and then play your Flavisham on turn 4 or 5 to start getting your draw engine going. So that's one thing. And then 2, can you get those key mid-game high willpower characters on the board that your opponent just has a hard time dealing with? Can you do that first?
Yeah. I think what's really interesting about the last 2 games that we watched was Sapphire Steel is known for that popsicle draw engine with Flaversham and the popsicles and Fortispheres and other items, but we didn't really see a whole lot of that going on in either of the previous 2 games.
No, that engine never really, we saw a little bit, but you're right, not much. That engine never really got going. And the other thing we didn't see, to point out, is a whole new world.
We didn't. And all that talk about when are they going to play a whole new world, and then they never did. They said, we're fine with the world we have.
Well, it's such a tough position in this matchup because when you have a deck that's designed around a whole new world as part of your strategy, but your opponent's is also playing whole new world, can set your opponent up for success. And when you're expending your resources to do something your opponent wants to do anyway, you're a little bit more hesitant to do that. So both players here, with the whole new world available multiple times, kind of trying to figure out, is it a good time or not? And both players choosing not to do that these first 2 games.
Yeah. Now, interesting seeing Argus down here on the board on Steven's side. Are you think maybe that's just he didn't have any other good turn 2 options, and so instead of a passing turn, he put a character on the board?
I think that's right. I mean, it is an anti-Smee, perhaps. It's really in this deck, I think, for the Ruby Amethyst matchup, and then against other decks that want to get some threats on the board early. It does overpower Flynn Frenemy, but I think you're right, Rebekah. I think there just wasn't much else available, and so that was the turn 2 play that he went with.
Yeah.
But Jonathan, I swear I didn't see any items in his opening hand, so it looks like he may have drawn into several Fortispheres and Popsicles, unless I saw incorrectly, which is great for him.
Yeah. That Rise of the Titans, he did ink a Rise of the Titans on his first turn, but he had another one that he either had in hand or drew into, able to banish that Fishbone Quill on Steven's side, which is quite unfortunate because we know the power of ramp, and especially with some of these uninkable cards, I think that Sapphire Steel tends to run a little bit high on the uninkables because of being able to put additional cards through Fishbone Quill or even those Bell Strange specials that we see.
Yeah, absolutely. And here demonstrating the power of Flavisham here. So the reason I mentioned Flavisham is that was Steven's only item. And so Jonathan looking at the Fishbone Quill too, available as you suggested for getting rid of those uninkables, but also as Flavisham food if there are no popsicles available, because Flavisham likes the popsicles better than the quills.
Absolutely.
Quills stick in your throat.
Right. Yeah.
It's a little hard to go down. But here we do see a whole new world. I
think Steven just was not happy with the cards in his hand.
Steven was down to, I think, 2 cards, so needed to refresh his hand. But and here, and also Jonathan had the draw engine going with the Flavisham, so was getting extra cards anyway. So Steven was already at a card disadvantage, choosing to use the whole new world here. And it's probably the right time to play it.
Yeah. Tinkerbell, Smee. We see Let It Go over in Jonathan's hand, and also a Grab Your Swords, which again, we already do have that Cogsworth down. So Grab Your Swords, not as effective as you would like it to be. And now we have a Belle. Steven's board is becoming pretty strong over here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that go wide phase of the game here. Steven is the one in this particular game able to find the characters he needs early, also on the play, starting to go wide, and Jonathan's going to have to find an answer here. Steven immediately taking advantage of Belle's Strange but Special's ability, allowing him to ink an extra card this turn, so his ink, well, starting to gain an ink advantage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to Steven's 5 at this point.
Yeah, 5. And he just added to his inkwell because of that Mickey Mouse detective, and answers with another Smee. But over on Steven's side of the board, he has that Cogsworth and Smee and Belle, who are all big questers.
Yeah, so Jonathan here choosing not to quest with the Flaversham, which could have gained him 2 cards off the Popsicle, choosing instead to challenge into the Cogsworth, putting 1 damage on there. So Steven has to think a little bit harder about questing with it now and make it vulnerable to Smee. And then also, you know, Jonathan does have a Grab Your Sword, which he might consider using later. So if he can get that Cogsworth up the board, you know, it becomes a lot more effective. But Steven really going wide here.
We have a lot of characters on this side of the board. That Beast, we have the power couple on the board. Beast and
Beast
Belle.
and Belle. That's
Yes.
true. If you reverse the order, they'd be looking at each other, I think. So.
Yes, yes.
And Cogsworth. It's a very Beauty and the Beast board over there.
Yes, and Grab Your Swords is another Beauty and the Beast card as well.
My goodness.
So we're going to quest here, I think. Yep, quest, and Steven taking that early lead. But as we've seen in games over and over again, just because a player can get a really strong lead in lore early in the game does not guarantee that they will win out in the end.
No, but again, a lot of threats on the board to deal with, especially with that resist. So Jonathan with not a lot of strength on the board. We do have a Let It Go available. It is interesting. So Flaversham there was exerted and able to be challenged. And we let that stand. But yeah, just not a lot to deal with this wide board.
Yeah. Grab Your Swords is one of the things, but because of that Cogsworth, like we saw before, it really kind of makes Grab Your Swords irrelevant.
Yeah, it just won't do as much. I mean, it definitely would remove a character to put a damage on the beast, so that's not nothing, but it also costs 5, and without a character to sing it, you know, Jonathan's going to have to spend all of his resources on it. So it is just a challenge. Steven representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink in the inkwell. So here's the challenge. That is 10 lore on the board. We are at 8 ink. Inking an extra card with Belle Strange but Special will put him at 10 ink, giving Belle +4. So we're actually representing, I think, 14 lore on the board. Is my math right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it is, yeah.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2,
14.
14. Yep, 14.
Yep, your math is right.
So
which is enough for Steven to win in one turn, unless Jonathan... he does have 2 characters that are exerted. There's Mr. Smee and Argus. So Jonathan could...
So there it is. We do have to let it go.
Belle in the inkwell.
Jonathan doing the math over there and saying that Belle's about to get a lot more lore. You know, and Belle on her own, you know, without that amount of ink is a pretty innocuous card. The beast is probably feels like a better target, but representing 10 lore next turn, Jonathan just couldn't let that sit there. But still a tough spot to be in here. Steven's going to be able to accumulate quite a bit more, and with a lucky dime, you know, gets very close to winning this game this turn.
Yeah, not sure if he has a lucky dime in hand, but even if he doesn't, he'll quest for a lot. Oh, he did have the lucky
There it
dime.
is. As soon as the 7 was exerted, I was like, that's got to be it.
Yeah, that's got to be it. Even if he doesn't win this turn, I don't think that there's much that Jonathan can do to stop him from taking it on the following turn.
No, I mean, at this point, we're going to quest for, we quest for 7 there, go to 13 with a lucky dime, bring you to 15. And that puts you You know, even if the entire board were removed, Steven now can play a character, immediately gain the lore, and that's probably about 2 turns away from winning the game. So.
Yeah, this go wide strategy, like you're saying, that Steven had, where he's just getting all these characters on the board. And Jonathan, unfortunately, not being able to have any answers, especially because of that Cogsworth, has really, we saw it happen in game 1, and here again in game 3, the same strategy coming through for Steven.
Yeah, definitely. If I were to pick 2 MVPs for this game, MVP cards, one of them is Cogsworth, just making things difficult to remove. The other one is Smee.
Yeah.
Look at the work this little card is putting in.
Absolutely. And that combo there with the Cogsworth and Smee is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty effective. Allows the Smees to stay around turn after turn and force your opponent to deal with them with 4 damage worth of cards. This is a card that both these players have played on turn 2 at times, started accumulating lore, and then in the mid and late game here, the Smees continue to put in work as 2 lore questers. Just a very valuable card for both these players in these games.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jonathan is taking a long time thinking, is there anything I can do here?
This is we talk about the concept of playing to your outs, and when
Yes.
you're in the top 32 of a Lorcana challenge and you can take your time, you just want to make sure that there's absolutely no even the slimmest possibility that you can pull this out.
Yeah.
And so you continue to play on the off chance that something happens that you didn't consider.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot on the line here. If you make it through this round, you go to top 16. You could get that beautiful playmat, but you also get the invite to the North American Championships. And that's, I think, the big thing here that Jonathan says, I want to make sure that I've done everything that I possibly can to give myself the most chance to make it to top 16.
Absolutely.
We do see a grab your swords come down.
Yeah, so we did manage to get the Cogsworth off the board. The grab your swords now, a lot more appealing. It gets rid of the Argus there. 2 damage on the Smees, and the Beast will take some damage, so he no longer will be drawing cards. Steven now representing 6 lore on the board on characters, and another 2 with the dime.
I missed it because I was looking at you. Can you talk about how Cogsworth got off the board?
I also missed it. Twitch chat is down there telling us
Telling us what
Cogsworth
happened.
must have been vulnerable and
Yes.
challenged into it.
I think that's huge. Being able to get Cogsworth off the board, that was huge. And look at the board state now. Steven, a second ago, was about to win in 1 turn. He had so many characters out, and I think Steven actually conceded.
Well, so close because we had the dime and we had the Smee. So quest for the Smee, get 2 with the dime. That was it.
Wow.
So Jonathan just not able to remove that last character.
Yeah.
Steven able to take it there. So, really interesting matchups.
Very interesting. Yeah, the mirror match is tough there with that one. And it really showed you the strength of being able to play first. It's not always an advantage, but it was an advantage for both players in this match.
That's very true. What I like about this deck and the way it played is that this deck is often thought of as a control deck because it does have this endgame combos that it's working into, and it is a control deck. But oftentimes control decks are thought of as having a very specific script, like something you're working towards in the end game. And this deck's identity changes slightly when it's playing Ruby and when it's not playing Ruby. Because Ruby has all of the answers you need to remove some of these difficult cards. It's not damage-based removal, and you have Be Prepared, which can wipe the board. So you play the game, the deck's identity changes a bit when you're playing into a Ruby matchup than when you're playing a different matchup. And in the mirror, it plays like a more mid-range, go-wide deck than it does a serious control deck.
Yeah, the blue steel deck is itself strange but special.
Strange but special.
Absolutely. Well, that was a great match. Thanks, Liam. We're going to go to a break, and we're going to be back with another round or top 32 match for you all.
with Stephen Brandt here, one of our fresh winners in the round of 32. So you've moved on to the top 16. Congratulations. Now, you were telling me this is your first challenge. What was your preparation like coming into this? Are you, a big-time competitive player? Do you have experience in this kind of realm?
No, this is my first physical card game. I played some digital ones here and there, but I competed in the set champs, got a few there, a couple wins, but other than that, this is my first physical. I didn't expect very well. I mean, I played Blue Steel into a good field, so I expected it decent, but I didn't expect to get this far, so that's awesome.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call for this week and some of the other challenges in the past. And speaking of Blue Steel, you had a really sweet mirror match here in this round, and your decks were pretty similar, but there were definitely some differences. And you were telling me you thought that his build might have actually been a little bit better for the mirror.
Absolutely, yeah. I decided to drop any tech for blue decks and just go solidify green steel and red purple as best as I can. He had Hard-Headed Beast, the 5-drop, and the Ward Aerial, which are both very good in the mirror, and I didn't have either of those. I think the biggest determining factor here was probably being on the play. The higher seed really helped me out a lot, and at that point I was just going aggressive as fast as I could, yeah.
Do you have that top 8 in your sights, or are you just kind of trying to take it one game at a time?
Of course I have it in my sights. I have number 1 in my sights, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I'm very happy with where I got, for sure. I can't really complain from here.
Yeah, absolutely love that answer from you. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
Hey, welcome back to the booth. We're here in Lorcana Challenge at DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth. Brandon, thanks for joining me again.
Yeah, I'm excited to be casting along you, Liam. Like I said yesterday, going back to the OG,
The roots.
the roots back to back. It feels like Atlanta, going back casting together for the first time.
Yeah. So we have a really, really interesting matchup next. It's one that we're very excited for. And while I was casting the last game, you spent a lot of time studying these decks. And I'm really excited for you to tell our audience what they can expect to see.
Yeah, so we have Nick and Jordan coming up for the top 32. Both of them are going to be battling to get that North American International Championship qualifier, which is a big thing. And I think this match is going to be a bit of a Hawaiian roller coaster ride. I'm not going to lie. We have two very fun decks here playing. I think Nick is playing the Amber Ruby Mufasa deck, and Jordan is playing an Amber Emerald songs deck, similar to the one that we saw Zach Bivens play yesterday. So there's a very, very interesting thing going on in both of these decks, where the Mufasa deck isn't playing anything other than character cards, but there's a couple cards in the Amber Emerald deck that wants to discard songs and other non-character cards as well. There's a big draw engine revolving around discard. So it's going to be really interesting to see which deck can sort of do their thing and get their thing running, because the Amber Emerald deck can still force discard out of Amber Ruby. Amber Ruby historically has had a little bit of trouble when it comes to card draw if they don't find their Rapunzels along with their Mother Gothels to heal some of that damage off. So it's going to be really interesting to see. Also, we've got the Mufasas there that are probably just going to be bounced back to hand rather than banished. So I'm very eager to see what happens in this match.
Yeah, it's really funny. You talk about people teching decks for decks they're likely to see. Neither of these players probably tech their decks expecting this matchup here. So it's really excited. And I'll tell you what, Brennan, if this is going to be a Hawaiian roller coaster ride, there is no place I'd rather be.
Okay. I think we should move straight on into this match. I can't wait anymore to view it.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, so unfortunately, we're coming in here on game 3. So both of these players have won a match each, and we're now moving into the third game of this 3-game set.
So like I mentioned earlier, Nick is on the Amber Ruby Mufasa list, while Jordan is on the Amber Emerald. I'm just gonna keep calling it a songs list. I feel like it hasn't quite been defined. There's a bit of a discard synergy here, specifically towards non-character cards in some areas, but I think they're looking to play a relatively aggressive early opening. We've got cards like the Diablo. We also have some evasive Sir Hisses that could potentially be played. We see Jordan inking a You Have Forgotten Me, playing a Diablo, getting a good look at Nick's hand. We do see a Rapunzel, Mother Gothel, and a Gaston opening, which I think is very important. The reason that's important is because if we can get the Gaston played on turn 3 and the Gaston stays in play, then we can ramp up to 6 ink, playing the Mother Gothel and the Rapunzel at the same time. We'll see Rapunzel, Mother Gothel being played here. She takes 3 damage when she enters play. Rapunzel would be able to heal that 3 damage off and let Nick draw 3 cards.
And 3 cards is great, but if your opponent gets to draw 3 cards, it doesn't feel quite as good. So Jordan seeing that combo coming up, that makes the Diablo shift line, if he has that Floodborn Diablo available, a lot more tempting here before that Rapunzel comes into play.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird situation for Nick if we do see the Diablo being shifted and we do, it looks like, discarding a We Don't Talk About Bruno just to get it out and play. I'm sure we will see it exerted this turn. Yep, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Jordan is going to sing a Sudden Chill, force Nick to discard a card. But in Mufasa decks, they don't have access to a ton of draw. It's mainly through these Rapunzel lines where you're able to heal some damage off of another character. And so when you do have that available to you in hand and you don't have a way to get rid of Diablo, you may just have to take the draw line anyway, even though Jordan's going to draw off of it as well. Because like I said, in a situation where we're seeing Ruby decks like this, you would expect to see cards like Brawl. Brawl's a very popular card to get rid of Diablo, but Nick's not playing any non-character cards, which means Brawl is not an option here.
Yeah, and I just spot check the list. I know we talked about character-based conditional draw. The Rapunzel, obviously we see it in hand, but a lot of people have started working Julieta in as a way to get that healing draw card combo, and that's not in this list. The only other draw available here is Pongo, which is not draw, is it? It's placing a card in your hand.
Yeah, I don't think it's technically draw, so I don't think the Diablo would get a trigger off of that, but you could play a Pongo, pay the 2 ink to reveal a character card from the top of your deck, and then draw it. And of course, because Nick's not playing anything other than character cards, it's always going to hit and put a card into your hand. But we do see Nick playing a Sisu last turn, going over to Jordan. Jordan has played an Ariel, Spectacular Singer. To look at the top 4 cards of his deck, he can choose a song card out of those and put it into hand. This is a super the interesting part of the matchup that I was talking about, where there's a couple songs in this deck, like the Bare Necessities, where I can't have a hard time seeing what Jordan is actually looking at, but there are certain songs that aren't going to be very useful in this matchup at all, because if Jordan plays them, they're not actually going to do anything. Maybe if we see the Muses come down later, you could use it simply to activate a Muse trigger, but it does look like we're going to pick up a Painting the Roses Red, and then we're going to quest with Diablo, it looks like, with Jordan, going up to 1 lore, I believe.
I think that's right. Yeah, it is fascinating. Talking about key songs in this deck, one card I think that you mentioned earlier is the Under the Sea card, the Sing Together card that we haven't seen played terribly much, except in these decks in this tournament, these Amber decks. This is a card that perhaps could make the difference in this matchup. There's not a lot of removal in Jordan's deck. There's some bounce removal with the Muses, etc. But if you can get an Under the Sea go off, particularly if you combo it with Kita or Painting the Roses Red to send all of your opponent's characters to the bottom of their deck, that could really win the game. And one important thing to note, with Ariel Spectacular Singer and her Singer 5 ability and Diablo on the board, that is a card that's available. So with other combo pieces, that's something that Jordan could do.
Absolutely. You know, the seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake, but in this case, it's looking pretty great, especially after seeing this Rapunzel getting the 3 draw off of Mother Gothel. But because that Diablo was exerted, you know, as we mentioned earlier in the game, while Nick is drawing 3 cards, Jordan is also going to draw some cards.
So actually, the Under the Sea line, now they look at it, is available here because with the Painting the Roses Red, you can reduce Mother Gothel down to 2, and all of those characters then susceptible to be sending to the bottom of Nick's deck.
Yeah, depending on how many cards are in Jordan's hand, the Sisu may not be hit with the Under the Sea because
that
they
is
do
true.
have
That
to
is
have
true.
2 strength or less. But even just getting the Rapunzel and the Mother Gothel off of the board, sent to the bottom of the deck, would be a pretty big play, especially because Rapunzel doesn't have a giant stat line other than the 2 lore that she gets to quest for, and the Mufasa decks tend to be a little bit more aggressive / mid-range. They don't like to go super late into the game. They want to gain a lot of lore early if possible, and if you can play something like Under the Sea, bouncing them back to the hand, then Nick basically just drew both players 3 cards, and then that was it that he did for the turn.
Mm-hmm. So Jordan here taking a Sudden Chill off of the Ariel, I believe. And looking at Nick's hand size, I mean, he still has plenty available. Of course, losing any inkable there, which he uses to advance his resource pool, or any of those characters, will sting a little bit.
Yeah, we do see a couple interesting cards in Nick's hand. There is at least 1 Madame Medusa. There's still the Gaston in the hand from earlier, which we can use to play multiple characters out if we want to at once, which might be the way to go. We, like you said, have to keep in mind Under the Sea is a card, so you want to be playing characters that aren't going to be susceptible to that. You don't want to go too wide and then have all of your characters sent to the bottom of your deck. But it'll be interesting to see what Nick decides to do on this turn.
Yeah, this game may come down at the end to card advantage. Both of these decks want to win through questing, and being able to build a wide board and get your high lore questers on the board will be key. And so that Diablo, drawing Jordan an extra card, at least 1 every turn, may actually make the difference here in the long run.
Yeah, and I think this Diablo has been in play since turn 2. So ever since then, every card that's been drawn by Nick, Jordan has been able to draw a card, and I don't know that there's going to be too many answers in Nick's deck to these Diablos outside of something like a Madame Medusa.
Madame Medusa.
We do see a Piglet Poo Pirate Captain being played, which gains an extra 2 lore if there's two or more other characters in play, which of course there is. And we do see Nick quest out completely, sort of forcing Jordan into this situation where he needs to get rid of these characters. The issue is, as we mentioned earlier, Jordan's deck, the removal in it is either through discard or bouncing, basically. And you don't really want to be bouncing cards like Rapunzel back to the opponent's hand because you don't want to give them too much card advantage. Of course, it's a little bit different if we have the Diablo in play and you're also drawing cards off of that. But as we mentioned, there are cards like Madame Medusa that Nick could play to get rid of the Diablo, then maybe later play the Rapunzel instead and start creating an advantage in that way.
Yeah, no, just a challenging situation here as we start to see the lore advantage pile up here for Nick, sitting at 9 lore. And I think that's the game that Nick is playing, is just drive the lore continually, 2 or 3 each turn, closer and closer to victory. Because I think Jordan's big out here is the Under the Sea or some sort of mass removal. Nick wants to draw that out of Jordan's hand if it's available, and with enough resources in his hand to allow them to replace his characters and continue to push towards victory.
Yeah, and I don't feel like Jordan really wants to be challenging with these characters either. We have 2 Aerial Spectacular Singers in play, which both have Singer 5, and a lot of Jordan's deck is built around actually singing songs, getting value out of those songs, both through just playing the songs for free, but also there are other cards in Jordan's deck that synergize with songs as well.
Yeah, and let's point out, you pointed out before the Sisu gaining strength for each card in Jordan's hand. That may be one of the cards that makes the difference this matchup, because a lot of the removal, a lot of the bounce in Jordan's deck bounces cards with low strength. It's not only the Under the Sea, but it's also the Muses. And so a lot of the answers available will not work on that Sisu with Jordan's hand advantage right now. The only other way for him to get rid of them is a Mother Knows Best if that's available, or sending characters into Sisu, which just doesn't feel good when you have to trade 2 or 3 for 1.
Definitely not. And it does look like Jordan is playing, or has played, a Painting the Roses Red to give Piglet and Mother Gothel -1 strength each for this turn, just to draw a card. Then we see a Prince John being played after that. Singing a We Don't Talk About Bruno on the Sisu, as you mentioned, could be a very important part in this game, a card in this game. Jordan's going to shuffle that card into his hand and randomly discard a card from Nick's hand. We're going to roll a die to see which card that is. Looks like it was number 4, and we discard.
Wait for it. The
Sisu.
Sisu.
All right. The Sisu.
Yeah. And I think, there's plenty of good options there, but I do think a Sisu is a card that Jordan is not unhappy to see go to the discard pile there.
And we talked about how important card advantage may be in this game, and we do
see
see
the
the Under the Sea
Sea
being sung by the Diablo and the Ursula. Jordan doing a great job of setting that up, getting the Sisu off of the board so that the rest of the cards on board Nick is going to be hit by Under the Sea, putting all of them to the bottom of Nick's deck.
And we talked about hand advantage too. We also see a Prince John come into play, gaining a card off the discard from the We Don't Talk About Bruno.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big play, maybe the play of the game where Jordan has here, setting up the discard, draw, package, playing the We Don't Talk About Bruno, forcing the discard, drawing some cards, and then completely removing Nick's board. Nick's going to have to rebuild here and see if he can start challenging some of what Jordan's doing, which I think is going to be especially difficult because of these singer characters. I feel like as soon as you can keep a couple singers around and get some value out of these songs, not having to pay for them, these song decks can sort of steamroll their way ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Madame Medusa come down and finally get rid of that Diablo. One of the few answers in this deck, I think, for that Diablo.
Yeah, I'm having a difficult time thinking of anything else that would just be characters. There may be a couple Sisus that we see later on that could be played and banish the Diablo as well, but of course that's an even more expensive card than Madame Medusa, so right now it's the only thing that could answer the Diablo on its own.
Yeah, I mean, we are running Maleficence as well, but as you suggested, that is another even more expensive card without the shift, so... Prince John's an interesting card seeing work back in. This is a card that was very popular in the initial version of discard decks back in set 2. They kind of fell out of favor for a while, and we don't see them included a lot in Steel Emerald discard decks, but it's worked its way back into these lists, and both Zach Bivens and Jordan, 2 players that topped the 64 with this color combination, runs Prince John.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great draw package, especially for what this deck is trying to do, which is discarding your opponent's cards. Not only discarding your opponent's cards, but bouncing your opponent's characters back to their hand and then forcing them to discard them. We even see Jordan this turn having played You Have Forgotten Me, then a Sudden Chill, and now that we don't talk about Bruno, that's 4 cards out of Nick's hand just this turn. And so that's 4 cards that Jordan also gets to draw off of the Prince John, which is a huge advantage in this game.
Absolutely. And Nick, if I'm not mistaken, maybe in top deck mode here. So Jordan with a whole handful of cards and Nick perhaps searching for anything to come back from this. The one answer would be a Sisu.
Ooh, this feels so bad. We top deck a Pluto, which...
It's bad, but also on the off chance he top decks the 8-cost Sisu next turn, does set up that play. And I think that would clear Jordan's board, no?
It could. That's the one card that I was thinking that Nick needs to find is the Sisu is the only character card that would clear the entire board. Otherwise, most of it is targeted removal or just character cards that honestly aren't going to help in this scenario.
But I would be surprised if this Pluto stays around longer than this turn.
Oh, we see the 3rd Aerial Spectacular Singer being played. Jordan looking at the top 4, hopefully finding a song, putting it into his hand. We find it
under the sea. Oh, that feels bad, doesn't it?
It does. Now Nick knows that that's just sitting in Jordan's hand. He can't ever go too wide without that card, or threatening that card to be played.
Yeah, but at this point, he is just drawing cards, trying to find answers. And here we have the Muses, another card which has not been played terribly much, but is very popular in these lists. What does that card do, Brandon?
This card could be especially strong into this matchup because it does have Ward, which means Nick won't be able to choose the Muses if we play a card like Maleficent or a card like Lady Tremaine. But it has a ability that I love that says whenever you play a song, you may return a chosen character with 2 strength or less to their player's hand. And although some of the more expensive cards in Nick's deck don't fall under that category, a lot of them do. We see a Pluto being played and a Mufasa being played. Jordan's also playing a bunch of songs and character cards that reduce opponent strengths, which just gets them closer to the Muses being able to hit them. For instance, we saw Painting the Roses Red being played earlier in the game. You could potentially drop Mufasa's strength down to 2 and then bounce him back with the Muses, which is big because Mufasa wants to be banished. He doesn't want to be bounced back to hand.
And now we see Kita coming down in play and another, yeah, what a combo. So Kita reduces the strength of all characters on the board by 3 when she's played, and then which works nicely with Under the Sea, which then banishes, or not banishes, but sends all of your opponent's characters, as we said, with strength 2 or less to the bottom of the library. And there you go.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because Mufasa wasn't banished and was just put to the bottom of the deck, Nick cannot resolve Mufasa's ability of revealing a card off the top. I'm sure he'd love to reveal a Sisu or anything. It looks like it would have been a Piglet anyway, but, you know, it turns down. It's better down where it's wetter, Under the Sea, and Jordan takes this game 3.
Absolutely. You know, we talked about going into this, that the Under the Sea card. So the Kita Under the Sea combo is one of the things that the deck wants to do to kind of take control in the mid or late game. And getting to see it played, Under the Sea played twice, is what this deck is trying to do. And into this character-based matchup, that was the key to victory, was getting that combo to go off. And we saw it happen.
Saw it happen
Twice.
More than once. Yeah.
Twice.
Twice, with some very powerful characters too, right? The first time being sung with Ariel, and because she has Singer 5, can add up with the Diablo on 3, which wants to be exerted anyway. So turning the Diablo sideways to sing that, remove all of the characters on your opponent's side of the board, and then after that we saw it being sung as well with the Kita being played, and you mentioned the synergy there. So very interesting match, very fun deck. Unfortunately, we only had the 3rd game, but it was exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, no, to me it really shows the power of the Singer ability. We often think of them as cards that can sing single songs, not sing together cards, but single songs earlier. But in this case, with these sing together cards, which are just so powerful, we saw the Under the Sea available for play on turn 4 with Ariel and the Diablo. So just awesome.
Yeah, and that just goes to highlight how strong song cards can be. I mean, that's an 8-cost card that you're playing for free on turn 4
to get some major work done. So, well, it was a pleasure casting with this game, Brandon.
Absolutely. I love casting with you always, Liam.
And I'm going to go walk the floor a little bit, I think, and see what's going on out there.
Awesome.
So we'll be back in a bit.
everyone, I'm joined by Jordan Ciro here, one of our other winners from the top 32, moving on to the top 16. And Jordan, you were telling me that this is your second challenge. You played in Atlanta, you prized there, but we're doing a little bit better here in this one. Do you think the experience from the last prior challenge has helped you out with this one?
Definitely, just trying to get experience and playing in like high pressure environments. It's definitely helping out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely high pressure here. Are you feeling that in your games, or are you able to kind of like channel that a little bit away while you're playing?
I try to channel everything away and just try to be as based as possible, 100%.
Speaking of based, let's talk about your deck choice here this weekend. You're playing a little bit of an off-meta deck. Is there a specific reason for that?
I wasn't really happy with any of the decks in the format. I'm not a Bucky guy. I'm not a blue guy at all. And I found this deck, and it seems like it's good against everything, so I play it.
Well, it looks like you're playing it pretty great, so best of luck the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Illumineers. We've officially moved on to the top 16 for the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Fort Worth. My name is Brandon. I am joined by Brendan, and we have some exciting matches up ahead for you.
Yeah, very exciting to play for the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Dallas-Fort Worth. A huge achievement on the line for all of these players. Obviously, making top 16 quite an achievement as well, especially in a field of almost 2,000 players. You have to really keep that in mind when you think about what these players went through to get here at this point. It's really incredible considering how large-scale these Disney Lorcana Challenges are.
Yeah, I mean, these players have had to play near perfect games sometimes just to make it this far. There was a hard cutoff on 45 points, and the difference could have been a single match. So kudos to these players that have made it this far. They're fighting for it. They're Mickey Brave Little Tailors now, going into top 8, have already earned their invitation to the Continental Championship. So I'm excited to get into this next game. We have a Ruby Amethyst matchup versus a Sapphire Steel matchup.
Absolutely, one of the pillars of the format here.
2 pillars of the format. We'll see how far they can go.
All right, so into the match, we have Edmund Chu here versus Din. We have the list in front of us. There's some particular interesting additions to these lists for the Ruby Amethyst list. From what we have, it does look like the Ruby Amethyst player has the addition of 2 uninkable 8-cost Sisus in the deck. Very atypical. Also, the 8-1 drops. Just to remind you, we did talk about the 8-1 drops versus the 4. There is a big deck building split in the Ruby Amethyst community for running 4 1 drops versus 8 1 drops. The 8 1 drops, the math on that does increase your chances to find a 1 drop if you are sculpting your hand quite aggressively for it. Brings it up to around 80 to 90%, while previous to that it is somewhere around 70 to find that, maybe slightly below. So this 1 drop into 2 drop Flynn into 3 drop Sisu is one of the best early game curves that the Ruby Amethyst deck can have, especially against Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire in the previous set, in the previous metagame, was actually very favored against Ruby Amethyst, but with the addition of this new Flynn Rider, as well as the Sisu, Ruby Amethyst is now extremely favored against Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire, as a response, has started to tech cards for Ruby Amethyst. Specifically, that's why we see the new Hercules come in, the 5-cost uninkable 7/3, as a way to deal with locations. Ruby Sapphire has a particularly hard time dealing with locations, especially the Queen's Castle. So it is a very interesting matchup right now. It is not unwinnable for Ruby Sapphire, but it's very interesting how it went from an extremely good matchup in the previous set to now probably Ruby Sapphire's worst matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty important, especially since Edmund is going to be on the play, being the higher seed. He has the opportunity to get this Flynn Rider Sisu Castle line out before Din can really respond, and it's interesting to see the ways that Ruby Sapphire lists have been teching towards this. We even see a Queen of Hearts in Din's deck list being played just to be able to have a card you can play on turn 2 to shut off the Flynn for 1 turn, but it's disrupting a lot of what you want to do in Ruby Sapphire anyway.
So why is the Queen's Castle so good against Ruby Sapphire? A lot of that comes from it having 7 willpower. The Maui cannot clear it in 1 turn, and then you pass back to the Ruby Amethyst player who can either get rid of said Maui or play something like a board sweeper. It really is that 7 willpower. So also the Queen of Hearts, in conjunction with Maui, can help you clear that Queen's Castle. We also have access to Hercules, which is the new tech addition to the deck to try to deal with that location. It is particularly troublesome for the current iterations of Ruby Sapphire to deal with, and I would not be surprised if we see that this game.
Yeah, we're already off to the races here. Edmund having played a Magic Broom on turn 1, being able to quest with it, gain a lore, then play a Turn of Box Followers afterwards to banish it, draw a card, and then have this Turn of Box Followers that Edmund will be able to quest with and banish if he wants to on the next turn to draw a card as well.
So Ruby Sapphire wants to do one thing very specifically every single game on turn 2. Doesn't matter if you're on the draw, doesn't matter if you're on the play, and that is play one jump ahead. The one jump ahead is one of the most impactful things this deck can do, and if you actually look at the curve of the Ruby Sapphire deck, it tends to go 1, 2, 4 because that 2-cost ramp card is so important. It actually will skip the 3 ink plays for the most part because it accelerates straight up to 4, and a lot of its very impactful cards do exist at 4 in the form of Grammatala here in Flaversham, How Far I'll Go, and such things like that. But now we are over to turn 4, and there is that Grammatala we talked about. We're going to look at 2 cards. One goes into the hand, one goes to the bottom, not to be confused with How Far I'll Go, which will put 1 card exerted into the inkwell and 1 into the hand.
How Far I'll Go is another great follow-up to a card like Grammatala as well, doing those things like you mentioned that Sapphire wants to do, especially early in the game, of ramping, but also putting cards into your hand so that you have more answers. You also have more things to ink if we can get something like a Fishbone Quill down so that you're not diminishing your hand too far.
Grammatala is also one of the better answers to Flynn by itself, so because you will be playing 1 jump ahead on turn 2 and you go into turn 4 and you can actually play that Grammatala to turn off the Flynn. One of the more disastrous things is when the Flynn comes out, maybe the Sisu isn't the follow-up, and all you have to answer is maybe a turn 5 play, maybe you have a Hiram on the battlefield, and there's really not, you're triggering maybe 3 to 6 lore, and that's a lot for Ruby Amethyst to get ahead on. Ruby Amethyst is a deck that gets up to critical maximums of lore in the 14, 15, 16 range, and they can close out the game via these goats and bouncing those goats back to hand.
And speaking of bouncing, we see the Merlin Rabbit being played by Edmund in the previous turn. I believe there's some bounce cards in Edmund's hand too, and I feel like Ruby Amethyst is great at doing this, knowing that you're playing against a deck that has a very great late game. You want to be playing characters, questing with them, and then keeping them safe, especially your rabbits and your goats, by bouncing them back to him, getting the most value that you can out of them.
Yeah, and speaking of, we see Vitalosphere hit the field for Din here. This is a newer addition to Ruby Sapphire. It has been in the deck in the past, but it is partly in there. Okay, firstly, it's in there because it's a 1-cost item. Hiram can hit it. You can draw 2 cards, but it does help you in desperate scenarios to deal with that Queen's Castle. It's not ideal, right? It doesn't draw an additional card. You have to get rid of this card in order to trigger that effect, but it is something. The Queen's Castle is often a must-answer card, and you're willing to play pretty much anything and everything that you can fit in your deck to help deal with that because it's the hardest card for Ruby Sapphire to deal with, and Ruby Amethyst, particularly at this tournament, or specifically at this tournament, was the most played deck in the room.
It also creates some interesting lines where if you have a Tamatoa and a Vitalosphere is in your discard, say you banished it with Hiram to draw some extra cards, if you have the ink for it, you can actually play a Tamatoa, then banish the Vitalosphere, and that's just enough strength on the Tamatoa to rush into a Queen's Castle. We talked about how important that card can be for the Ruby Amethyst player.
Absolutely. Like the Ruby Sapphire deck, looking at set championships, looking at Bahum, was struggling a lot versus this Ruby Sapphire list or Ruby Amethyst list in particular, and there's actually a reason to not play the deck. And I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players realized that they had good matchups into pretty much everything except Ruby Amethyst, and it's a good reason to potentially not play the deck because if it's going to be the most played deck, that's a great reason to be, maybe I should pick something else. But what it came down to is a lot of the deck builders in Ruby Sapphire asked themselves the question, can we tweak the deck in a way that we can increase our efficacy to win the Ruby Amethyst matchup while keeping our other good matchups? And that's why you see cards like Hercules, Vitalosphere, and some of these other tech pieces make it into the list.
Yeah, that's why there's something interesting with Din's list, and that you're not playing the Ice Blocks, you're not playing the Sisus anymore. Those were staples in this list for other matchups as well. So it's interesting to see how Din has been able to adapt to this. And I feel like we're reaching a point in this game where tides are starting to shift. The Ruby Sapphire player is starting to get a bunch of ink in the inkwell. We saw Be Prepared played earlier to clear what Edmund has been doing. Edmund's been doing a great job, though, of not overextending, bouncing characters back into their hand, being able to replay cards like Rabbit, get value out of them, and just slowly creep up in lore.
And Ruby Sapphire is the Sisu in Ruby Sapphire is a particularly good card, but the reason it's made its way out of the list in conjunction with the Ice Blocks, which are also great cards, is because you have to ask yourself, how many uninkables can I afford to play? More than normal, of course, because you have access to Fishbone Quill. Nevertheless, there is an amount in which you have to sort of cut back. back, and that's why we've seen that top end sort of removed in order to make room for some of these lower cost characters and some of these lower curve items that allow you to deal with locations a bit more. But anyway, back to the game, we did have the Madame Medusa hit that here in Flaversham. That is a critical engine for our Ruby Sapphire player. It is part of the core draw engine. It is a great target for Madame Medusa.
Also, we saw the Lucky Dime come down on Din, and this is a really interesting board state, in my opinion, because Ruby Amethyst don't have any cards that interact with items. So as soon as this Lucky Dime is in play, as long as Din can land a character card with a decent amount of lore, every single turn I expect Din to be using this Lucky Dime, gaining a little bit of extra lore, and this is where Ruby Sapphire can jump from a very low lore total up to 20 in just a couple turns.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Ruby Amethyst has absolutely zero way to deal with opposing items, and that dime represents a huge threat on the field. If we see something like a Tamatoa come down, we could see Din able to sort of take this game from what would be like a 5 to 6 turn clock to a 2 turn clock very, very quickly, even though Din is only at 2 lore. Ruby Sapphire can close the gap very, very quickly with this Lucky Dime and this Tamatoa combo.
Yeah, especially with all the items that we already see on Din's side of the board. 4 items total. That means the Tamatoa would have 5 lore on total. And we see Edmund doing his best, just trying to play cards, get some value out of them, questing them, getting closer and closer to 20, going up to 11. Edmund has a ton of cards in hand, so just trying not to overextend into something like a Be Prepared so that he can maybe get to 20 before Din finds a Tamatoa, but we do see a Tamatoa in hand currently.
Yeah, look at that grip that Edmund has. That is so many cards in hand to have at this point. So the one thing that happens is, as a Ruby Amethyst player, once you get to those higher amounts of lore, whether it's over 10 or you're closing in on 15, it's really hard for your opponent to stop you, not only because the goat bounce, but just if your characters quest once, if they just get the pip value that is in the bottom right, that is simply progressing your win condition so much that it's so hard to deal with. And if you really that comes down to card advantage and attrition, right? You're willing that you can put your characters on the field, get the singular quest value out of them, and that is just going to be enough. And your opponent will just not have enough removal to actually get them off of the board before they get that 1 or 2 lore that is printed on the bottom right there.
Right, we just see a goat being drawn off the top of the deck. There's also a couple of Queen's Castles in there, so not even characters, but if Edmund is able to lane to Be Prepared or force Din to play a Be Prepared, then follow up with some castles, we're in an interesting state because those 2 Vitalis Spheres that Din has on his side of the board. Previously in this matchup where the Queen's Castles might put in a lot of work, we've reached a point in the late game where the castles may not stick, or maybe you want to play them, forcing Din to have to react.
Absolutely. So that Be Prepared castle line in particular is an 11 ink play, and Edmund is at 8 ink currently. Also, if we want to talk about some of the goat lines, Goat Bounce Goat, which is a 3 lore play, is a 10 ink play, assuming that you have the goat and the Madam Mim snakes in hand. It goes up to 11 if you have to replace that with a fox. But these are values that all Ruby Sapphire players sitting across from a Ruby Amethyst player that they have in mind. That's why they know that they actually need to slow them down long before they get to that 17, 18 lore value.
Yeah, I mean, even just a couple turns ago, Edmund was only around 8 lore, maybe creeping up on 11. And we see as the game goes on, he's inching closer and closer to that 20 lore count. But I feel like we're still in a race here with the Tamatoa on board and the dime. It may look like there's a large lore disparity, but Edmund's at 7. The Tamatoa and Dime on board could quest for 10 total next turn if you wanted to, jumping him all the way up to 17. Din doesn't need that much more before he can steal the game away.
Both players are actually presenting 2 turn clocks in this scenario, and this game is actually extremely close. I would say I would feel pretty uncomfortable being Edmund in this position, and I would actually think that I would be pressured to remove that Tamatoa. I feel like, to an extent, like you're asking yourself the question, should I 3 for 1 myself or 4 for 1 myself and go ahead and be prep this Tamatoa, because you can't let that Tamatoa get 10 lore, right? If you do, the next thing that hits the field is just going to get dimed and potentially close the game. That could be multiple threats, to be honest. It could be anything like 2 questers like Judy Hops, but also another Tamatoa hitting, and that could just represent game. So you have to ask yourself a question, do I have to remove this Tamatoa when it's the only thing on the field? And maybe the only thing I have to remove it is a Be Prepared.
Yeah, I'm sure Edmund wishes that he had a Lady Tremaine or a Bee King Undisputed, cards that we see pretty regularly in Ruby Amethyst decks. But the scariest thing for me as a Ruby Amethyst player is we are going to remove the Tamatoa, and Din could just have another Tamatoa that you could play the next turn. You know, it feels like they're always there.
Also, keep in mind, Edmund just 4 for 1 himself. I mean, that is an inherently poor exchange, but you are just in that board state. Also, Edmund has built his deck in a way that Tamatoa is a very strong threat. Doesn't have B King Undisputed, doesn't have Lady Tremaine, which by the way, I love that deck building decision. I love the decision to play what is sometimes the more universal and objectively better cards in the form of Madame Medusa, potentially as Akos Sisu, and open yourself up to being weak to Tamatoa, but just saying, I have better coverage over the entire metagame rather than having better coverage over this small portion, which might be the Ruby Sapphire players. But in that, extrapolating from that, we do see Edmund actually go for a 4 for 1 on the negative side of that and have to prep the board with Tamatoa to stop that 10 quest.
And in response, we see Din playing a Great Stone Dragon, a tech card that I've really loved. It doesn't counter a Be Prepared, but playing into a Ruby matchup where you know there's going to be a bunch of your characters in your discard pile, Great Stone Dragon allows you to take those characters from your discard pile, then put them into your Inkwell Exerted, sort of getting more use out of them than you initially did.
Yeah, Double Goat does hit the field for Edmund, and the writing is on the wall. And I think we're going to see, as this game potentially comes to a close, that Be Prepared play was the correct play to lose 3 of your characters and 1 of your cards to exchange for that singular Tamatoa, because you have to slow Din down. This is Din's win condition. Din's win condition is absolutely not putting a Grammatala down and Lucky Diamond that. And you have Goats in hand, so you realize that you are the beatdown, and because you have so much card advantage as the Ruby Amethyst player, and we go ahead and scoop them up.
Wow, what a game. I feel like we watched Ruby Amethyst do sort of what it does best. We didn't exactly see that Flynn Sisu Castle line that we talked about early, but Ruby Amethyst was just so good at playing out just a couple cards at a time, getting that lore early so that as the game went on and that you're eventually going to lose this war of attrition, you can get up to 16, 17 ink, found the 2 goats, played those, and represented game.
What's funny is that our Ruby Amethyst player actually won the battle of attrition. The reason why our Ruby Amethyst player could take that exchange of going 4 for 1 on the Be Prepared is because the Ruby Amethyst player was so far ahead on card advantage, was able to hit the Huron with the Madame Medusa as soon as it came down, was able to draw cards throughout the game, and by sheer card advantage, you can expend resources at a lower rate than your opponent, but because you have so many more cards, you can afford to do that, and that's why we saw the Ruby Amethyst player be able to make that exchange and ultimately win the game.
Absolutely. I mean, Edmund had a stack of cards in his hand at the very end of that game, so I'm eager to see how game 2 goes. We'll see the Ruby Sapphire player on the draw, so I think we should move straight into that one.
Let's do it. Yeah, Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire is one of my favorite matchups in the metagame, and it's particularly interesting as we've seen these Ruby Sapphire lists tech to actually try to get more equity into the Ruby Amethyst matchup. Interested to see if we do see that Flynn Sisu potentially come out. I do see Flynn in hand for Edmund. Obviously, Edmund is on the draw, which makes that line a lot worse. Not terrible, but a lot worse than it would be on the play. Flynn Sisu Castle is probably one of the strongest on the play things you can do in Lorcana outside of Diablo, Diablo.
And we do see Din altering his complete hand, 7 cards back, drawing 7 cards again. So I don't think he found what he was looking for in that opener.
Yeah, so some of the things you're looking for as the Ruby Sapphire player are ideally 1-cost item, ideally Flaversham to do that turn 4 draw. Maybe you want to back out Brawl for the Flynn just in case, but you really need that 1 jump ahead. And I think a lot of Ruby Sapphire players swear by having 1 jump ahead on 2. And the deck is really built around it. Like if you look at the deck, it has forgone the 3-cost inkable characters to actually just skip that and go to 4 because it looks to find this 1 jump ahead, this 2-cost ramp so consistently. We do have the Popsicle on 1, going to go ahead and draw a card. I see the 1 jump ahead in hand as well, so we're going to accelerate to 4 resources. Then once we get to 4, we're going to play the Grammatala, and then the Grammatala will sing that how far I'll go. It's kind of a perfect curve here.
Yeah, pretty great opening hand for Din. We do see a Trinbox followers being played by Edmund, just starting this slow lore gain of being able to quest for 1, potentially drawing a card after that.
Ooh, by the way, we had a very interesting ink decision from Din there. So Din actually drew the Popsicle, I believe, had the Grammatala. Grammatala is the ideal turn 4 play here, but doesn't have another inkable. Everything is uninkable, so had to make the decision to actually ink the Popsicle to keep the Grammatala, and I believe actually needs to find an inkable off the top here in order to play the Grammatala on turn 4. So goes ahead and they find the Fishbone
There
Quill.
we go.
And there's our Grammatala. Grammatala is also going to sing that How Far I Go. It looks like we see another Popsicle off the top, as well as a Lucky Dime in the back there. Surely Lucky Dime will be going to the bottom.
Grammatala just in time, too, with the Flynn Rider coming down, shutting off Flynn Rider's ability, which would give Edmund an extra 3 lore at the start of his turn if he has a character with more strength than his opponent's characters. So Grammatala serving a lot of roles here, being able to help Din sing How Far I'll Go to ramp on this next turn, and also shutting off the Flynn.
All right, so into turn 3 here for Edmund, we do have a Maleficent Sorceress. Going to go ahead and draw that card, replace itself. Grammatala and the Popsicle are in hand. We're going to sing How Far I'll Go. We're going to look at 2. One of these will go into the Inkwell. One will go into hand. I saw a Brawl as one of those cards. That's going to go Exerted. So back over, looks like we have kept the Brawl. We have another Grammatala as well as a Popsicle in hand. Going to lead off with that Grammatala. Look at another 2 cards.
I think this is exactly what the Ruby Sapphire deck wants to be doing, just putting cards into the Inkwell, drawing extra cards so that you can find those answers that you're trying to ramp up to.
Absolutely, and is able to play that other Popsicle, draw a card. By the way, if you should really pay attention to Din's sequencing. Din sequences everything perfectly and gets as much information as possible before doing something like inking a card for the turn. It's always objectively correct to look at as many cards as possible before you make that decision.
We do see Edmund just inking and playing a Merlin Rabbit for turn, drawing an extra card.
Another How Far I Go. We start to see the power of
Man.
How Far I'll Go. How Far I'll Go is a card that is often cut down from 4 to 3 in some of these lists because I feel like the power level of it is so innocuous. It's not easy to evaluate how much impact it can have on the game until you see something like this where it is just absolutely incredible.
I feel like it being a song especially, being able to sing it for free and then ramp and then draw a card on top of it. I mean, having 3 of them now, Din has put 3 extra ink into his Inkwell just from these cards alone.
Yeah, ramp is very, very powerful in Lorcana because what it fundamentally comes down to is a lot of these cards are balanced off of being able to come into the game at a certain turn, and ramp breaks that paradigm. You're able to accelerate them out far before they're supposed to be on the field.
We do see Din playing a Brawl on that Merlin Rabbit, not wanting Edmund to get any value out of it or more than he already will.
Yeah, it's an attrition. It's sort of an attrition thing. Doesn't want Edmund to actually bounce that back and play the longer game against him because sometimes Ruby Amethyst, when it has answers for Flaversham, can have a better draw package in the form of Merlin Rabbit plus bounce.
We do see a Maui being played to banish the Grammatala as well, trying to take down Din's board a little bit. The Ruby Amethyst player being put in a bit more of a reactionary role versus what we saw last game.
Which is not really where you want to be. So Ruby Amethyst can actually out-control Ruby Sapphire sometimes. I would say it's the exception and not the example. Ruby Sapphire is in general a much better control deck. That being said, if you're able to hit all of the Flavershams and you're able to stop all of the Tamatos, and now we start to see the power level of this card. How Far I'll Go being a somewhat recent addition to the list, not in this set, but the last set, was not in a lot of the original ramp lists. And once it made it in, it just feels like an absolute staple at this point. We're starting to see why.
I mean, this is just insane. Edmund only has 5 ink in his Inkwell, and I think Din has 10 or more at this point, opening up all of the lines that Ruby Sapphire has outside of super expensive ones like Lucky Diamond and Tamatoa. But we see the Lucky Dime being played now, and at this point, any character that gets played that has 2 or more lore can be a threat. And as we mentioned last game, Edmund doesn't have any way to interact with this Lucky Dime, so Edmund's on a clock.
Absolutely. Once the Lucky Dime hits, you as a Ruby Amethyst player, you absolutely feel the pressure because we are now in a race scenario, and the Ruby Sapphire deck does have a somewhat level of inevitability to win the game.
Looks like Din is passing the turn over to Edmund, and the Flynn trigger will go off because of the Maui having 6 strength, being the character with most strength on the board.
Yeah, Maui plus Flynn is a very powerful combination. We are back over to Edmund's turn here. We do see the Queen's Castle in hand. Queen's Castle often better against an empty board than something that has Grammatala on it. But still a relevant potential play here. Also has access to another Maui to clean up that board and kind of win sort of this board pretty easily, right?
Yeah, imagine we're looking to get rid of this Hiram Flaversham if we can this turn. Just the amount of power that you have through that card, drawing Din further and further into his deck, usually 2 or 3 cards a turn.
Honestly, I think one of the heuristics, if you were to sort of look at the macro data of every Ruby Sapphire and Ruby Amethyst matchup, would be how many times did they activate Flaversham outside of the original quest. And I think you could probably, if if it was more than 4, or if it was, it would be. I think that the Ruby Sapphire player would be very, very favored. It is a top priority card to actually go ahead and banish.
And now we've set up an interesting board here where Edmund is the only player with characters on the board, and we do see Be Prepared come down. Don't want that Flynn gaining the extra lore off of those Maui sitting there, basically resetting the board state.
Yeah, I still think that Din is extremely favored in this position. That being said, Edmund can drop something like a castle, and Din, if they do not have the correct answers, can be in a pretty bad position. We also see the Merlin Rabbit, so we can start that draw engine package of the Ruby Amethyst player here. That Lucky Dime, though, with so much lore, is just such a threat. It is such a win condition to deal with as the Ruby Amethyst player, and you have to pivot away from the controlling aspect and start to become the beatdown, because you just will not win the long game against the Lucky Dime.
I feel like at this point you can't really be scared as the Ruby Amethyst player. The Ruby Sapphire player has a ton of ink. They've drawn a bunch of cards. They're likely to have answers, and so I feel like at this point you just sort of need to try to pull as many of those answers out as you can, get as much lore as you can, try to get to 15 or 16 ink, and maybe you can land goats. We haven't seen very many of them in the game so far. Just find a way to get up to 20 before these larger characters like Tamatoa end up being played. But we do see another Hiram Faversham coming into play, drawing more cards.
And there's a Develop Your Brain as well. We'll look at the top 2. Oh, that was... yeah.
Almost made a mistake there, putting it into the inkwell instead of the bottom of the deck.
Yep, so that is a very common thing that happens. People will get it mixed up with how far I'll go, and they'll get the other one mixed up as well. How far I'll go, they will put that card on the bottom sometimes.
It can be difficult. There's 3 cards total in the Ruby Sapphire deck that does some variation of that. So luckily caught pretty quickly, but it looks like we're going to play Vitalosphere to help prepare ourselves in case there is a Queen's Castle that does come down into a relatively weak board regarding strength for Din.
Yeah, honestly, going all in on a Queen's Castle here could be the correct decision. It became less of the correct decision as Vitalosphere is now on the field. But if Din does not have an answer to a Queen's Castle and you start getting draw triggers off that, could be in a really, really good position. That being said, we do see that he does have that.
We do see the Sisu being played, removing the Hiram Faversham, and is immediately responded to with another Be Prepared by Din, banishing that. You don't want Edmund gaining the 3 lore off of Sisu for that next turn.
Yeah, and Edmund's list is particularly weak to Tamatoa because it doesn't have access to the Tremaine or Be King Undisputed. Has to be prep it every single time, so it's something to keep in mind as we move into the late stages of this game, that even a Tamatoa, even on an empty board and with no other characters insulating around it to stop those Lady Tremaine-esque effects, is still very, very powerful against Edmund's deck in particular, because it has opted to not include some of those Ruby Amethyst staples.
I think you're completely right. We see Edmund playing a Flynn Rider and a Snake, just forcing Din to have another answer to threats that Edmund continues to play. Madame Medusa is the response on the Snake and not the Flynn Rider.
Yep, because I think we have some redundant cards that could potentially hit the Flynn Rider. Also, after seeing 2 Mauis, I'm not sure that we're worried about a character coming down that has more than 4 strength as well. Also, we know that Din also has a backup Be Prepared currently in hand. We see the Rabbit. That might be the 3rd or 4th Rabbit. And we see Be Prepared come off the top for Edmund. Another Rabbit in hand, and I believe that is the 4th Rabbit. But they could have been bounced back and forth many, many times. That is what this Ruby Amethyst deck does in order to draw cards. Is that, the draw engine in set 1 was actually the Magic Mirror, which is really funny.
Yes.
It's a 4 cost. It's a 2 cost unmakeable card that you could pay 4 and tap it every turn to draw cards, and that quickly made its way out of the list as this Madam Man package came into the game.
Yeah, it's just a little too slow for what we have now with the Merlin Rabbits, and it gets hard to keep up with them as they bounce them over and over.
So one of the universal paradigms of TCGs is if you can find a card with a downside, you could turn that downside into an upside. And these Madam Mims, those are looked at like as downsides. These are overstatic characters, but you will see the way the Ruby Amethyst deck utilizes them, it is often an upside, actually.
Yeah, especially paired with the rabbits and the goats. We saw Edmund drawing a goat off the top. Might be useful later in the game to push him over the edge. Looks like we're thinking about inking a Queen's Castle here from Edmund.
So while I do think that that Din is very favored in this game, it could turn out that some of those characters that Din needs in order to progress that win condition quickly are not not at the top of the deck, because really it is only Tamatoa. Maybe there's a Maleficent there. There's a Judy Hopps that can quest for 2. Everything else in the list actually quest for 1. So a bit all in on trying to find this Tamatoa to progress the win condition quickly with the Lucky Dime. Lucky Dime hitting a one quest character like Madame Medusa. You could potentially get tempoed out by a Ruby Amethyst deck. This is actually very interesting as we start to realize that there's no 8 cost unakeable Sisus or something like that.
That's what I think. It's an interesting decision by Din to not play the Sisus, because although it does play as a great removal card into decks that are running lower strength characters, especially paired with the Ice Block, you're also removing a 3 lore character that you can hit with Dime. Helps you finish those games a bit faster.
And Edmund is just accruing so much card advantage here with these rabbits bouncing them back and forth. So many cards in hand. Can now potentially afford to expend resources at a sort of negative rate here against his opponent, because his opponent just can't keep up with the card draws. The Huron Flavershems, every time they hit the field, are immediately removed. We're starting to see the power of Ruby Amethyst as it matches up into Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, and those Hiram Flaversham engines really are the bread and butter of these Sapphire Ruby decks, especially if you can't get a Tamatoa pulling back Popsicles and drawing many cards. You eventually run into this situation where it's difficult to keep your hand full. You're constantly trying to answer cards on your opponent's side of the board, and if you can't make 2-for-1s or 3-for-1s regularly, then sometimes your hand can get too low.
Wow, this is incredible. I think in the context of this match, in the context of Din's deck, I actually think that Edmund has turned the corner here now, is very, very favored. Because Din, even finding the Tamatoa off the top with so few items on the field, could lose to the pressure of Edmund, especially if some of these goats are bounced back and forth. We could drop a castle. There's a Be Prepared. We're going to draw 2 cards out of this. We have 2 triggers. We do find a Madame Mistake plus a Friends on the other side. I just don't think that Din can keep up with the card advantage that's being accrued by Edmund, and usually that would be offset by the Lucky Dime, because the Lucky Dime is sort of a win condition, and it is very much an aggro card as you go into the late game and have all this ink. But Din just doesn't really have the targets outside of Tamatoa, and Tamatoa is only going to be for potentially for 3 or 4 once it hits here.
And something else to mention, we talk about how strong cards like a Queen's Castle could be. If we see Edmund
triple
3
Queen's Castle.
If we do this, let's say Din responds with a Tamatoa or something strong, Edmund's holding on to a Be Prepared here.
I don't think that Din can do anything about this. Does have the Maui in hand, does have a Madame Medusa, Maui can hit something, the Vitalosphere can give something else rush. But triple, that's about as it gets. That's a 12-ink play, and those have probably been sitting in hand for a long time, waiting for the Be Prepared. That's like one of the best backup plans against Be Prepared.
Yeah, Be Prepared's not going to do anything, and even Edmund holding on to a Be Prepared, anything that Din plays this turn can just be wiped if he tries to respond to this. Those Queen's Castles are representing 6 lore a turn, and over the course of the next 2 turns, Edmund's going to take game.
So funny enough, Din actually has one of the better hands to deal with this. I think an additional Tamatoa in hand plus the Vitalosphere would be great, because you could clear 2 of these, but he's gonna be able to clear a singular castle. The problem is that as we go back over to Edmund's turn, Edmund does have a Be Prepared in hand. It's going to clear both of those and can actually just walk these 2 castles to a win condition. And Din's expending 2 full cards to actually try, very all in on trying to get rid of these castles with D cards. Doesn't have much left in his hand to deal with it. So if we find a Be Prepared here off the back, which we know Edmund has, I think Din's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, we also, Edmund is holding on to that Be Prepared at the front of his hand in preparation. There is a dig a little deeper in Din's hand. I don't expect that that the Maui and the Queen of Hearts is going to last long enough to sing that card, but it would be interesting to potentially try to play to find an answer. Din has an enormous amount of ink, so might be able to even get this off and find something to help him in any way, maybe a Hercules.
We're starting to see why Edmund came in so high in our Swiss bracket, coming in at 2nd place. Just expert Ruby Amethyst play here from Edmund. Was looking very, very dire at the beginning, with Din accelerating to so much ink and being so far ahead, but the corner has definitely turned. There's not even a debate about it. Din is in trouble here.
It looks like Din just inks return, passes, and it's going to go back to Edmund. I assume we're going to see this Be Prepared being played.
And there it is, a Be Prepared. We're actually going to have a backup threat off of it, too.
There's so much ink that Edmund has, being able to be
And
prepared
it's a
and
goat.
follow with a goat.
And it's goat, and there's a bounce. We're going to go ahead and bounce that goat back. And we're looking at game potentially on the next turn here, because we're going to go up to 18, then the goat plus another bounce, which we know is enhanced. That's a Madame Mistake plus a goat is going to be game. not even counting the quest value of this Monomim snake that is currently on the field, there's almost nothing that Din can do. I don't think that Din has enough ink to, even if he found the Tamatoa, it wouldn't be enough. Wow, how Edmund turned. I bet Edmund was keeping those castles at hand for many, many turns. Was accruing so much card advantage, could keep them in hand, didn't have to ink them, and waited for the opponent to be forced into B-prepping the board, then drop triple castle and change the entire narrative of this game very, very quickly. We do see Hercules. Hercules is a decent answer to this. Hercules can one-hit one of these castles. Very, very relevant in this scenario.
Yeah, so dig a little deeper. Din will be able to look at the top, I believe, 7 cards of his deck, choose 2 of them, and put into his hand. Finding the Hercules, which, as you said, is one of the better answers for Queen's Castle. Being able to immediately be played, have Rush and Reckless, has exactly 7 strength, which is just the number of willpower on the Queen's Castle.
And does for the Tamatoa, so the game is a little bit closer, but the Tamatoa needs to do about 7. It needs to do about 11. It needs to do about, he needs to gain the 11 lore, because I don't think we're going to go through 2 turns of Edmund's turn. I do think that Edmund is not going to win the game on this turn, but it's going to get very, very close. I mean, this game is actually neck and neck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
just had the goat bounce, and it looks like Edmund is going to take that in the second game.
Wow, so we went 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow. Yeah, so had the goat bounce goat, which is the three lore play.
It was kind of crazy to see how much ink Edmund had there in that game. I feel like in some of these Ruby Amethyst matchups, you don't get much further than 8 or 9 ink, or maybe you go up to 10 to make sure you can goat bounce goat. But Edmund had enough to play the castles, follow it up with a Be Prepared, and then extra cards on top of that.
Yeah, so I actually missed the snake that was currently on the field, but the snake on the field allows you to go from 14 to 16 with the castle. Then you get the 17 with the snake that's currently on the field, and then goat bounce goat is a 10 ink play and gains 3 lore every single time. And out of the 3 cards in hand, we had the goat and then we had the snake.
It was kind of crazy because Din had a really great opening for a Ruby Sapphire deck, especially on the play. Was able to ramp a ton. We saw all 4 How Far I'll Goes being played. I think he had 10 or 11 ink by the time that Edmund only had 4 or 5, and Edmund just played that perfectly, held on to the Queen's castles, and then just I don't even know what to say.
Yeah,
Like, it was such a strong play.
had the early Lucky Dime as well, which can often be really, really bad for Ruby Amethyst. That's something you're very scared of. But then Edmund took the route of card advantage, was able to draw so many cards, get so far ahead on card advantage than the opponent, and then was able to make that massively impactful play with, the opponent cast Be Prepared, and then you drop triple castle, and then the tides turned.
Yeah, I mean, these are some awesome games. I love seeing some of the best players here playing this out. We've got some extra special games coming for you as well. Congrats to Edmund for making it to the top 8, and also congrats to Dan for making it to top 16. Both of these players are going to be at the Continental Championship, so eager to see what else we have for the rest of the day.
go back down to the feature match here. I'm joined by Edmund Chu. And Edmund, look, you've been to all of the challenges so far. You did really well in Chicago, came up just short of top 32. That's not happening here today. Congratulations on making top 8. How do you feel?
I feel really good. I feel very confident in my deck choices today. I brought the spice, the 2 big Sisus. A lot of people, got caught off guard by that. And one of my favorite plays is to, turn 6, shift Sisu, turn 7, bounce it back, reuse it on turn 8. It feels really good.
Yeah, speaking of feeling really good, let's talk about the record that you've had in today. Because, look, you've gotten the first goal out of the way. You've achieved the Golden Mickey. That's in your back pocket, and no one can take that away from you. Your record in this tournament is pretty spectacular. You've only got 1 loss all day. You've been 2-0ing everybody here today. Is the finish line, like, you actually just want to get first place?
Yeah, definitely the Mickey was definitely the goal. And honestly, like, I, fell short in Chicago, and my main goal was to get the invite. I think that's worth a lot to me personally. And I didn't even expect to come this far, but now I'm here, I got to take it home.
And are we going to see you at most of the challenges? Look, you've been to the first 3. I have to guess you're going to go to at least a few more.
Yeah, I've signed up for Toronto, and I also want to go to Las Vegas and Seattle. So it's really fun. Like, I'm here for the fun aspect, right?
Well, Edmund, I'm hoping to see you at every event, but I'm hoping to see you maybe take home that trophy here today. Best of luck.
Cool. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to the booth here in Dallas-Fort Worth, the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Rebekah. And Rebekah, what a game we got to witness. Edmund is an absolute master of Ruby Amethyst, one of my favorite games I've ever seen on stream, actually. A true back and forth.
Yes, really fun. And congratulations for him to making it to that top 8. He got the Golden Mickey, which is really exciting. All the players, of course, who are making it through to this top 16 are able to secure that really fantastic and unique card.
Well, we have another great game ahead of us. We have a Ruby Sapphire versus a Sapphire Steel. 2 more pillars of our metagame. Yes. Ruby Sapphire actually being one of the less played decks than I expected on the sort of the aggregate. It did convert pretty well into top 64 considering how many people showed up with it, but I actually expected it to be the 2nd most or 3rd most played deck and ended up being the 5th most played deck.
Oh, yeah. Sapphire Ruby is one that it was being played a lot and then it kind of fell off a little bit, but it has some really great representation, not just in the weekend overall, but here even making it to the top 16. So it'll be really interesting to see how this matchup against that Sapphire Steel deck plays out.
Well, let's head down and take a look.
Absolutely. So we have Pierre-Marc over here, Pierre-Marc Duguay playing that Ruby Sapphire deck, and then Stephen Brandt on the right-hand side of your screen playing Sapphire Steel.
Yeah, big fan of Pierre's list here. We are coming into game 3, by the way. Pierre's list does have a lot of tech for both the Emerald Steel and the Ruby Amethyst matchup. Has access to 2 of those 5-cost Uninkable Hercules, a card that was not even in the list, I believe, 2 weeks ago, maybe 1 week ago, start to come in there and set championships to help deal with that Queen's Castle. And the Pegasus there to help deal with Diablo also is another character on board to deal with the Queen's Castle and also helps insulate against Lady Tremaine and Bee King Undisputed effects. So very interesting Ruby Sapphire list indeed.
Yeah, so altering their hands there, what do you think each player is really looking for?
Well, there's a lot of things they're looking for, but in particular, the Ruby Sapphire player is looking for 1 jump ahead. Also would like things like Popsicle and here in Flaversham with 4, but 1 jump ahead is critical to the game's core game plan. You look to have it every single time on turn 2. For Sapphire Steel, also looking for that early game ramp. I'm not sure, I haven't looked at the list if it has the whole new world or no whole new world. That is the key question we have when we talk about Sapphire Steel.
Is there a whole new world there? Yes.
Absolutely.
So we have a Steven who did win game 1, and then Pierre-Marc won game 2. So we're going to go into game 3. But before we get into this matchup, we're going to take a look at the standings and where we are here in the top 16. So let's take a look at, starting with our Maleficent bracket. We see we have an Emerald Steel face-off that's happening here between Eric and Omid. And then we have another Emerald Steel deck facing off with Ruby Amethyst.
Absolutely, and a very diverse metagame there, starting from the round of 32 and progressing forward. And of course, we see sort of our usual suspects of the metagame there.
Absolutely. Yes, in the next bracket, Rapunzel bracket, we have more Ruby Amethyst, but we do have some of these other decks making an appearance. We have the Ruby Sapphire, who's going to face off there with Ruby Amethyst, and then we have one of the Emerald Amber decks that has made it here to top 16. That's going to be facing off with Sapphire Steel.
Amber Emerald is one of the stories of the tournament, right? When people think back to Lorcana Challenge in Dallas, they're going to remember Amber Emerald as the breakout deck of that tournament.
Absolutely.
And on to our Cinderella bracket here. We do have, this is a very steel-dominated bracket, so
Lots
steel
of
is
steel.
the combined color in every single deck here. But we do see one Amber Steel. That was a deck that was not very much expected, but did show up in force. I think it was more played than Ruby Sapphire. But yeah, we see an all-steel bracket. That's quite interesting that this bracket ended up being all-steel. It's kind of aptly named with Cinderella bracket as well.
Yes, absolutely. And so we do know that we're going to see an Emerald Steel deck here in the quarterfinals on this bracket, but it is up to this top 16 to see if Eric or Cross are going to make it there to the quarterfinals.
Let's take a look at our last bracket here, our Elsa bracket, and that is a lot more steel. Steel seems to kind of be one of the more powerful color combinations in this metagame, which makes sense. We have a metagame that's very much dominated by Emerald Steel, and that's because of those Emerald cards in the form of Bucky and Diablo. So Steel pairs very well into dealing with some of those threats. And once again, we see another Amber Steel into this round of 32. So Chris sort of representing that deck with the other player in the Cinderella bracket. So particularly interesting to see Amber Steel and Emerald Amber make it far into day 2 of the Lorcana Challenge here in Dallas.
Yeah, a lot of exciting decks. We are going to take a look at Pierre, Mark, and Steven's game. But before we jump in, one last thing is you're going to want to bring all your odds and ends and bric-a-brac and stick around after this game because we have a brand new card to bring you. It's really exciting. So let's get into this exciting game, and then we'll take a look at that card a little later. So again, this is Game 3. We're 1-1. Steven won Game 1. Pierre Mark won Game 2. So whoever can take this game here is going to be moving on and earning that golden Mickey.
And Pierre Mark, a very well-known Ruby Sapphire player, very well-known for innovating on the deck build and one of the biggest champions of this color combination.
So what does an ideal, we've seen some of the Sapphire Steel decks and the ideal turn 1, 2, 3, but what does that look like for a Ruby Sapphire player?
So for Ruby Sapphire, you're looking to have the 1-drop popsicle here as well, and then but most importantly, you want to have that 2-drop 1 jump ahead to actually accelerate because your deck is built around doing that. But there's one major condition. If you're playing against Sapphire Steel, you would like to find that Fishbone Quill to insulate against potential Whole New Worlds. I'm going to actually check the deck list now to see if it's playing a Whole New World, and it is. So you really need that Fishbone Quill to help insulate against that Whole New World because you want to take advantage of as many cards in your hand as possible, and you're willing to do that at the risk of card disadvantage in order to insulate against your opponent playing a Whole New World and making you basically discard those cards anyway and draw a full new 7. You want to be on a high ink value, and you want to commit things that are in your hand to board as soon as possible.
Yes, that Whole New World, like we've seen in previous games, is such a strong card, and it can really disrupt your opponent, even though you're getting all new, brand new cards, and so trying to get ahead of that and make a plan for how you're going to deal with that Whole New World if it does come down.
Yeah, and so it does look like our Sapphire Steel player is playing the Mickey package as a way to ramp in the early game. We have that 3-cost Mickey, which I'm sure we'll see, and now we see the Argus, the Cyclops. This is usually down there to help deal with Flynn's as well as deal with locations. It is a 4-1. So not super impactful in this matchup, but if you are planning on casting a Whole New World, you might as well get as many cards out of hand as possible. And if you don't have another turn 2 play, might as well play it.
Yeah, he does have Mr. Smee, but maybe he didn't find him in his opening hand when he altered. So at least he has a character on the board.
And back over to Pierre. Pierre has his answer to Queen's Castle as well. Pegasus does have evasive as well, so it's there to deal with Diablo. This is very much a Ruby Sapphire deck that has been teched for this expected metagame exactly, and we see a opposing Fishbone Quill hit the field. Both players are trying to quickly ink via the Fishbone Quill in order to play around that Whole New World card.
Yeah, I love that Pegasus has evasive. Of course, he is a flying steed. And so, how could you have a flying horse without evasive? It's just very on theme.
So interesting that Pierre is going to be on the draw for the third game as well. Would much more prefer to be on the play. It's particularly impactful when you talk about a whole new world because it vastly dictates how many cards you can utilize before the first whole new world is played, assuming that it is in the starting hand of the game. So not ideal, but also this matchup in general, I would say is Ruby Sapphire favored. That being said, it has gotten much better for Sapphire Steel in this set, so it's a lot closer than it used to be. The idea of why Ruby Sapphire is favored into Sapphire Steel actually comes down to the fundamental card quality of the deck, and Ruby Sapphire has the highest card quality of any deck in the game. So once you get to those later turns and you are doing things like refilling your hand with a whole new world, and both players are on high ink totals, the Ruby Sapphire card quality just off the top of the deck should, in the aggregate, be better than any other deck in the game.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you have a pair up like this. You have Ruby, Sapphire, and then you have Steel, Sapphire, so that both of them have that ramp going. So does it really come down to it being a showdown between the Ruby on one side and then the Steel on the other side with the ramp at work?
I would say the decks are fundamentally different because of a whole new world. Whole new world is very it dictates a lot of Sapphire Steel's strategy just fundamentally. So because of that, while they both are Sapphire decks and they both are ramp decks, their core game plans are somewhat different. Until you get to the late game, both decks utilize the Hiram draw package as well as the Tamatoa and utilize Lucky Dime as the end game win conditions. But the big thing that Ruby has access to that Madame Medusa to hit opposing Hero Flavershams, as well as has access to Be Prepared to clear large board states. So one thing that Sapphire Steel does well is it insulates itself against damage-based removal because of things like Cogsworth. Well, Be Prepared doesn't care too much about Cogsworth. Both players are looking to get out an early Lucky Dime. Early Lucky Dimes are particularly impactful in any sort of ramp mirror. And we do see Whole New World in hand for Steven here. We have to wonder if it will be used this turn via being sung by that Tinkerbell.
Yeah, and we did see a Be Prepared in Pierre's hand as well, and he is almost up to, he has 7 ink. Is that something that knowing that Whole New World is coming, is he going to look at playing that to clear Steven's board before a Whole New World can be played?
1000%, because you would prefer that Whole New World
didn't get it. So
you would prefer that your opponent pays 5 ink for a Whole New World rather than sing it. It's a huge difference, actually. Playing it and spending ink to play it is much worse than singing it.
Yes. So we got a Madame Medusa, Maleficent over there in Pierre's hand. I didn't see it. Steven has a Let It Go.
So one thing that it's interesting because there's always this mini game going on where you need to actually prioritize your draw engine. Hiram is very impactful, but you also need to mitigate the Whole New Worlds, and you don't want to get too far ahead on card advantage because it can all be for naught once the Whole New World is cast. But if you think your opponent potentially doesn't have the Whole New World, you do need to accrue card advantage, actually beat them via the Flaversham draw engine. We do see another Whole New World in hand for Steven, though, so has gone runner on those Whole New Worlds, I believe.
Yeah, and we haven't seen a Flaversham yet from either player, but Pierre Marc does have one in hand, so hopefully he can get that down because I feel like that's going to be really key for him.
It's actually less impactful in this matchup than it is in all the other matches because of a Whole New World.
Because of Whole New World.
Yeah, but it's still non-zero, right? That's the sub-game you're playing. If your opponent doesn't have the Whole New World, it's extremely impactful. But if they do, as soon as you play your Flaversham, you draw those 2 new cards, they're going to go to their turn, utilize those 2 Fishbone Quills, dump their hand, sing a Whole New World, and then you're in a pretty bad spot because basically you expended the tempo of playing your turn, you expended your ink, and you expended your cards in a way that was somewhat for nothing.
Yeah. So instead of letting your heart decide, you're letting your opponent decide what's going to happen there with playing that Whole New World.
Yeah, I think that Pierre would really like to have a Be Prepared for this board state to stop Steven from being able to sing the Whole New World. Like I said, if Steven ever goes to his turn and has to spend 5 ink in order to play a Whole New World, that's a pretty good exchange for Pierre. That being said, the Cogsworth does have Void, so it's going to exist as a way to go ahead and sing that Whole New World. We have double Fishbone Quill as well, so at this point, Steven's board is set up in a way where Steven can get more value out of his hand than Pierre can, sort of in general.
Yeah, and like you said, that ward is really hard to get around, which Cogsworth does have, and there's not. I mean, he has to be prepared, but he in his deck, but the one that he had in hand, unfortunately, went into his discard.
And just like we talked about, we
There's
see
another whole new world.
Yep, we see Steven dump his hand and go ahead and sing a whole new world, which is about as good as it gets. Steven was left with 0 cards in hand at the end of that. You actually cannot ask for a better exchange. And now Steven has all of that ink to work with, so has the full new hand of 7 plus all of that ink. And we do see the forest sphere here. Now we're going to see the combo-esque part of this game, this deck sometimes with 4 popsicles and 4 forest spheres. It can absolutely just turbo through its deck. We see the lucky dime. That's a good piece.
Coming
Yeah.
down. Yeah, I think that Steven is up to 12 ink already, which is pretty incredible. Pierre Marc has a lot on his side, but Steven definitely ahead as far as resources go.
Steven ahead in pretty much every single way right now, and is very, very advantaged to win this game. After the last 2 turn cycles, it was really that pivot into utilizing a whole new world as well as you can, also making Pierre discard that Be Prepared and being able to sing that whole new world with Cogsworth, and now just has so much ink as well as the sort of item suite to take advantage of it.
Is this going to be our Be Prepared moment from Pierre Marc?
Potentially. So it's possible, because if you're thinking about another whole new world, also, I think the biggest question you're asking yourself is, are you singing Be Prepared with the Maleficent, or are you actually spending resources to play it out? And there is a Flaversham in hand, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it sung, and then the Flaversham deployed behind that to draw 2 additional cards. Looks like we're going to start it off with the Develop Your Brain. We want more information before we do that. We see another Flaversham and a Madame Medusa.
Yeah, what's interesting with the Sapphire Ruby deck is in a lot of other Ruby decks, like the Ruby Amethyst, you don't have a character that can sing Be Prepared, but because of the ramp with Sapphire, you can get that Maleficent out, and it allows you to sing Be Prepared, and then still have all of that ink to be able to play something else on your turn.
Yeah, so the Tamatoas can always sing Be Prepared, but it's really not what you want to be doing with Tamatoa.
No, Tamatoa is there to quest.
Yeah, Tamatoa is always there to quest, not only because its quest value is so high, but also it has that recursive ability to go ahead and grab an item out of the banish zone and put it back into your hand, which is just so much value.
Yeah. Also, I don't know. I mean, Tamatoa is a pretty good singer, but yeah.
Super interested to see Pierre's play here on how we're going to navigate this board state. It looks like we are going to go ahead and drop the Hiram now, so that would tell us that there's going to be no Be Prepared on this turn. Going to go ahead and draw 2 more cards, which I do think is correct. I think that Steven is actually representing game right now. Believe it or not, I know you're like, oh, Steven's at 6th lore. What do you mean? We're a few turns into the game. All Steven needs is to find another Lucky Dime and a Tamatoa, and even finding a Tamatoa by itself, and he can close this game out in 1 to 2 turns.
Yeah, he has 5 items on board, so if he is able to find a Tamatoa, that Tamatoa would be questing for 6, and then he could Lucky Dime for another 6, and that's 12 lore right there just by bringing 1 character out onto the board.
And Pierre just always has it on his mind that that a whole new world is a possibility here. And it's pretty infrequent that these games go to 0 cards in deck anymore. That used to be the case sometimes in some of these mirrors. It's something you should always consider as you progress through the game, because the Ruby Sapphire deck does draw a lot more cards in general than the Sapphire Steel, because the Sapphire Steel's Hirams are often destroyed by Madame Medusas and things like Brawl. So something to keep in mind as you progress to the super late game.
Yeah. Both players here looking through each other's discards, and of course that's public information, so you can look through your opponent's discard, which I know oftentimes, especially on a day 2 like this where they have open deck lists, they know how many copies of Whole New World that are in that deck. They know how many copies of Be Prepared are on the other side of the table, so if you can look through the discard to refresh your mind of how many have been played, then you can kind of know what to expect.
And there's that Tamatoa. It's going to bring that popsicle back to him. We're going to go ahead and play that popsicle. And, of course, we have the ink available for the Lucky Dime. And now we're going to see Steven start to close out this game. You're going to see how powerful the Sapphire Steel deck is.
Yep, we got the Lucky Dime, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink that he's, or 7 lore, excuse me, that he's going to get off of that Lucky Dime from Tamatoa.
Yep, and Steven is absolutely representing game on the following turn, unless Pierre is able to do something about that. I think Pierre does have a Be Prepared in hand.
He does. Even with that Be Prepared, though, and with...
Steven also has a bell, by the way, so if Steven ever gets close to 15 ink, he will simply win the game with the bell plus Lucky Dime combination, far above 10 ink at this point. So really just needs to accrue two more points of lore, and then we'll be able to close out the game quite easily. The question is can you do that this turn, or is it going to take 2 more turns? That's really the big question here. Pierre is definitely very far behind. I know Pierre is at 0 lore, so it might look like he's obviously behind, but in these ramp matchups, and especially when you talk about Tamatoas and Lucky Dimes, those values can change very, very fast. So while Pierre is quantitatively very behind in regards to lore, if Steven was to stumble, Pierre absolutely could come back in this game and absolutely could end the game in 3 to 4 turns.
Yeah, we're playing How Far I'll Go, which of course is from Moana. Love that song, and I think it's a really great card. I'm glad to see it being played in decks. You have a card, you get 2 cards off the top of your deck, one in your hand and one in your inkwell, which I think is great that you're getting use out of both of those cards.
Yep, so the Be Prepared was a must there because
Yes.
the Tamatoa was representing game. That being said, if Steven does get 2 more points of lore, finds a second Lucky Dime, the game will end. The game is almost certainly going to end in the next 2 turns, 2 of Steven's turns, that is, because likely we'll be able to get 2 lore in some way, shape, or form via that Lucky Dime this turn, and of course the Bell will end it after that.
Yeah, if he plays Bell on this next turn, which he is likely to do unless he has a better option, but Bell is fantastic. Then, yeah, there's with only that Grammatala on board on Pierre Mark's side, there's not much that Pierre's really going to be able to do to stop Steven.
Yeah, it is simply just a 2-turn clock. There is almost nothing that Pierre can do other than try to execute his own game plan, because that 2-turn clock is actually coming from the hand. It is nothing that currently exists on the field other than the Lucky Dime, which Pierre can't do anything about because Pierre does not play Judy Hops.
Yeah, I don't know if Pierre Mark, if there's anything really that he has that could banish an item.
Nope.
Yeah, besides Judy Hops and Sapphire,
So
all the other item removals in Steel.
Exactly. There exist ways to deal with it, but they are definitely not in Pierre's deck.
Not in Pierre's deck.
What's funny?
There's that Bell.
Yeah, well, it's actually not the Bell that's going to represent game. It's the other character that quests for 1 and is a 4/1, because that character will quest plus the Lucky Dime would be enough. So Pierre actually has to remove both characters. Almost certainly won't remove the Bell. Almost certainly has the Madame Medusa. Nevertheless, that could just be a two questing character in the hand, and that would be game for Steven. So Pierre, if I'm Pierre, I think that I have to find a way to win the game on this turn. Even if I remove the board, I have to assume my opponent has a 2 questing character in hand. So Pierre is faced with the very hard task as a Ruby Sapphire player. It would be less hard if you were a Sapphire Steel player of trying to win the game from 0 lore.
From 0 lore.
Actually, from 1 lore.
From 1. Can he go from 1 to 20 in 1 turn? He had a Maui and was it a Fishbone Quill that he picked up there with Develop Your Brain? He just filtering through his deck, looking for answers. What could be his way to make it here? Is there anything?
So
he did pull Tamatoa.
If Pierre had infinite ink, and surely there's an actual value, I still want to do the math right now, Pierre could probably find a way to win. But with this much ink, there is no way to win the game on this turn.
Yeah, just another Grammatala. You got another Tamatoa in hand. But yeah, that's not quite going to be enough. And plus, even if he did get a Tamatoa, he couldn't quest this turn, so it wouldn't do much.
Yes, there's definitely no way to do it right. Right now on this turn, I'm assuming that Steven will have access to something that can be targeted by that Lucky Diamond to win the game.
Yeah, that Lucky Dime. I mean, we just saw Steven pilot this deck so well. Sapphire Steel doing exactly what it was made to do.
What's funny is that I don't think that Pierre can actually remove both characters either. Pierre has access to the Sisu, the ACOS Sinkable Sisu that will get rid of the Bell, but
not Argus.
Yeah, I mean, this Argus is representing game, but honestly, it doesn't matter because Steven almost certainly has something in hand that would also represent game. It's just more of a technicality of like, oh, there's clearly the game is clearly represented on board, and there's nothing I can do about it. But I can almost guarantee that Steven also has something in hand that would fill a similar role. It is funny that Argus, the innocuous 4/1, that quest for 1, is going to be the one to take it.
That's going to be what wins Steven the game here, because if he quests for Argus and then uses that Lucky Dime, then Steven takes the win. So congratulations to Steven. Of course, Pierre Mark and Steven both got invitations to the Continentals, but Steven moving on to top 8, and he gets that golden Mickey.
Yep, fantastic display of Sapphire Steel versus Ruby Sapphire, an age-old matchup of the 2 best ramp decks in the format. And And you really can see how Sapphire Steel has started to increase its equity into that matchup. Ruby Sapphire was previously seen as a almost unwinnable matchup, if not just a very, very bad matchup. And I think it's a lot closer nowadays, and that was a great showing by Sapphire Steel.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again to Steven. Before we move on, as I mentioned, we do have a new card to take a look at. If you're ready, I have a magic word that I think I can say that would maybe bring this new card up for us. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Okay. It's Prestidigitonium. And here we have Merlin's Carpet Bag.
So Merlin's Carpet Bag is a 5-cost uninkable item in Sapphire that says Hockety Pockety. It's a tap 1 ink ability. It says return item card from your discard to your hand. So a recursive threat, kind of recurring those popsicles, recurring those fortispheres, potentially make it into some of these item combo decks that we've seen. We see the support for a true combo-oriented deck sort of increase more and more as we go up in sets, and it's very, very interesting, especially with some of the old Ariels that untap, and there's so many things there. Right now, the current editions of items decks, whether it's Sapphire Steel or Ruby Sapphire, they're much more control decks with a combo aspect to them rather than all-in combo decks, and I think that a lot of players are waiting for the support to be able to play full all-in deterministic combo decks with items.
Yeah. And of course, this art comes from the scene in Sword in the Stone where Merlin is singing, he's packing his bag, hockety pockety walkety whack, and all the items are getting smaller and smaller and smaller into the bag, which I just think is great because it's all about packing as many items as you can into this very tiny bag. And that's exactly what this card is doing, is bringing more items back. And we have Arthur's flavor text down here at the bottom that says, "What a way to pack."
And for all of you limited players, whether it's sealed or draft, this card is actually extremely good in sealed and draft because recursion in those formats is very, very, very good.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fun card. I think, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it finds a place in these Sapphire decks. Of course, we always see a lot of item-focused cards in Sapphire, so I think this will be a fun one. And I'm trying to see, this artist does have some other cards, I believe, in the game. So Gaku Kumatori has quite a few, actually. So Sword in the Stone, Go the Distance, the art for LeFou, which I know has been a really popular card in Ruby decks.
Yeah, shout out to Mouse Armor right there, a card that some people rated very highly in the spoiler season.
Yes, the 5-cost Maleficent that quests for 3 in Sapphire. It was also by this artist. So yeah, this artist has done some really, really fabulous cards. And what I love too is you can see that there's all the sapphire like swirls and everything throughout the art, which is just like kind of that identity of the Sapphire cards. So a really wonderful card, and we're so happy to share it with you all. I hope you are excited about that. And I think we're ready to go to break. We're going to be back with your top 8.
Everybody, welcome back down to the feature match area. I'm joined by Steven yet again. A little bit happier this time. Not that you weren't happy last time, but you've now secured a Golden Mickey. What's going through your head?
I'm ecstatic. I can't even, like I said earlier, I just didn't expect to get this far, but it's amazing. It feels good.
Yeah, it's got to feel amazing. And let's talk about these last two matchups. You said that, into the Sapphire Mirror decks, you probably weren't favored. Now, you got 2 in a row at 2 of the biggest matches you've ever played in your life, and we've got 2 wins. With the way you're running, I think the sky's the limit here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I'm gunning for #1 now. So, against Red Blue, I think my whole game plan was just to go aggressive and keep wheeling and killing as fast as I can, and it worked out for me. So.
Yeah, it worked out really, really well there. Well, Steven, look, I'm going to let you go celebrate. I know you're excited about getting this Mickey, so hey, best of luck in that top 8.
Appreciate it.
Hello, Lumineers, and welcome back. We are here and ready to jump into top 8. Congratulations to all the players who have made it this far. They've secured their invites to the North American Continentals, and they have secured that gorgeous golden foil Brave Little Taylor Mickey.
Yeah, what a beautiful card. But there's still plenty to play for. As you heard Steven say in that interview, he's gunning for #1, and he's not the only one. There's
not the
7
only
other
one.
players, so still plenty to play for here.
Absolutely. And some other amazing prizes, too. We've got booster boxes. We've got prize tickets that they can redeem at the prize wall. So there's a lot on the line here for these players.
And that trophy. I mean, it seems like a silly thing, but to say that you are one of the first 6 North American Lorcana Challenge champions is a big deal. Your name will forever be associated with your serialized Golden Mickey and with that title, which is really cool.
Absolutely. And then the other exciting thing that we saw
Yes.
was a new card.
Yes.
And I know that Liam is particularly excited about this one.
I love this card.
And I think you need to do it. I think you need to do
I
it.
don't know. So the story is, this Sword in the Stone was a very popular movie in our household. It was one of my parents' favorite movies, so we watched it all the time. And the song, I think
How
the
does
song
it
is,
go?
well, I think the song is called Higgitus Figgitus.
Higgitus
And
Figgitus.
some of the lines are so fun, like hockety pockety wackety whack, odds and ends and brick and brack, shrink in size, very small. We've got to get enough room for all. It's where I learned what bric-a-brac meant. So, yeah.
Excellent.
So I saw that card and I was very excited.
That's really, really fabulous. It's a lot of words that you got to do there.
So many words. It's a tongue twister.
It
that
is
song.
a tongue twister.
So to see that card in the game with a really fun effect that bringing items back. I got to look at it briefly, but it brings items back from your discard pile to your hand, correct?
Yes.
So a fun tool that people will enjoy tinkering with.
Yeah, there's so many cards that you can work with around items, and I think that as we get more and more cards, it's just going to become a lot of fun, and that we might even see some of those cards in these really competitive decks. We see already that these item decks, 2 sets ago, a Tamatoa item deck was not a competitive deck, but here we are.
Yeah, here we are. And Sapphire Steel representing very well in this event. We'll see a little bit more of that later in the day. And so I'm glad to see the item decks get more tools.
Absolutely. Well, I think we are going to take a look at our next game. So
brackets. We're going to cut the brackets. All right, next game.
Yes, next game. We have our first top 8 match. So Edmund Chu and Jordan Osorio. So this is Ruby Ami, which of course is a deck that we all knew was going to make an appearance here. But facing off with a deck that I think we were not expecting.
Yeah, no, this Emerald Amber deck is a deck that we've seen already in the tournament here. We've seen it on the stream, but it's a deck that kind of people were playing with in this new season and tinkering with, but it never really broke into the competitive meta in the way that a lot of these other decks have in the top 4 or 5. And now we see it represented in the top 8 here. Yes. 2 of them made it in the second day. 1 of them is still around.
Absolutely. It's really fun to see. I kind of like seeing those outlier decks,
it's always
making
fun.
it through. It's really fun. It's like you're rooting for the underdog. So
kind of, yeah.
We will see. And really, it's playing against this deck that has been kind of the top dog since the beginning.
It is. I mean, Ruby Amethyst has been like the top dog since set 1, the deck that everybody loves to play or hates to play. It's changed its identity, or hates to play against. Yes. It's changed its identity several times over the last few sets. This latest iteration is a lot of fun. It's a little more aggressive. And so I think that that deck here is the 2nd seed. And so we kind of have the underdog coming in against the 2nd seed at Ruby Amethyst deck. And I don't know. I'm excited to watch this match.
I'm excited too. Are you ready to jump into it?
I'm ready to jump in.
All right, let's
Rebekah,
go.
there is a smile in my heart, and you know what they say? When there's a smile in your heart, it's the perfect time to start a game of Lorcana.
Excellent. Let's start. So we have Edmund Chu over here on the left, player 1, and Jordan Serio on the right, player 2. And what do you think these players are thinking here in this matchup? I know that Ruby Amy, that perfect start to the game is that Flynn Sisu combo, and then this Emerald Amber deck, though. What is Jordan looking to do here?
I mean, he's looking to execute his game plan. The interesting thing here, you know, in this dynamic is Edmund, or Jordan, this is a deck that he's planned to play. It's a very popular deck, and so Jordan has probably worked numerous reps with this deck against a Ruby Amethyst deck, and so he kind of knows what his game plan is going to be. Edmund, on the other hand, this is probably not a deck that he prepared terribly much for, and so he's having to study that deck between rounds, figure out exactly what his game plan is, and kind of come up with a course of action here prior to the start of this round. So
yeah, we did see Jordan open or alter his opening hand with getting 3 new cards. I believe it looked like Edmund took just 1 card, which means he probably had a lot of the cards that he wanted to see in his opening hand.
Yeah, so what Jordan's going to hope to do, I think, is first off get a Diablo online as fast as possible. Edmund's got kind of 2 things he wants to do in his opening. One is to try to get Flynn Rider Frenemy online as soon as possible to get an early lore lead. These Ruby Amethyst decks tend to be aggressive in this format, and if you can get a Flynn online and get 6 or 9 lore out of it in the early game, that sets you up for success in the long game. And so Jordan rather, doesn't have many cards that will deactivate that Flynn Rider, interestingly enough. Looking at his list, there is one. It's Sir Hiss. It's a 3/1 on turn 2, which is the one card that he probably wants to play, or he's hoping to mulligan into.
Yeah, he does have it.
And there it is.
Yes, yeah, he does have it in hand, so that's really nice.
So his perfect opening in this game is probably the Diablo on turn 1 to look at the hand, into the Sir Hiss on turn 2 to turn off that Flynn Rider Frenemy if it comes into play, and then perhaps a shift in Diablo on turn 2 or 3 to start taking advantage of that card draw, which there's plenty of in Amethyst.
Yes, this Ruby Amethyst deck is known for its card draw, and we did get a full look there at Edmund's hand because of the Diablo that was played, and there's unfortunately not a Sisu for following up this Flynn. So that's kind of puts Edmund in an unfortunate position there to not have that, because it is a really strong combo that the Ruby Amethyst player wants to see.
No, that's right. That is a card that you want to get on the board for a couple reasons here. In this matchup, not only does Sisu help Frenemy activate, but Jordan has a lot of removal that's based on your character strength. And so there's the Under the Sea, which is the Sing Together card, which sends all cards strength 2 or less to the bottom of the deck. There's also the Muses, which care about your opponent's character strength. And so Sisu is a card that's very difficult to deal with for Jordan, because he's left with a choice of either bouncing it with Mother Knows Best or running challenging with several characters and having to 2-for-1 a very strong Sisu.
Yeah. So we did see Maleficent being played over here by Edmund. He got Be Prepared, which is not a card you want to see necessarily this early in the game.
No, it isn't. And Jordan here doing everything he wants to do. He's got the Diablo on the board, so he's going to be able to take advantage of Edmund's card draw. Here he is able to look for different songs. He
found that Under the Sea.
That Under the Sea. It's an interesting choice because that's a card that he wants definitely for later game, perhaps in the mid game. But unfortunately with Ariel, you have to telegraph it. So now Edmund knows that is 100% available to Jordan. Edmund is able to play around it a little bit. So, you know, Edmund knows what Jordan has, and Jordan knows that Edmund knows what Jordan has. So we'll see how they play around that.
Yes, and then of course Jordan knows what Edmund has a little bit too from playing that Diablo. So they both have a lot of information.
A lot of knowledge here.
Yes, a lot of knowledge.
So Tale as Old as Time here. Maleficent on turn 3 into Friends from the Other Side on turn 4. Unfortunately, for Edmund with Diablo on the board, it's you draw a card, I draw a card. So Jordan getting to draw an extra 2 cards off that Friends from the Other Side.
Yes, and of course that Flynn is just sitting there not doing much, unfortunately, because Sir Hiss with that 3 strength, and then of course you have Diablo and Ariel that both have the same strength as Flynn. He's not able to kick off that extra 3 lore.
That's right. You know, and it's the importance of teching and thinking about matchups, because I guarantee that Sir Hiss is in this deck 90% of the reason is for Frenemy, and to shut that down on turn 2. So we're seeing exactly the reason that card was meant to be put in this deck.
Yep. Oh, there we have Ariel singing together with Diablo for 8 to sing Under the Sea, and we say goodbye. All of your characters are going down under the sea,
Under the sea.
To the bottom of your deck.
Where the grass might be greener, but it's not as good down there for Edmund Chu.
No.
So, and we're seeing all the tools at work here. So now, not only did we send the rabbit to the bottom of the deck, not allowing Edmund to take advantage of any bounce combos, but Jordan got nope, I'm sorry. Jordan didn't get a card off the rabbit because it's during his turn. So, but then we have discard happening, but Prince John comes into play to allow Jordan to draw a card off the discard. So Jordan just getting significant hand advantage here, drawing off the Diablo every turn. Here's going to draw another card off the rabbit, and then drawing an extra card off the discard. So the card advantage here is going to be significant for Jordan unless that Diablo is dealt with soon.
Yeah, and Ruby Amethyst, like you said, Amethyst has so many cards that are great for drawing cards, but Edmund hasn't really been able to kick off a lot of those.
That's true. So one of the things that Jordan's thinking about here, he knows that Be Prepared is available. So he's kind of trying to build up his post Be Prepared hand at this point. He needs to put enough on the board that Edmund's forced to play it. But then Jordan's already planning right now, what am I going to drop on the board immediately after that Be Prepared? And so drawing these cards to give you those options is good. Although perhaps it won't be available. Bare Necessity is coming down.
Now, that's is that a hard choice? I feel like Queen's Castle is such a strong card, and Bare Necessities would allow him to force the discard of a Queen's Castle.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting choice, right? Because Queen's Castle is a card that Edmund would love to use to close out games. That's what this deck does. And Jordan doesn't necessarily have a lot of removal for locations. However, the biggest anti-location card that Jordan has available right now is Cricky. When Cricky comes into play, giving all of his characters +3 strength will allow him to deal with a castle or two pretty easily if he's got the cards to support it. In this case, it won't matter because we see You Have Forgotten Me forcing an empty hand there and just attacking the hand of the Ruby Amethyst player there shuts that game down pretty quick. So, wow.
Wow, that was pretty incredible. That Emerald Amber deck is really surprising me.
Yes, it does two things very well. It discards a lot of cards in the early game. It does not use Bucky, which is the card.
Bucky,
which is the card that we've associated with discard in this meta. Yeah. But it uses a lot of targeted discard cards and cards that bounce cards back to your hand to control the board. Sometimes that's a great combo. Send a card back to your hand, make you discard it. Sometimes you can do it in one card, like we don't talk about Bruno. So a really fun deck to watch in action, and the underdog deck dismantling the number 2 seed there in game 1.
Yes, and one of the top decks. So it'll be interesting to see how game 2 goes if the Ruby Amethyst deck can get ahead, find that Flynn Sisu combo, get some Queen's Castles down. But I don't know. What do you think he's thinking going into game 2?
It's tough. It's tough. I think we'd like to see a Sisu on turn 3 for sure. That's definitely one thing. And gosh, it's going to be a tough matchup. Let's see how game 2 goes.
Game 2, here we are.
Yeah, I don't know what Edmund changes too much as far as his game plan goes. I mean, it's the same thing he's trying to execute last game. I think the Sisu is definitely a card you want to see. It allows you to control the board a little bit if any of Jordan's characters are vulnerable. But you also need some early game removal as early as possible to take care of that Diablo.
Yeah.
Jordan's going to try to get a Diablo on board as soon as possible again. And so you need to take care of that quickly or else the card advantage just becomes almost insurmountable.
Yeah. And it's hard, I think, on Ruby Amethyst, there's not a lot of early removal options, I don't think.
No, there is Brawl. Brawl is the one that Edmund's going to mulligan or alter his hand very strongly for. And you see he does have a Brawl in his opening few cards. That is a card he definitely wants to have in his opening hand.
Now, knowing that Bare Necessities, though, is out there, and that's going to be something that Jordan would be looking for that Brawl to discard out of his hand, that's tough.
It's so tricky. This is one of the reasons Diablo is such a strong play, being able to shift it on turn 2, because there's a scenario where Diablo on turn 1, shift Diablo on turn 2, sing Bare Necessities, and pick that Brawl, which would then remove Diablo. So it's just Diablo is such a difficult card to deal with when you can shift it on turn 2.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you have cards like Bare Necessities or like a card like Ursula that can discard a song, that it's like you really want certain cards in your hand at the opening to be able to answer your opponent's board, but there's that risk there of having those cards removed. So kind of puts you in a tricky situation.
It does. It does. So I'm looking at Jordan's hand. We do see the Diablo. I'm sure we'll see it. There it is. We'll take a look at the hand here. We'll all take a look at the hand.
Yes.
And look at this. We do see the Brawl. We see the Sisu. We see the Frenemy. So 3 cards Edmund likes to have in his opening hand.
Yes. I don't see... I don't see bare necessities on Jordan's side. I do see You Have Forgotten Me, though, which would force him to discard 2 cards. We see that Diablo. I also saw an Ariel, so he can find some song cards. So maybe he'll look for bare necessities.
Maybe he will. We also, let's see what else. I'm trying to look at his hand.
Kita, Diablo, Sudden Chill, maybe
Yeah.
the Surhis there, I think, that we have. Yep.
So let's see. We do have the Diablo Shift available. And we do have the Surhis to shut down the Frenemy. So again, a card that Jordan is putting here most definitely to deal with the Frenemy. So it'll come down here and prevent Frenemy from activating. Of course, Edmund then has the Sisu answer on turn 3, which is going to be a difficult amount of strength to overcome. So perhaps we will see a Flynn activation here.
One of the things I love about Flynn is that in the art, he's got that little knapsack, you know, where he's running away. He's just robbed some stuff. And I feel like that's what he does here in the game. He's like running away with 3 lore on turn when his ability is activated.
Absolutely. So here's an interesting decision. Jordan chooses to trade the Diablo for the Chernobog's followers. Rather than leverage the shift, if he wanted to do that, the big consideration here, I think, is hand size. Edmund is putting a lot of characters on the board. We know we have an action in hand, which he could use to get rid of Diablo. So that's a line that's available. And Jordan perhaps is probably making the consideration that I'd rather prevent that 1 extra card from Chernobog's followers, because if he can get to turn 4 and use the You Have Forgotten Me and perhaps sing a Sudden Chill, because I believe that's available as well, we can put Edmund into top deck mode very quickly here.
Yep. We do see that Ariel went into the Inkwell, and we're playing that Prince John, which, that Prince John has done a lot of work in these both the Emerald and Amber decks that we've seen play today.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Prince John is a card that was very popular in the early discard meta back in set 2. Fell out of favor. It's back now. It's a card that says whenever your opponent discards a card, you get to draw a card. So we're definitely seeing Jordan set up that discard combo coming up with Sudden Chill, You Have Forgotten Me.
And we did see that Edmund did find that Sisu, which is great for him because that really helps with the frenemy and that ability kicking off. So he did get the 3 lore from Flynn on this last turn, which is really, really fantastic for Edmund to take that early game lead. Of course, as we've seen, having that early game lead does not always guarantee you a win.
No, that's true. So it is really interesting here because I think Jordan is setting up to empty Edmund's hand. But as you pointed out, Edmund able to gather 6 lore here with the Flynn Rider. The Sisu is a very strong character, very difficult for Jordan to deal with. He's going to have to trade several characters or find the exact right removal card in order to deal with it. So Edmund, in this deck wants to get into the late game. If it wants to collect lore early, as it's been doing, but then it wants to get to 10, 11, 12 lore, get into the late game where it can use castles to close things out and perhaps goat and go bounces. So Edmund kind of doing what he needs to do to drive the lore total here in the early game with that frenemy. It is setting himself up for success later, although we're going to have to do it in top deck mode potentially because we're about to lose the majority of our hand.
Yeah, he did just have to discard 2 cards there with it. You Have Forgotten Me action being played. And he had to get rid of that Brawl, which I know he would have liked to have kept in his hand. And I didn't see what the other card was that he put down. He has a Friends in hand, and that might be it, or does he have another card behind there?
I think that is it. So the rabbit represents a card when it's removed, and we do have the Friends able to recharge the hand a little bit. So we'll sing Friends with the rabbit, draw 2 cards, draw into another Brawl, and we also draw into a Snake, which can bounce the rabbit and give him another card. So this is a game of card advantage at this point, and Edmund drawing into all the right cards to keep his hand alive here. Here we are bouncing the rabbit, drawing another card. The rabbit's now available to be played. So kind of drawing into the right things, questing for 2 of the Sisu, pushing himself to 11. So looking very, very good here.
Yeah, and again, he did get that 3 lore off of Flynn at the beginning of his turn. So yeah, up to 11 already, and Jordan just sitting at 2.
Yeah, that again, I'll point out that Sisu is one of the critical cards in this matchup for a variety of reasons. Jordan just doesn't have a lot to deal with it. And particularly when you play it with the Flynn Rider, it's representing 5 lore a turn, 3 off the Flynn and then 2 on the quest. And Jordan just is looking for ways to answer it right now.
Yeah, last game, Jordan definitely had all the cards that he wanted when he wanted them. And this game, he's not quite there.
He has some answers, just nothing for the Sisu, unfortunately, that I can see. And I think so. It's interesting. Jordan has ways to win this game. Last game he won by attacking his opponent's hand or impacting his opponent's hand and removing those cards, removing Edmund's options. This game he pursued a very similar strategy, I think, setting up for those discards, but Edmund just drew into the right cards. And so Edmund able to recharge a little bit, give himself just enough to keep this game going. And I'm not sure how Jordan's going to answer that Sisu. That's how we're going to answer the Sisu.
He's going to trade 2 characters into it. He said, I really don't like that Sisu there, so I'm willing to banish 2 of my own characters by challenging into it.
It is really the only answer. There's one other with the hand size the way that it is right now, and that is Mother Knows Best, which is available. But at this point in the game, that makes the Sisu available to be played again. So that bounces back to the hand. Edmund would be able to play it. So here we do see the Kita.
Kita is a great card from Atlantis. I love the art on this. Atlantis, I know, is not a really popular Disney movie. It kind of was in a time, I think, when people weren't, I don't know, it's not a musical, but it's such a great movie, and I'm so glad that we've gotten some characters from that in the game. And Kita is just fantastic and is fantastic in this game, in this deck.
You're right. Beautiful art. Fun movie. Kind of played in an era where some people were falling away from Disney, but it's a wonderful movie. I love it so much.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Atlantis,
Great one-liners.
If you're watching, some of the characters are. We need more of the Atlantis characters in this game for sure.
I love it so much. Watch Atlantis.
Watch Atlantis.
But Kita's a fantastic card in this deck. When it comes into play, all characters get -3 strength until the start of your next turn. So it's somewhat of a defensive card, but it also sets up nicely for a card like Under the Sea, which cares about the strength of your opponent's characters. Unfortunately, not enough resources available for Jordan to take advantage of Under the Sea. We know that is in his hand. But we will use Kita to sing We Don't Talk About Bruno. And
you can't talk about it.
I have to talk about it. We just played it. So We Don't Talk About Bruno, a card that sends a character back to your opponent's hand, and then that player discards a card at random.
Yeah, that's why you saw them rolling the dice there, which really does help make it very random. And unfortunately, he lost that Madame Medusa, which that's such a great card in the Ruby Amethyst deck. And, will we see the Flynn come down again, or is Flynn now ink?
Flynn might be ink. Sometimes you see players set up the frenemy in the late game after a Be Prepared, once they've cleared their opponent's board. So we might save it for that, but it is a very tempting ink target. Madame Medusa, probably a pretty nice hit for that discard.
Friends on the other side. His friends were at work there.
But now Friends from the Other Side being sung by the rabbit, again giving Edmund the cards he needs. And so Ruby Amethyst is really in its element here with rabbits on the board, bounce cards available. We've got some removal options. We have another Friends from the Other Side in hand. Madame Medusa now is going to take care of that Diablo to get that draw engine offline for Jordan. And it's a really tough spot for Jordan here.
Yeah, this game has really gone back and forth. I felt like game 1, Jordan was just able to do everything he wanted, and Edmund couldn't find the answers. But this time around, it's really kind of going back and forth, even though Edmund is at 11, Jordan's only at 2 lore, but that doesn't mean he's out of the game by far.
No, and a great play here, playing the Ursula Deceiver, able to pick that next Friends, leaving Edmund with 2 cards in hand. Unfortunately for Jordan, we still have one of them is a rabbit, which again will give you more cards. Jordan really has 2 ways out of this game. One is to eventually clear the board and then set up his characters to quest out. The other option is to really attack Edmund's hand and get rid of those cards, so Edmund just doesn't have anything to play.
Yeah, and he did also play a Sudden Chill there. Another card from all the way back in set 1. Sudden Chill, of course, coming from the Cruella de Vil song. Such a great card, and the art and everything, but forcing Edmund to discard down to just 1 lonely rabbit in hand.
1 lonely rabbit, but a good card to have. The rabbit is one of the best cards in the game, I think. It gets you 2 cards, potentially more when you pair it with bounces, and it's exactly what Edmund wants to be playing in the end game here, to draw cards to get him towards his answers, and we drew another one, so yes. Rabbits everywhere.
Rabbits everywhere. He also has a Queen's Castle in hand, which we haven't seen now does he have 2 Queen's Castles? Queen's Castles in play much from any of the Ruby Amethyst deck today that I've seen, and it's going into the Inkwell. Does he put the Queen's Castle down so that if he can get a Be Prepared or something that he can keep that location on board?
It's an interesting play because one of the end games that this deck likes to do, and we've seen it in other events, is get to the end game, build up a couple castles in hand, and then play 2, sometimes 3 castles simultaneously, which is just way too much willpower for your opponent to deal with to close out the game. And of course, Jordan doesn't have a lot of answers. He does have Cricky, which I think is his castle answer. But here choosing to ink it instead. And I think what the game plan here is, Edmund's at 12 lore. The closer you get to 20, the closer you are from a goat being able to close you out the game. So Edmund is perfectly content to take 1, 2, 3 lore a turn from his characters, and wanted to get that rabbit on the board to recharge his hand a little bit and perhaps get a lore off of it before drawing another card.
Yeah. Now, he did just sing Painting the Roses Red, which is a card that reduces the strength of a chosen character, and then the Muse's ability kicks off so that he can bounce a card back to hand. And on Edmund's side, he did actually draw that Be Prepared on this turn. So he has that ready to go when he feels like it's needed.
Yeah, an interesting choice there. Bouncing the rabbit back to hand gets that quest off the board, and although Edmund does get to draw a card off of it, which doesn't feel great, but now Edmund only able to quest for 2 rather than the 3, so getting closer and closer here to goat range.
And there's our Be Prepared. Be prepared.
There it is.
I don't sing it as well as Baker does.
Yes, yes. But just too much there. Jordan, knowing the writing's kind of on the wall there, looks like decides to scoop the Be Prepared, clearing the board. And we talked about card advantage and how important it is.
Yes.
In the early game and in game 1 with that Diablo and the King John, or Prince John, getting Jordan some significant card advantage, it kind of swung in that game. And we saw all the card advantage was with the Ruby Amethyst deck, with the rabbits, and with
So
the
many
friends,
rabbits.
so many rabbits, and then Jordan down to just a few cards and not the ones that he needed. So what a back and forth.
Very much back and forth. Very different from game 1. So it's going to be interesting how game 3 plays out. We're going to game 3. They're trying to get to the or to the semifinals. There's a lot on the line here. I mean, all these players, they want to get into the finals. So there's one game between them and top 4.
Let's do game 3.
Let's jump in.
So as we highlighted last game, I think one of the big differences last game was the Sisu on turn 3.
Absolutely.
I mean, that...
Yeah, having Flynn down and then without that Sisu in game 1 just really didn't help Edmund at all. Flynn was not doing anything out there on the board. So, yeah, that Sisu really made the difference.
The Sisu represented, I think, when you consider the frenemy lore and the quest lore, it must have been 10 or 12. I don't know. But it was quite a bit of the lore that Edmund accumulated at the end of the game was off that one card, combined with frenemy.
Yeah. So I'm sure as he's altering his hand, that's really Edmund is looking for Flynn Sisu.
That's true.
Flynn Sisu.
The other one is the Brawl, and not because it was ever played, but I do think the fact that Edmund had the Brawl in hand meant that Jordan chose not to use the Diablo in the early game because it was an easy target for Brawl. And so perhaps that affected his thinking. So even just having the Brawl and Jordan knowing the Brawl is available made his decision-making a little different. The other problem with Brawl is it's an action and not a song. So Jordan does have Deceiver, which can take care of songs in Edmund's hand, but cannot take care of the Brawl as it can't be sung.
Yes. Which is why that Bare Necessities comes in handy on Jordan's side, because that allows you to discard any non-character card.
Yes, and so here we do see, speaking of Deceiver, we see a couple there. We are going to hear Inca Diablo rather than play the Diablo. So without the shift line available, Jordan decides, I'm not going to take a look at your hand. I'm not going to threaten that. I know the Brawl is something you probably altered your hand for. So inking the Diablo instead of playing it on turn 1.
Yeah. It doesn't look like Edmund has that Sisu. He does have a Flynn in hand. He also has a goat, some rabbits, but yeah, not finding that Sisu here at the opening of the game.
That's true, and I also don't see a Sir Hiss, which again is Jordan's ideal turn 2 play to take care of that frenemy. So instead, we'll see an Ursula Deceiver. So rather than taking a look with the Diablo, we'll take a look on turn 2 with the Deceiver. There are no songs available, but we do have some of the cards that Edmund needs to keep his hand going. We have particularly the rabbit.
Rabbits, yep, those rabbits again. They're everywhere.
But no turn 3 Sisu.
No, and now he does have another Flynn. Yeah, that not having that Sisu it might make the difference between this game going Edmund's way or Jordan's way.
It's definitely a different game. I think both players are not on their ideal draw,
Yes.
but it's also worth noting that Jordan, without that Sir Hiss, of course, the aerial will come into play and shut down the frenemy on its own, so that isn't a worry. But yeah, not having that Sisu is definitely going to make this a different game.
Yeah. Mother knows best over here, and let's see here. What else does he? Is that we don't talk about Bruno?
I think it's we don't talk about
Yes.
Bruno. I will say Mother Knows Best is a great card for Jordan to have. It is the one like unconditional removal option as far as actions go. Most of the others care about the strength of Edmund's characters, and so Mother Knows Best is the one answer for strong characters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting. All these cards that they have an action that is dependent on a character's strength. It makes it a very different game.
That's true. So here we have, we'll see
There's
Baroness.
that Bare Necessities.
And we'll
He grabbed that with it. So he played the aerial and he took Bare Necessities into his hand. And then
Yes. Now we did have the option to sing it there, but which we did not do, which Jordan did not do. So passing the turn back to Edmund. This is going to be a challenging game. Part of the problem is I think the longer this game goes, the more it favors the Ruby Amethyst deck. So Jordan won that first game by aggressively forcing Edmund to discard cards. And without that line, it's a little bit more difficult of a game for Jordan. Edmund knows that Jordan has that big combo with Kita and Under the Sea available, and so he's going to be very careful about overextending and becoming vulnerable to that combo, the same way that players are used to playing around Be Prepared. So Jordan has to start thinking about gathering lore, I think, in the early game if possible, and trying to set himself up for success, because Edmund, as the game goes on, is just going to draw more and more cards, and I don't know, it's going to be difficult to overcome Edmund's advantage there.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be really interesting, back and forth. There's that Prince John again. Yeah.
That is true. So that's perhaps why we didn't see the Be Prepared or the Bare Necessities earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We don't talk about Bruno sending the fox back, and then we will discard a card.
Sure, which makes sense because that fox with the 4 strength, that was going to allow Flynn's ability to kick off, to gain the 3 lore. And so by returning that back to his hand, that guarantees that Flynn won't kick off at the start of Edmund's next turn.
Absolutely. And there's, I think, a fantastic hit on that. We don't talk about Bruno. Getting rid of that rabbit is Edmund wanted to play that mid-game for sure to get that hand advantage. I think the one way that Jordan gets out of the scenario is card advantage. He has plenty of cards with Diablo and with Prince John, which will allow him to draw a lot of resources to perhaps flood the board and then deal with Edmund. And so if he can get a Diablo online here in the next little bit and continue to take advantage of Prince John's ability, perhaps that card advantage will allow him to overcome the advantage that I think Ruby Amethyst has in the late game.
Yeah. What do you think that Edmund is looking for at this point in the game?
Another rabbit.
Another rabbit, yeah. he needs friends. He needs friends.
That is true.
Friends or rabbits.
So there's a couple things he's got going on here. One is he does have the frenemy on board, and so if he can play anything with 3 or 4 strength, that forces Jordan to respond. And speaking of a card with 4 strength, here we have Madam and Fox coming down and taking care of that aerial spectacular singer. And again, it'll be available to activate frenemy, so Jordan has to deal with it unless he wants to give Edmund a free 3 lore.
Which the fox does have 2 damage on it, so it's possible that Ursula could maybe challenge into the fox.
Yes, I think Ursula could clean that up pretty well, but that reduces some flexibility here. Ursula is a card that could sing Sudden Chill, for example, and so now Edmund having to make the decision: do I sing with a different character, perhaps making Prince John vulnerable, which you don't want to do, or do I take care of the fox? These are the decisions you have to make.
All these small decisions that all add up. I talked about it with Brendan earlier. It's all those little tiny decisions that add up that help somebody win or lose a game.
And that's the interesting thing about Lorcana. Sometimes, this simple decision about what to ink in a particular turn, it's this card or that card, can have huge ramifications in the late game. And you can often point back in a game that you've lost to a very specific moment, to an innocuous decision, and point to that as the one where the game turned.
Now, this is interesting. He inked Bare Necessities, actually, and then used the 2 ink available to him to play Sudden Chill instead of singing with Prince John, and did go ahead and challenge with his Ursula into Madam Mim Fox.
Yeah, Jordan is definitely looking at Edmund's hand. He knows he got rid of the rabbit, and so definitely trying to put as much pressure on Edmund's hand as possible.
And we have Edmund with 1 lore on the board.
Yeah, there's the goat lore.
The goat lore.
Merlin Goat, of course, a card that everybody loves. Again, loves to love or loves to hate. Very thematic since we saw his carpet bag revealed.
Absolutely.
But this is a card that gains the lore whenever he enters and leaves play. Critically here, though, it's a card with 4 strength, which will turn on Frenemy. Frenemy will see Merlin Goat at the start of the next turn, so Jordan has to think about that again, unless he wants to give Edmund a free 3 lore.
Yes, which is, I'm sure he does not want to do.
No, not at all. So again, I think Jordan's strategy here is working on Edmund's hand size. So he'd love to draw into some more discard. We do have the Diablo available there. Without the shift, it'll take a turn to set up and get online. So that's a card that Jordan would love to have available right now, because Edmund's way back into this game is drawing more cards. So if we can get a Diablo online, that would be great.
So Mother's knows best on the goat, which did give Edmund another lore.
That is true. It gives him 1 lore, but it critically turns off that frenemy lore. And, you know, if Edmund wants to get that goat on the board, we have to spend a whole nother turn playing it again. So Jordan trying to maintain tempo here, trying to keep Edmund on his heels. Edmund can play the goat again, but it's going to take a turn to do so.
Yeah. And then, of course, even if he does get the goat down, that doesn't help with Flynn's ability all the way until next turn.
Oh, and what a play. So here, Edmund top decked a friend from the other side. With a goat in play, he sings from the other side and gets 2 lore. Bouncing that goat, as unappealing as it is to give your opponent a lore, prevented that friend from the other side from being sung there.
Yeah.
And here we have the Madame Medusa, the perfect answer to the Diablo. Jordan is definitely sad to see that bird go.
Yes, Edmund's very happy though. That bird can be quite a nuisance, flying around looking for all the trouble it can find.
All the cards. You get a card,
cards.
I get a card. You get a card, I get a card.
Yes. Fun fact about Diablo, he appears in pretty much every scene that Maleficent is in the movie, in Sleeping Beauty.
Fascinating.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I have to take a look. Definitely a malevolent presence, though, throughout the movie.
Yes. And a strong presence here in the Emerald deck.
Indeed. So here, unfortunately for Jordan, not a lot he can do. He does have the Under the Sea card. Unfortunately, with the current board, it only affects Frenemy if he wants to sing it. The other option is Cricky, a card with that can come down and give 3 lore. Also gives strength to Jordan's characters, but there's nothing to challenge into. So Jordan questing here with Sir Hiss for 1, inviting the challenge there from Madame Medusa perhaps, and passing the turn back over to Edmund.
Which Edmund will get that 3 lore off of the Flynn Rider this time because of Madame Medusa having that 4 strength. So finally Flynn was able to run away with some lore here in this game.
Absolutely, and Madame Medusa there available to sing that friends from the other side, getting Edmund those cards. Again, Jordan would love to have Diablo in play right now, but Madame Medusa taking care of that. So I think this is a critical few turns here with the bounce of the goat, followed by removal of Diablo. The removal of Diablo really might be one of the key plays for this game.
Yeah, interesting. He's inking another goat there and played the Maleficent to draw another card. Just looking for more answers to make sure he can stay ahead in this game.
Just watching his hand size, making sure that what matters more to him right now is hand advantage, not lore. But speaking of which, with 3 characters on the board with 2 strength, it feels like the perfect time to send them to the bottom of the library, or the bottom of the deck, rather. So Jordan singing Under the Sea, and then challenging into Madame Medusa after the Cricky play. So cleared up Edmund's board there pretty effectively.
Yes, those cards are going to be on the boss's plate for sure. For dinner.
So now, wow, things have swung as far as the board state goes.
Yes.
With Prince John and Cricky, we're representing 5 lore on board, 6 with the Ariel. So Jordan could start to chip away at the lore lead there. Edmund, of course, with the Rush character there, Madame and Fox, taking care of Prince John. Not a card that Jordan likes to see go, but forced to use it in that scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, that Cricky really came down at a lucky time for Jordan.
That is true. It is a lucky bug.
Lucky bug. Cricky, if anyone doesn't know, is the lucky cricket from the movie Mulan. I love that these literally very tiny characters in this case showing up in Lorcana, characters that aren't it's not the Mickey Mouse or the Simba from Lion King. You have Cricky, showing
Yeah.
up here in the game. Super fun.
Some of the most innocuous,
Yes.
small, fun characters doing the most work.
Yes.
Bare necessities coming down here. Jordan choosing to discard the friends from either side from Edmund's hand, and then challenging into the Merlin Fox. Merlin Fox, a card that Edmund's happy to get off the board, but also Aerial Spectacular Singer, susceptible to the 2 brawls that Edmund has, so knows he's likely to lose the aerial anyway, or at least it's possible. And then Edmund drawing into a rabbit.
There's another rabbit.
A rabbit.
Yes.
It's one of the cards that he wants to see. So where Edmund was down to just a few cards in hand, a couple cards in hand at one point, now managing to regain that card advantage, and having gotten rid of that Diablo, it's just, you see the advantage swing the other way here.
Yeah, and then putting down that Queen's Castle and moving Rabbit over there. I love having rabbits in the castle. Did you know that rabbits like to hang out in the Queen's Castle?
I did not, but apparently it's true. He looks happy there.
Yes, very happy. Because if you somehow, if Jordan's able to banish the rabbit, Edmund gets to draw a card. But if it stays there, he gets to draw an extra card at
That's
the
true.
beginning of the turn. So it's kind of nice for the rabbit to just hang out there at the Queen's Castle, because either way, you're getting a card.
And that's absolutely true. And Queen's Castle here doing double duty. Not only is it a difficult card for Jordan to deal with, forcing to devote resources to removing it, otherwise Edmund advances his win condition, getting 20 lore, or it draws him a card at the start of the turn.
Yes.
But Jordan, with the cards in play to deal with it,
He does have bare necessities, and a brawl goes into the discard there.
yeah, double check. Cricky with 3 strengths, or Hiss with 2 strength, and Ariel all could get rid of that castle to prevent that card draw. But Jordan now having to devote characters to getting rid of the castle, or quest or sing. So Edmund forcing him in a position there to deal with the castle and the card draw, or to quest for 4 lore. Jordan there opting to quest for 4 to even up the lore total.
Yes, and so he did get to draw 2 cards there at the start of his turn because of the rabbit being at the castle. And I believe it looks like Jordan's hand got emptied out on his last turn, so he doesn't have any options right now, at the mercy of the top card of his deck.
Yeah, we see and then we see a broom come into play. Magic Broom, Illuminary Keeper is a fun
Yes,
card.
That is a fun card.
Whenever you play another character, you may banish that character to draw a card. So Edmund choosing to use that immediately after playing Frenemy, drawing another card, and we draw into a Maui, which will make quick work of Cricky, banishing Cricky and sending it to the discard pile.
Yes. Maui is another one of those cards that it's been around set 1 and has always had a strong place in any Ruby deck. It's one of those automatic includes when you're building a Ruby deck.
It's a very good card, and this one's a particularly beautiful card, the Enchanted version there in play. I love to see it. So Jordan thinking about his outs here, not a lot available. I didn't see what's in his hand, but it's going to be difficult to come back from this. Really what he needs is a Diablo or something to draw more cards. Unfortunately, he knows that Edmund has brawls available, unless they've been inked, which I didn't see. I think we also have a Be Prepared, so it's a challenging position to be in.
Yeah, I think he did. Oh, there's You Have Forgotten Me. So the 2 cards that Edmund did have in hand going into the discard, another broom and that Be Prepared.
So the Be Prepared is gone. That's nice. So Edmund forced into top deck mode. Unfortunately, going to draw an extra card from the castle there. So 2 cards at the start of the turn, maintaining that card advantage he's had, it seems, for the last few turns.
And then he also gets the 3 lore for Flynn, of course, having that Maui on board with the most strength between the 2 players.
And the 2 from the castle. So things are really getting out of hand here if Jordan wants to rein him in. He's going to have to do it soon. Brawling the aerial, and it just escalated so quickly there. And the Ruby Amethyst deck walking away with the victory. Wow.
That was a game.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game. Wow, what a series. It's so fun. I loved that series.
It was great.
You had the Emerald Amber deck in the first game taking advantage of one of its strategies to force the Ruby Amethyst deck into top deck mode, and it did it very effectively. We saw the game end very quickly. Tried to do it the next game. Unfortunately, the Sisu made all the difference.
All the difference.
And the Sisu is what allowed the Ruby Amethyst deck to run away with the game. And then in game 3, no Sisu, so that wasn't an option, but drawing the right draw cards at the right time enabled the Ruby Amethyst player to get back in the game, to get away from that, or overcome that strategy of the discard that the Emerald Amber player is trying to run, and it was just, it was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
There was rabbits. There was friends. It was Queen's Castle. Everything that Edmund needed to make it to top 4.
I love everyone. This is why Lorcana is great.
It's
All
so
right.
great. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Well, that was a great match. We are going to have our next game coming up after this break.
I'm so excited.
Hey everybody, welcome back down to the feature match here. I'm here at Edmund Chu, fresh off a win here in the top 8. Look, you've already got that Mickey secured. You're going into the top 4. How does it feel to be this close to a victory?
I mean, after the Mickey, honestly, like, it just feels like a free roll. So I'm not really pressured that much, so it feels good.
Yeah, now going into your next match, you're going to be playing against Emerald Steel. How are you feeling about that matchup so far? I think you've done pretty well so far in the tournament against that.
Yeah, I faced 5 Emerald Steels so far, and I've 2-0'd all of them, so I feel confident. I think the extra 2 Sisus definitely help a lot, so it feels like there's like 6 be prepareds in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I can't wait to get this matchup going. I'm really excited to hear it. And actually, hold on one second. I'm getting told by production right now that I got to go cast this match. So, tell you what, can you take over here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll see you in a little bit.
Back to you.
And welcome back to the booth here in Dallas, Fort Worth, the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm Brennan Patrick, joined always by Mr. There he is, Mr. Tannon Grace.
Oh, a little warm in here. Oh, it's a little warm in here. Sorry, a little warm. All right. I made it, though. I made it.
Thank you for joining me, Tannon.
Hey, Brennan. How's it going?
On your own time.
Hey, look, I'm doing what I can, okay? Look, I know that we've got the semifinals coming up here, and I'm really excited here because, look, all these players have already kind of achieved their #1 goal coming into this tournament. They've gotten a hold of that golden Mickey, but Now we've got some bragging rights on the line here.
Let's be real. The number one goal is glory at these tournaments. You've locked your top 16 invite. You've gotten your top 8 Mickey, and for right now, it's glory on the line.
Absolutely, I would love to be in this situation myself.
No, you would not. You would get second place.
That's very, very true. But here's the thing. So these players at home, they've got a lot of pressure on them. I know you've been in these situations before yourself. What do they have to do to make sure that they play their best?
To make sure they play their best, you got to take it game by game. That's really what matters, and you have to look at it like any other game that you played this weekend. I mean, the stakes are higher, but the fundamentals to win do not change. You have to play tight. You have to play to your routes. You have to know your game plan, and you just have to play. You do what you've been doing all weekend. Nothing has changed.
Yeah, speaking of nothing that's changed, let's go ahead and take a look at this top 4 bracket that we've got here. We see the 2 players on the left there in a mirror match. That's an Amber Steel mirror match. That's going to be the next match that we've got coming on after this one. The one that we're going to be doing is on the right here.
I will tell you, an Amber Steel mirror match was not on my bingo card for the weekend, but a Ruby Amethyst into Emerald Steel leading to this finals was, and I'm very excited. Edmund Chu has showcased that he is an absolute master of Ruby Amethyst, and I can't wait to see what Kevin has in store for us.
Yeah, I will say both these players, I've been watching their matches all weekend long. They've played exceptionally well. I can't wait to see how this matchup plays out. I expect to see some very high-level Lorcana played here because these players have earned their spot here, and I can't wait till we move down to the feature match area to play it out. How do you think this matchup's going to play out?
So this is a fundamentally unfavored matchup for Ruby Amethyst. That is just a fact of the tournament. But you better be sure that these Ruby Amethyst players came prepared to play against Emerald Steel. It was the expected most played deck in the metagame. It has the best data behind it in terms of conversion rate and performance. So people who brought Ruby Amethyst to this tournament knew that this would be representing the metagame, knew that it might be a bad matchup, and came prepared.
Now, you said it might be a bad matchup. They've come prepared. Is there anything particular you're looking at in the decks, like any changes that you've seen, specific cards you should be looking out for that could really help them in this matchup?
So I would say the most standard is the 4 Brawl on the Ruby Amethyst list. That is stock standard. You're going to see that in almost every Ruby Amethyst list. That being said, some do play additional cards to deal with Diablo. So sometimes they play the Peter Pan Shadowfinder. I know Edmund Chu does not. Edmund does actually play the 8-cost uninkable Sisu, which can catch some of these Emerald Steel players off guard. So that's going to be interesting to see. In regards to the Emerald Steel, it wants to do what Emerald Steel wants to do. It wants to find Bucky on turn 1, Diablo on turn 1, Bucky on turn 2, and then go ahead and shift that Diablo. It can be very hard for Ruby Amethyst to deal with, and you're going to see Edmund aggressively sculpt his hand in the early game to try and find that Brawl and find that answer, because Diablo simply cannot exist on the board unanswered.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be too much card advantage going one way and not the other for these players. I think they're going to be heading down to the feature match area very, very soon to go ahead and get that started and get that match started. For me, I don't mind being on either side of this matchup. Like you said, it's just like you were saying, I think it's really important to understand that you have to understand this matchup from these 2 players. And we're going to see that demonstrated from these players here, I have to believe. Both these guys been through this tournament a ton. They've played this matchup a numerous amount of times, so I expect this to be very close from this as well.
Absolutely, it should be. Well, I said it is an unfavored matchup for Ruby Amethyst. It is not unwinnable, not even close. It is a very close matchup. I do think that the matchup got better in this set, but is still very hard. Also, going first is quite important because there are certain threats that will come down onto the board that you want to be able to answer a turn faster rather than a turn later, and that is fundamentally the dynamic of going first or going second. So you'd rather be able to answer that Diablo immediately with the Brawl. You'd rather be able to answer that Beast immediately with the Madame Medusa. But when you're on the draw, that is not necessarily the case. So you will see a bit of a disparity there. Doesn't mean that the game is unwinnable, but there is a big advantage for each player going first here.
Well, we've been talking about the match a lot. Let's go ahead and get down to it, and let's watch and see how this semifinal plays out. There you see Kevin on the right, Edmund Chu on the left. I watched Kevin play quite a bit here this weekend, same with Edmund Chu, and I've been impressed with both these players play. It's very crisp, very clean, and you can tell they know what they want to do. They have a plan, and that they're trying to execute it as often as possible.
Yeah, I did get to watch a few of Kevin's games, and I did particularly watch Edmund's game very, very recently, and I'm confident to say that Edmund is an absolute master of Ruby Amethyst. I saw perfect play, played very tight. I was extremely impressed, so interested to see how he navigates a somewhat bad matchup in the form of Emerald Steel.
Taking a look at some of these opening hands, I see a Be Prepared over on Edmund Chu's side. Maybe that one's going to get put away. Over on Kevin's side, I do see what looks like a turn 1 Diablo, maybe possibly leaning to a shifted turn 2 Diablo as well, depending on how this scopes out.
Yeah, so happy to get rid of that Be Prepared, but does keep the friends on the other side, which depending on who the first player is here, which I believe is Edmund, potentially, It's interesting, the idea of do you keep the friends or do you not. I'm definitely in the party that you do keep it, because your opponent in the current iteration of Emerald Steel, if they do play the Ursula on turn 2, guess what? That's kind of a win because it's not a Bucky.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've seen some players take some interesting lines in exactly this matchup, especially when they have that turn 2 Bucky, like you were talking about. You know, we got to see some players early in the tournament play really slow against the Bucky, to where they can start to protect the important cards in their hand and make sure that those get into play instead of always just rushing out your 1, 2, and 3 drops.
Looking at Edmund's hand, we do have that critical brawl card that's going to be able to deal with the Diablo if we do see it quite early here. We're starting off with the 1-cost Diablo. Going to take a look at the hand. That's 2 friends on the other side, so guaranteed target for the Ursula here potentially cannot be inked away. Nevertheless, with the Bucky, or sorry, with the Diablo, worried about on turn 2 is going to be that Bucky. Prioritizing card draw is very impactful in this matchup. That's why you're going to see this Tournabox Followers quest banish itself, then draw an additional card for Edmund. You want to be able to get over to those higher ink tolls and the 5 ink and 6 ink, so you get access to things like Madame Medusa and ultimately things like Be Prepared in the later game. If you discard too early, too often, you'll find yourself with no cards in hand at somewhere 4 to 5 ink, and you're in a very, very bad position if that is the case. We do see Bucket coming down, everybody's favorite squirrel here.
Yeah, we saw no play from Edmund there on turn 2. Probably another reason to cash in that Tournabox Followers as well. Maybe trying to find something to do here on the turn 2, but nothing to be found there. And as you said, Bucky coming down for Kevin on turn 2 here. Does he have
the shift?
Does he have the shift here behind this? Yeah, I was going to say the dreaded turn 2 play. Look, he's taking this long. Either he's got it, he's slow rolling. I think that is a Diablo in his hand. Maybe he's deciding what he wants to discard.
Absolutely is an Enchanted Diablo with a discard target in hand, so we're going to see that perfect opener from Emerald Steel. It's going to be a discard trigger for Edmund Chu. Not what Edmund wanted to see in this matchup, but at least it's with Edmund on the play.
Can you imagine if he just didn't have the Diablo shift there? It was just making him sweat it out the whole time. That's like some mental warfare from Kevin's side here.
But the perfect answer with a 2-for-1 brawl from Edmund's side, that's why you see the disparity of being on the play. Edmund answers it immediately with that 2-for-1 on the brawl. That's a perfect position to be in. We do see an Aladdin come down here.
That's going to go ahead and trigger the Bucky, being a Floodborn. Another copy of Brawl.
Yep, redundant Brawl cannot target Aladdin. Aladdin does have 3 strength, so is an easy discard. And I think we're going to see one of these friends on the other side. Oh, we do have a rabbit as well. That's very, very good. So we're going to ink this friends on the other side. We are likely going to play the rabbit. Oh, we're actually going to play friends on the other side. Okay, insulate the hand. I like that. So does know what to prioritize here. Knows that this is a game where he does want to go long and prioritize the card draw over anything else. Doesn't want to get that potentially discarded on this following turn.
How do you like inking that Maui here as well? Is that something that maybe doesn't shine as much in this matchup?
It's okay. It can dominate the board and it can trade very, very well. That being said, it's not part of your core game plan and what's going to actually help you win this game. We do see another brawl enter the banish zone there for Edmund as the Donald deck comes down. Donald Duck is a symmetrical effect. Your opponent may draw as well, but you will see these Emerald Steel players actually manipulate that and will allow you to draw, but then make you discard that card.
Look, there's that rabbit you were talking about from Edmund Chu as well, going ahead and keeping that hand total as high as he possibly can for how many times he's had to discard here this turn. So it does look like we're going to get the double draw from Kevin here.
Yeah, double Be Prepared in hand. We did see Edmund actually choose to get rid of the Brawl, which is an inkable card, over one of the Be Prepared, so actually prioritized it in a sense and having it in hand. Very interesting to take note as we progress through this game.
Is it that important in this matchup that you have to make sure that you have one?
No, it's not. It's important when it's important, and when it's not important, it's one of the worst cards in your deck, by far. So if you can't get up to 7 ink and you can't utilize that card, it can also get snagged by Ursula. It is one of the worst cards because getting up to 7 ink in this matchup, not a guarantee, Tannon, not at all.
Yeah, with as many triggers off of Bucky as we're going to be seeing here, I've got to believe it's going to be, if he gets up to 7 ink, he might not have anything left to use once he gets there.
Yeah, seeing another Diablo Scary, and now I feel like this Be Prepared is very good to answer your question, because that is going to really help us against this Diablo. We got to find inkables, we got to keep inking, and we have those 2 Be Prepared. So we even have a backup against the Ursula, and a Be Prepared on this board is going to be critical.
Yeah, I see a big Sisu as well. Not to mention, that is a second rabbit as well from Edmund Chu. Something that could be very important in this matchup is, do your cards replace themselves? We've seen this with Tournabox Followers into the double rabbit here, and this is important in this matchup, right?
Dang, as we progress through this game, all I can think is Edmund is so good.
Yeah.
He's just making such good plays. Like, it's incredible. We're setting up for a perfect Be Prepared here. Double Merlin Rabbit on the board. Going to clear this Diablo, this Donald Duck, as well as the Bucky, and just have double card draw after that, as well as a backup Be Prepared if Kevin does deploy more to this board. Kevin progressing to that 10 lore, progressing that win condition, but only 3 cards in hand after inking this. So Edmund's going to be vastly up on cards at that point, and we're going to lose many of these really relevant threats.
Yeah, big ink advantage here for Kevin, 10-1 on Edmund Chu. But that's not necessarily what's important right now in this game. It's just going to be, can Edmund take care of this board? And like you were saying, there's double Be Prepared in Edmund's hand. That's a good spot to be in here because one Ursula is not going to get it done. And it looks like a pass over. Do you think Kevin maybe senses the Be Prepared is coming here?
Potentially, but I think that's almost certainly why he didn't deploy at all onto that board. That being said, the Be Prepared is still good, right? Because Kevin's working with 4 cards in hand. The Diablo did trigger, but Edmund's going to have, after this, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in hand. We're going to play the Be Prepared, and then we're going to draw 2 cards. We're going to have 7 cards in hand. After the ink, it's going to be 6. I mean, we're just ahead on cards. We're ahead on value. The opponent's only on 10 ink. We're in a good spot as the Ruby Amethyst player here.
Yeah, speaking of being good spots, 2 more cards get added to Edmund Chu's hand there. I think I saw the 4th copy of Brawl as well in his hand, just in case Kevin does maybe get back in this game with one of those building up his boards like it was earlier, that Brawl's going to take it. But it looks like just a Tinkerbell from Kevin here for no extra value on that damage.
Edmund does also have that spicy tech of the ACOS Uninkable Sisu, what can often be a one-sided Be Prepared against Emerald Steel. That being said, does not hit the Tinkerbell, which is sort of dominating the field right now. So it's interesting to see. Tinkerbell also insulating Kevin against like a castle play that Edmund could drop. Tinkerbell will be able to provide a relevant amount of damage counters onto that castle. Nevertheless, we are going to pay for it. We are going to see that castle come down. A tempo-oriented play here.
Yep, absolutely. Possibly getting him some extra cards future. Definitely getting him extra lore here. Something that sometimes the Emerald Steel decks have a hard time dealing with. You have to attack it multiple times with a bunch of different things as well.
Yeah, and a lot of Emerald Steel's characters do not have high strength, so they can't even deal with it efficiently whatsoever. We do see the Gokam done as well. So this Tinkerbell has to most likely... It's also good. So in terms of tempo, it is going to likely slow Kevin down in terms of progressing his win condition and questing up because he needs to deal with the castle. The castle on its own, getting 2 lore per turn is not that threatening, but once you attach a character and it starts drawing an additional card per turn, that is extremely threatening.
Yeah, Kevin's going to go ahead and lore up here with his Tinkerbell.
I think Kevin knows how he wins this game, and it's not through attrition, so it's going to take the aggressive route, and is now the beatdown in this matchup. We do see 5 paid. There is a Robin Hood there, Champion of Sherwood, as well as the 1 drop to follow it up. Are you going to see another Be Prepared out of Edmund Chu here? I believe Duz has the second hand. This looks like a prime board to Be Prepared. You're going to have that castle in the backup just sitting there, and Kevin surely won't be able to do much about it.
And can we talk about how impressive Edmund's hand is from here? He's got Be Prepared. He's got Big Sisu. He's got Maui. He's got all the big, hateful Ruby cards that are going to be able to take care of stuff. And look, he doesn't even feel like he needs to use a Be Prepared. Maui's going to come down, take out that Tinkerbell, still be on the board, threatening to maybe take care of something else if it's not challenged into.
I really like what Edmund's doing here. Edmund's prioritizing, so he deals with the high-strength character in the form of Tinkerbell, and it's just deploying further onto the board. Very, very interesting. So we have the Robin Hood Champion of Sherwood, which can trade with the Maui and actually draw an additional card. There's a trigger there. We'll also gain a lore, so if it's banished in a challenge, it does draw that card. That is relevant. But Edmund's board looking pretty healthy. The thing is, Kevin is up to a pretty high amount of lore in the form of 12 and threatening 15 on this turn. That's with 4 additional cards in hand, one of which being one that cantrips in the form of Let the Storm Rage On.
Yeah, I see another Tinkerbell here is where a second Bucky was added to hand here from the one that was earlier. Does Kevin have any of those really ridiculous turns here that he can set up? Tinkerbell can do some massive things, but we'll have to see. Where does he want to start? Let's start with the Let the Storm Rage On. And you're a pretty big fan of starting with the cards that draw an extra card, right?
Absolutely. It's so not in this case is it objectively correct, but if you do have the opportunity to draw before you make a relevant decision like inking or playing cards from your hand, it is always correct to have more information rather than less, which sounds very simple, but it is more complicated than that. And this is actually a pretty strong play, it's especially in the terms of taking the aggressive line. Does go ahead and shift that second Robin Hood. It's going to quest all the way up to 16. That's a very scary amount to be facing against. We're going to go ahead and ink that Bucky, which I do think is absolutely correct. Thing is, Edmund Chu does have backup in terms of how to deal with this board. It does have the Queen's Castle. Makes you wonder if the Be Prepared might have been a good play on that board to stop the shift, but also once the Robin Hood Champion Sherwood came out, maybe you could have Madame Medusa'd it, traded 1 for 1. Because now we're in a hard place because we can't really challenge these characters because they have 6 willpower, which is just so much. They're also threatening lethal here, so we do have to end up Be Preparing anyway. We're going to gain another lore off that goat. Both those Robin Hoods were basically threatening lethal, so there's a must deal with. We have the Queen's Castle as backup, but we're transferring over to Kevin's turn. Kevin has 2 cards in hand, one of which is a Baboom, so one of which is basically a do-nothing card. The other which is is a Tinkerbell.
I think it's a Tinkerbell, yeah.
And Edmund doesn't have many things in the deck that can deal with Tinkerbell, but does find that turn box follower, attach it, going to draw an additional card for that turn, plus quest with that turn box followers, banish it, and draw an additional card past that. We do see Bucky, and here comes the Tinkerbell discard trigger. It's going to get that big...
This is a huge play from Kevin here. Not only does it take off the turn box follower, it gets the last card out of Edmund Chu's hand as well.
Yeah, as I went down that rabbit hole of what was going on, I forgot that the Tinkerbell was actually going to get rid of that turner's box, which is really bad. We pass back, and we're going to quest for 3, and it looks like it's going to be Kevin's game here.
Yeah, up to 19 from Kevin here. Edmund's going to be tasked with taking care of everything plus a location. I don't know if he's going to be able to do all that. I think that's only I was going to say, it's a snake and the friends from the other side. So let's draw some cards. Maybe we hit something, but I don't know what it is we're going to hit that would get us out of there. Mini Sisu into pick up our cards. We're going to be going into game 2.
And I believe that was with Edmund on the play. That's super, super relevant as we look at the 3-game set. Edmund doesn't win the game on the play, has to win the one on the draw now, and then ultimately game 3 will be back on the play. So has a tall order ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to feel good anytime you can kind of break serve when you're the one that's not on the play, and then you get the win and kind of break out of that. So we saw Edmund there. Not able, he drew a lot of the cards you were talking about that were really important in the matchup, but not able to secure that into a victory. Is there something maybe different that he needs to do here or prioritize maybe a little differently with the way that game played out?
Not necessarily, to be honest. Like, I think his fundamental game plan is good, and he is executing his game plan in a good way. His core game plan, that is. But, did need to control board a little bit more and slow down Kevin. Kevin simply just got to too much lore too fast, and that Bucky Tinkerbell was particularly rough on a board that had a turn box follower on it, where you could have potentially quested that turn box follower to look at another card in your deck and maybe find that be prepared that he would have needed in that situation. Nevertheless, I think that would have kind of only slowed down the game. Once Kevin gets up to 15 plus lore, it's really tough.
Yeah, I don't think we'd give enough credit to his opponent here of taking the super aggressive route once he realized what was going on, and it ended up winning the game for him.
Yeah, to be fair, that does happen a lot with Emerald Steel because Emerald Steel is the linear aggressive deck. It is trying to do the one thing every single time. And the reason why we focus on the Ruby Amethyst side is because Ruby Amethyst is trying to adapt, is trying to sort of survive through those early turns, get to the mid game, get to the late game. But Emerald Steel, particularly with the opener that Kevin had, that is what the deck tries to do every single time, and it's why that deck is so powerful.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and head back down to the feature match area and see how this game 2 is going to play out. Players going to be sculpting their hands here. How aggressively are you changing your opening hand with these decks?
Very aggressively as the Ruby Amethyst player. You need to find that brawl. If you don't find it in the first 7, there's an argument to throw back all 7, but you could be throwing back 5 or 6. Basically, you're going to be looking at a lot of cards in your deck. It does have the brawl in the opener there. It's just, Diablo is just a month's editor. It's not that Brawl's a good card. Brawl is actually kind of a not good card. It doesn't trade up. It's not a great raid. It doesn't hit too many things in the metagame. It can be a dead card, but Diablo is such a good card that you need 4 of these in your deck. And if you look at the top 14 cards, Tannon, you're 68% to see it. And if you look even more than that, considering the turn 1 and turn 2 draw, especially when you're on the draw, you're even more likely to see it.
I'm trying to keep up with the math here. Look, I've got pen and paper. I'm trying to do what do you call them, the geometric calculations?
The something.
To something, yeah. Like, I need the whole matrix drawn out for me here because I'm not very good at math. I run out of fingers and toes at some point and can't keep up.
The secret is I just say it fast and make it up.
You just say it with confidence. Yeah. There you go.
Nobody actually questions the random numbers that get thrown out.
No one's checking the math. That's what you're trying to say. Okay.
I'll ballpark the math as being quite good to find Brawl.
Okay. 68%. All right. Nice.
At least.
Yeah.
All right. So over here we do have Edmund inking
a Flynn Rider here as well in turn 1.
Interesting. Potentially I had it mixed up last round. Maybe Kevin is on the place. Oh, no, because Edmund lost. Yeah, I'm so used to 2-game format.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change here today. We're going into the best of 3. Now, we get another turn 1 Diablo here, so setting up for those possible super crazy turn 2s that make this deck so oppressive and why it's so good.
If Kevin has another Bucky, my goodness.
He does. Oh, look. Crisis averted. The Diablo quested here, meaning that he doesn't have the shift line of the Diablo here. And Edmund's going to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. And these are the cards that he needs in the matchup, right? The ones that he gets to play early that also replace themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want, like we talked about earlier, you want to prioritize that card draw because you need to be able to get to those higher income amounts so you can actually utilize the cards that potentially come off the top of your deck if you do end up discarding your entire hand at some point in the game, because that is what the sort of Bucky playline does. Bucky with these Floodborns, we're going to see that right now with the Aladdin. Another trigger, Turn of Box Followers, goes to the Banish Zone.
Yeah, it's one of those things, Maleficent was in these decks originally, but I had seen them kind of fall out of favor and then sort of come back lately. And I wonder if it's because of this matchup.
And if you want to talk about a little bit of math, a lot of math that's going on in the Ruby Amethyst deck building community is, do you play 4 1-drops or do you play 8? It looks like Edmund is playing 8. That puts you at about 90% to find a 1-drop on the first turn of the game, depending on how aggressively you sculpt that hand.
I'm a pretty big fan of it. I like having the extra 1-drops in the deck. I like just getting on the board as quickly as possible in a lot of your matchups, for sure. And look, they're inkable. It's great. Aladdin went ahead and challenged that Maleficent. Took it down. It's got going to be left over just a little bit of damage. Jafar as well here from Kevin, triggering the Bucky, putting a goat into the discard pile of Edmund.
Yeah, a lot of discard, but Edmund has everything he needs in terms of the Merlin Rabbit, plus the multiple friends on the other side. We actually have a backup in hand again. We're going to go ahead and bounce that back, draw another card. And here we go, back up to 3. We're going to see a Friends on the other side draws 2 cards. So that discard doesn't look too good when you're drawing. How many cards did we draw on that turn? 5?
I think it's been like 7 cards over the last 2 turns. This is the best I've ever seen Friends on the other side look. Sometimes I'm not a huge fan of it in some of these matchups, but in this one, it can shine. If you can get anything that can sing it to stay in play and then get some extra value off of it, like you saw that turn with the Madam Mim, huge play there, a huge turn for Edmund.
Yep, and we see the green still committing to the board like it does. So as we get up to that 6 ink, that 7 ink, a relevant threat is going to be that big. One thing that Edmund does have that regular or other Ruby Amethyst lists do not have is could potentially play the Sisu and actually shift the 8-cost Sisu on top of that, which would hit some of this board. The thing is a lot of the characters that Kevin has currently committed to board actually have 3 strength and not 2. But still something to keep in mind. That is a card that is not usually included in the Ruby Amethyst list, and Edmund actually spoke to its success in the interview, talked about how unexpected some of the opponents would be and how good the card has been on the weekend.
Yeah, I wonder how many surprises how many times he surprises opponents with it to get a nice victory out of that. That is a Robin Hood out of Kevin. It's going to trigger the Bucky, get another card from Edmund here, and he's going to quest up here just a little bit as well.
Be prepared off the top as we're at 5 ink. We're going to ink up to 6. That means turn after this we have access to be prepared, assuming no Ursula. A really heads-up play, if accessible to Kevin, would potentially be that Ursula coming down. I don't have the list in front of me, so I'm not sure if he has opted to cut that card, but could be very impactful at that 6 ink, taking that away, because that is a great out for Edmund now.
Now, that's something that I've come into contact with in this matchup is sometimes when I have Ursula, I don't always just run it out there early in the game. I don't always do it on turns 2 or turn 3 if I have anything else to do. And sometimes I find myself wanting to save it before the 7 ink turn of Edmund. Is that something that you think should be done in this matchup sometimes?
It's contextual, but I think it's absolutely correct in many scenarios because you're actually increasing the chance that they have it in their hand because they can't get rid of it. And that's when it's going to be impactful. Also, your turn 2 plays are in the form of Bucky are just stronger than playing that Ursula, unless you're trying to snag something of their friends on the other side. So if you have the opportunity to, and if it is ink efficient, absolutely.
Second copy of Bucky, location in hand as well from Kevin here. And I don't know what the last card is. I wonder if the discard finally stops here this turn. There's the location. Going to move a bunch of the things to the location, and we're going to quest up with the whole crew here, getting that nice significant lore lead early for Kevin here, kind of like last game. But it looks like we're going into be prepared zone here this turn as well from Evan. Let's see what he's going to put in for his 7th ink.
Yes, all those counters that we're seeing are representing everything at the Cove here. That location does not gain passive lore turn by turn. We are at the 7 ink. We have the Be Prepared. We also have the Merlin Rabbit on board. Just might look to quest here. We're going to quest up to 1 for Edmund Chu, and surely the Be Prepared comes. There it is. Draw trigger for Edmund.
A Brawl going to the ink zone as well. A card that could be relevant when the new cards from Kevin here comes up. See how he wants to rebuild from this position. Maybe something that could come in, but I think we're getting to the point where the 6, 7s, and 8s are going to start coming out of Edmund's decks.
Yeah, so the 8-cost Sisu makes it a bit of a free roll to get rid of that Brawl because it's going to hit the same targets, but it's also going to area of effect hit them, so it'll hit multiple targets. It is very expensive, and it doesn't in things like Tinkerbell, but I think you can go ahead and get rid of a lot of those Brawls now. And also Diablo in this later game is a lot less impactful when you have access to things like Madame Medusa and Be Prepared.
A very authoritative play from Kevin there. Going to go ahead and put that Tinkerbell into play, but that Cove is going to get taken out by the Maui here. A nice little spot for Edmund to get some value off the Maui and into a Maleficent. Going to draw another card. Kevin's dealing with, what is that, 6 cards in his hand after all of these Bucky triggers?
And there is that Diablo off the top for Kevin. Edmund is firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, it looks like that Diablo is going to get deployed here this turn, and there are some answers waiting on the other side of the board for Edmund.
Yep, so the two of Sisu likely to hit the field this turn. And there we go. 8 ink exerted, and we're going to go ahead and get rid of that Diablo, so just the Tinkerbell. And it is just, at this point, almost a fundamental fact that Edmund's deck can navigate this game a lot better than Kevin's from this position at this stage of the game with this amount of ink.
Yeah, I love this quest from Maleficent here, daring Kevin to send his Tinkerbell in to challenge it, because he's got this Maui sitting there waiting to take out this Tinkerbell.
At the end of the day, it's like not a great exchange for Edmund, but it's just a game plan of attrition. Edmund is so far up on card advantage that he can afford to take inefficient trades, and that is a fundamentally inefficient trade, because Kevin does not have access to a draw engine that is remotely close to Edmund's at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of good draw engines, that's a castle off the top from Edmund here, and he just put 4 ink off to the side. I wonder if that's something he's thinking about deploying this turn. He's got a Brawl that's come to the front of his hand here as well. Maybe he wants to start taking care of this Ursula sitting on the other side of the board. So we're going to start, though, with getting a little bit of lore, try to make that lead a little bit better. Edmund at 6, Kevin at 9. Brawl's going to make it into the ink zone here. Let's see, what is this? Is this a Madam?
Madam Medusa, just sort of a tempo play, is going to hit that Ursula. Potentially, okay, unexert, so we might be thinking about the castle here in that case.
Yeah, I think he has 10 ink here, and I was going to say Madam into either Goat or Castle seems pretty good, but it looks like he might lead off with the Goat here. Does he have any ways to bounce this?
I kind of like the castle being played here
Okay, there we
because
go.
although there's 5 strength represented by Kevin, it is simply not enough for the castle, and then you move potentially a lot of these characters to that castle, draw additional cards in your turn, and you are in a fantastic spot to win this game.
And this is a really good play from Edmund here. He's putting 2 different characters into this, so the odds of Kevin being able to take care of both of these characters since they can't be challenged is obscenely low.
Yeah, both unexerted characters, so we're going to go ahead and hit that with Let the Storm Rage on. Then Tinkerbell will challenge a character on board and deal 2 more damage to that Goat. There's going to be a trigger for lore here on the side of Edmund.
Very efficient trade for Kevin there. That's a very good start to the turn, but it does look like that Maui's going to stick around to draw those extra cards, though.
Yep, was a very good draw with the Let the Storm Rage on from Kevin.
Jafar is going to be the last card out of Kevin's hand after putting that card into his inkwell. Edmund firmly up here on cards, and they're even in lore. You got to believe he's in the driver's seat for this game. 2 more cards to his hand here because of the Maui.
Yep, both of those cards also replace themselves. And we're going to potentially, we're going to see the Madame Medusa take out that Jafar. And we're going to quest with this Maleficent broom. And then I can only imagine what his Churnabox followers banish the broom. Oh, we actually leave the broom for the quest value. Makes sense. I guess we have the castle, so moving all of these to castle, we're just going to draw so many cards. And that's probably one of the worst top decks for Kevin.
Yeah, that one was not very good, and it looks like we got a very firm win here in Game 2. How are you feeling about the chances for Game 3?
Fantastic. I mean, I love this matchup. It is a very tight matchup, but you can see how it can swing from one side to the other, where the Ruby Amethyst player can take advantage of the mid to late game, and the Emerald Steel player can take advantage of that early game with that very strong opener. What's interesting is that both decks can actually grind pretty well. It is a little bit of an outlier that we get to that state, but the Emerald Steel deck does have the possibility to actually grind in the mid game, maybe not the super late game, but it's we can have a long one despite having sort of 2, well, not necessarily blowouts, but 2 very dominant games from each side.
Yeah, let's take a look and see what kind of game we're going to have in Game 3 and set it back down to that feature match area. Get that deciding game, see which one's going to move on here in our tournament. And yeah, we haven't seen that from Kevin. We could have something like a Diablo stick around for a couple turns. We haven't seen Daffy Duck do as much as we haven't, say, some of his prior matchups. I've seen Daffy do some really powerful things. We haven't seen, Ursula double sing a song yet or anything like that. So maybe some of those, mid games. Is that a full 7 from Kevin?
It's a full 7, which you love to see as Edmund. Edmund also 6, but 6 is very standard for the Ruby Amethyst deck. The Emerald Steel deck is looking for a combination of cards, where the Ruby Amethyst deck is more looking for a singular card in terms of like very powerful opener and then answer to said very powerful opener. So in that position, with no information on the hand, I'd be a lot more comfortable in Edmund's position rather than Kevin's with that sort of hand sculpting. That being said, Edmund is going to finally be on the draw, and Kevin is going to be the active player, is going to play first. I do see a Diablo in hand as well.
I think Brawl was the only card that Edmund kept, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's, you're really looking for the Brawl, but also wants to find potentially the 1-drops in the draw engine. We do see a friends on the other side. I wonder if we're going to see an Ursula potentially come down on turn 2 instead of a Bucky to snag that friends on the other side.
Yeah, really nice to have the Diablo on turn 1 to see the hand, to see if you want to jam this Ursula on turn 2 or keep it for that be prepared like we talked about a lot earlier. So it does look like a turn box followers is going to be the play here on turn 1. Back over to Kevin.
Interested to see if we see the shift Diablo without the Bucky here.
Let's see.
We're going to go ahead and play that Baboom. So that does stop the turn box followers from replacing itself, which was surely the plan of Edmund. Does trade 1 for 1 though, so not ideal for Kevin. Kevin having a much slower start than usual.
This does keep him from keeping some of this card advantage away from him, though he doesn't get to turn the turn box follower in a card. Now, if he wants, he's got this turn. He can use Ursula to take care of the friends from the other side away from Edmund. He's got at least a turn before he's going to do that, and maybe Edmund's going to play a 3-drop here and try to sing it the next turn, so you have a little bit of time before you need to do that.
Yeah, definitely. It is a 1 for 1 trade, and if I'm playing Emerald Steel, it's one of the last things I want to do against the Ruby Amethyst deck is trade on parity with cards. That's why we see cards like Bucky get so much card advantage, but still, Ruby Amethyst can't find a way to actually grind through that. Speaks to the power level and the draw engine of this Ruby Amethyst deck.
And speaking of something that's important here, not only we get that shifted Diablo this turn, that's going to get a little bit of card advantage because it was able to quest right away. Getting it to the Cove adds some strength to it, and that kind of is important, right?
It's more than kind of important. It's massively important. So Edmund was waiting with the Brawl there, was ready to go, but that Cove completely changed the context of that. It now has 3 strength, and it cannot no longer be targeted by the Brawl. We're actually going to see our first Diablo that goes unanswered, and that is a scary, scary thing.
Let's see. How much strength does the see? I think it has 3 strength right now, so no easy way to take care of that just yet.
Yeah, it needs to find a way to deal with the Cove.
I was going to say the Cove
had a Maui in hand, but it's not going to come down turn 5. So, I mean, if we talk about card advantage and value, this Diablo will accrue so many more cards than are actually going to be invested into it. So it's great. Even if next turn we do find a way to deal with the Cove, not only is it potentially not Edmund's ideal sort of play pattern, but it also we're in a position where on turn 6 we're playing something like a Madame Medusa. We wouldn't even play the Brawl in the Diablo. We'd probably play the Madame Medusa at that point, so this Brawl just kind of sits in hand. So that was an incredible play with the Cove. It's such a good sequence from Kevin, especially in the context that Edmund was firmly in the driver's seat and firmly ahead before that play specifically.
Yeah, now we see the Bucky making it into the Inkwell here to play yet another way to get these extra cards in the form of Beast.
Yeah, so that card is a problem. that is a problem for Edmund. And Beast is so much more powerful on the play than it is on the draw because Ruby Amethyst going into its turn 5 cannot answer the Beast. Actually has to wait until turn 6, and then it needs Madame Medusa to have an answer. So assuming it has the Madame Medusa, we're actually going to see multiple activations of the Beast, which is just so hard to deal with. Put that on top of the Diablo, and now we're starting to see the secondary game plan of Kevin. I talked about this deck being able to grind. Look at this matchup. Who's the card advantage deck now?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, now, look, we're starting to go where you're talking about. That was a castle getting put in the Inkwell there. Maui's going to go ahead and take out that location from Kevin, so that's going to slow down just a little bit. No more strength added to Diablo, so possibly next turn, Madame Medusa coming in to take care of Beast. Maybe gets a double spell, Brawl plus something else. We'll have to see. And the hits just keep coming for Kevin. I see a Robin Hood. I think I see another Diablo. This Emerald Steel deck can really, really cause some problems.
Absolutely. Edmund is in a tough position here. Does theoretically have the answers in hand. Also has double draw, which I'm sure he's going to likely sing with the Maui if that Beast does not get exerted. So sing Friends on the other side, play Madame Medusa on the Beast, and I think deal with the Diablo on a future turn with that Brawl. So waiting till probably turn 7 at the earliest to actually be able to deal with the Diablo. Very, very tough.
With the Diablo in play, if it gets exerted, are you actually maybe possibly not using Friends on the other side just to deny a few cards?
That's a good point. You're probably right that Friends on the other side. It just depends. Do you need to draw yourself into an answer is the question. Depends on inkables in the hand, but that's a good observation.
Yeah, Kevin down to 1 card. Goes up to 2 because of Diablo. It does look like it is going to be Brawl into a second spell here.
Yeah, so it makes a better case for actually... so it's quite inefficient to on turn 6 to actually play that Brawl and then play the Friends on the other side. So Edmund showing why he's sitting there playing games and we're sitting here talking about him.
Well, Edmund has a lot of friends here. He won the Friends on the other side twice that turn, so tons of cards out of his hand. I see it be prepared in there as well, but that Beast still in play for Kevin here. Still got the Diablo. Still has a ton of ways to get extra cards. I see another Bucky to the end. Baboom added to the Inkwell here, up to 7. We're going to start out with another form of Diablo. Quest with this one.
Oh.
Now it's exerted.
Edmund is going to be very happy to be prepared this board state. I can only imagine.
Yeah, so card added to Kevin's hand as well here this turn off of that Diablo, but we're going to get some of that advantage back here. Be prepared. Does take care of our own Maui, but it takes out 2 Diablos.
Speaking to what you talked about earlier, the Maui did not sink friends into the side because the Diablo was exerted. And that would have been, assuming Diablo was not exerted, that would have absolutely been the play prior to Be Prepared coming down. So we do actually have a discard trigger here with the Bucky into the Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood. But Edmund has the perfect answer. Edmund has the Madame Medusa.
As I said, this is a really, really nice reload for Kevin here. But like you said, Edmund's waiting in the wings here. I think a Maleficent was just added to hand. But this looks like here comes the Madam. Kevin knew this was coming. He's like, yeah, you're making 6 ink, exerting 6 ink that fast. My Robin Hood is not long for this world.
Oh, but Kevin actually has the Ursula. Is going to take a look at the hand, snag one of those friends on the other side. We do have double, but you can only imagine a discard trigger is going to come after that, so we're going to have to get rid of another card, probably getting rid of this Maleficent Sorceress, so we're going to have to sing friends on the other side. Almost lost all the cards in hand, which would have been quite devastating since we're relying on that draw pack. Just find the Be Prepared.
Oh, there's a Be Prepared off the top. Huge draw for Edmund here, followed by a Turnabox follower and a Madam Mim as well. Huge draw here for Edmund.
So 3. So we're
he has 7.
Okay, so could actually ink that Turnabox followers, bounce back the Madame Medusa, and play it again, right? That was an option. But of course, the Be Prepared is a 3-for-1. So
yeah, nice 3-for-1 here. And was that just a pass from Kevin back over to Edmund with no plays?
Oh, I believe so.
All right, Turnabox follower. So not a huge play from Edmund as well. It looks like Ursula. Take a look. That's a miss. That's a Maui and a Madam Mim.
Looks like we have a Baboom, and I can't see the other card quite yet for Kevin. But Kevin is in a really tough spot, and there's a Strength of the Raging Fire. That's actually pretty good right here. It's not great. Kevin's hand is still very, very rough, but stopping that draw is very important. We do see the Sisu. Okay, so the game is starting to slow a bit in pace.
Yeah, and now these players, unfortunately for Kevin, he's drawing a lot of his cheaper cards here. He's drawing his 1-cost Robin Hood here.
Yeah, Kevin really wanted to find Beast Tragic Hero on that draw step, almost surely.
Rabbit, a huge draw here as well with this Madam Mim. This is going to draw so many extra cards.
Absolutely massive. What a top deck.
That Be Prepared was so good off the top earlier.
And now we find a Cove once again in the late game, which is not... Cove can be so impactful, and we've seen that. Cove is just such a strong card. We've seen it be impactful in other matchups as well, but it is almost... It's hard to deny that it is a good top deck in the late game. That is where it struggles.
Yeah, a lot of the locations can be pretty... I like Castle kind of almost at any point in the game. That one's just so powerful, but some of these other locations are not the best when you draw them in the late game. But this Madam Mim with this this Merlin Rabbit off the top the last couple turns was really good too. So Baboom's going to put 2 damage on the Madam Mim.
So taking that card out of hand, maybe reducing the attack of that Sisu as well.
Yep, the streak went down to 1, and that's a double trade, double challenge into Sisu here to getting it off the board. Madam Mim still staying around though.
Oh, man, we found a Madam Mim Fox. It doesn't get any better than that. We're going to go ahead and draw a card here. We've got the Madam Mim Snake off the top. We've got the whole entire draw engine going. We're bouncing it back. We have Rush. We're able to attack into that cove. We're actually going to remove it this turn. And you see Edmund pull farther and farther ahead in this match.
Yeah, and is this where the deck really starts to sing, really starts to hum, is when you get to this much ink and then you start to have all of your bounce stuff?
100%. We see Let the Storm Rage on as the top deck for Kevin. Going to go ahead and potentially remove one of these characters. No, deal 2 more damage. Gives himself the out of potentially top decking something like a Tinkerbell.
Yeah, I like playing for your best possible draws there, and playing for a Tink top deck would have been really good here. Ursula
does snag the Be Prepared, which is non-zero. That's something.
Looks like the double challenge here is going to remove all the characters but except for the Ursula from the board.
But Kevin, no cards in hand. Edmund, a full grip as we go into his turn. Finds another rabbit.
And so is this where Edmund's deck really starts to pull away? Is the fact that if it gets to a top deck war, he's got 6s, 7s, and 8s, while Kevin can sometimes draw 1s.
Yeah, 100% Ruby Amethyst does have better top decks than Emerald Steel as we get into the late game. And
that's a pretty good one.
It's okay. I think that if you need anything, you need Beast Tragic Hero to draw more cards. You also need Beast Tragic Hero without a immediate follow-up with something like a Madame Medusa. Does find a Brawl off the top here for Edmund.
An embarrassment of riches here, actually, for Edmund. Brawl, I'll say tons of other cards in his hand that could take care of anything that Kevin could do here as well. Let's say I see a Maui. There's a Madame Mim picking up a rabbit. We're going to be drawing tons of extra cards here. Another Maui added to the hand. Edmund, this is almost getting embarrassing. That's a Be Prepared head in here. I don't like to call games before they're over, but I think Kevin's going to have a really hard time getting back into this one.
I mean, we're just watching the Ruby Ham of this deck hum at this point. We get that Queen's Castle off the top. That Queen's Castle is surely going to cement this lead on the following turn cycle.
Robin Hood is going to get to go ahead and challenge here. Take care of
yeah.
care of that character. Get a little bit of a lore.
Yep, will be a trigger on that. We do see a Jafar, which is a pretty decent threat to hit the field here.
I just think that Edmund has built up a board here of Madam right off the top here. Well, maybe not. Does Madam want to go ahead and just take care of this Jafar?
Wondering if he was considering be prepared there for a second. But we do go ahead and play the Madame Medusa, hit the Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood. And there's the castle we talked about to back it up.
I have to say, I don't know if Edmund can lose here. Madam's going to go ahead and move over to the castle. We're going to lore up quite a bit here. The lore was at quite a disparity. I think it was 10-1 at the start of the turn. Now it's 10-5, but I think that's going to start jumping every single turn on Edmund's side.
Okay, Kevin going to go ahead and draw a card as well off that Jafar trigger. We're going to redeploy with a Tinkerbell.
1 damage onto the characters of Edmund here.
But now we're going to go to Edmund's turn. We're going to see that Queen's Castle trigger, so we're going to draw 2 cards for the turn as well as gain 2 lore.
Yep. Lore count up, draw 2 cards for the turn, and man, this deck is really humming from here. A Broom added to hand.
Another bounce card. I wonder if it's even going to hit the rabbit at this point.
Yeah, man. All right, you got to rearrange. This is what you know it's beginning. Let me rearrange all my ink, make sure I know exactly how much I have because I have so many options. And Kevin's sitting over there with 1 card in hand or 2 cards in hand every turn, and being like, "I'm just playing what I've got."
Yeah, and at this stage, Kevin just has to play to his outs. And even if Kevin looks at the current state of the game, realizes that out may not exist. At that point, you just keep playing and hope you're wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you're in this situation, you can't look for monsters under the bed. You have to just act like it doesn't exist. You have to play to your outs, play to win. You can't play not to lose from this point. And look, Madam Mim's number 2 coming in, picking up a rabbit, going to draw an extra card. Another Broom added to hand. Here comes back that same rabbit, I believe. Oh, wait. Yep, there comes back the same rabbit.
And there is a Madam Mim Fox off the top as well to bounce that rabbit back. I mean, the way these cards are coming off the top for Edmund, I wonder if he could just draw his entire deck. Just looping this Merlin rabbit.
With the way some of these cards are going off against off the top of Edmund's deck, I don't know if anyone can stop him in this challenge. Picking up the rabbit yet again, draw another card. Sisu added to hand here. Just pure embarrassment of riches. Yep, Madam Mim going to go ahead and challenge into Jafar here. Take that off the board.
And we have a double move to the Queen's Castle, so looking to draw 4 cards at the start of Edmund's turn. Going to go ahead and ink that 1-drop Broom.
Does he have a Churnabox followers here as well? It might as well. Or no, sorry, another Broom here as well.
Back over to Kevin.
Yep.
Kevin does find that Beast Tragic Hero, but too little too late, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, also no character for Tinkerbell to challenge here, so it doesn't get to, pick off a nice little 2-for-1.
Yep, Edmund casually going to his draw step, and it's going to be a 4 cards.
Sisu,
off the top.
I think Sisu, Goat.
Sisu, Goat, Maleficent, Broom.
Yep, pretty good. To add to the full grip that he already had. We'll say here. Okay, now I think this is where we start to wrap it up. Go ahead and quest up to 13, 14. Does he? As I say, is this going to be a be prepared into something? Yeah, just go ahead and clean up. This is when you're like, look, I'm losing out on this be prepared. It's a 5-for-2, and I'm completely okay with this.
Completely okay with it. That's where the card advantage comes into play. Is that you can trade down but still be ahead.
And this is when you know everything's over but the crying, when the goat starts to come in, and we're going to get to start questing up with that. Broom behind that as well. Move it over to the castle. Goes up to 15 lore. This might be the last card Kevin draws in this challenge.
Does find the namesake Diablo of this tournament. A good send-off to Emerald Steel here. We have Diablo and Jafar hitting the field, and we're going to draw 2 cards off this Queen's Castle. And
up to 17, 18, 19 lore. Does he have a goat or a way to bounce a goat? The game would be over, and it looks like we do. Second goat.
Another goat.
Nice little fist bump from Kevin there. I loved the camaraderie between these two. They've been seeing each other all weekend long. They were getting some nice little fist bumps in between the games there. I love seeing the sportsmanship between the two because that's one of my favorite things about Lorcana, watching all of these matches, and the players are saying good games afterwards, good luck in the rest of the tournament, and they really genuinely mean it.
I mean, honestly, I just can't be more impressed by Edmund. Just such a good player, such an expert of Ruby Amethyst. We've seen him navigate these matchups flawlessly. Is going into a very hard match. We talked about Emerald Steel being a hard matchup. Historically, Steel Song, Amber Steel is one of Ruby Amethyst's hardest matchups in the game. It did sort of fall out of the metagame for a while, but has resurged back in this tournament, was actually more played than Ruby Sapphire, and now we have 2 in the semifinals and 1 going to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely, and those finals are coming right around the corner, so
I can't wait to see them. I know you can't wait to see them. So at home, we're going to be taking a real quick break, and then we'll be back with more Lorcana right after this.
Hey, Illuminators, welcome back to the booth. I'm Liam, this is Brandon, this is Stitch, and this is Pooh, and we are here ready to get into the semifinals.
Yes, time is racing towards us. The semifinals, this is the last semifinal match before we get into the finals. We have a very interesting mirror match here. It's actually a Steel Song mirror match, but I don't want to waste anybody's time because we have a lot to get to.
And
so.
I'm just excited. So,
so let's just move on into the match.
Let's get into it. Stay up there, Pooh.
Pooh's excited too.
Yeah.
So we have Chris versus Chris here. We have Chris Croy versus Chris Oyola, and both are playing Steel Song. Chris is playing a pretty normal version of Steel Song, it being a bit more of a mid-range list, to be honest with you. A lot of stuff we normally see, but Chris Oyola is playing something very spicy. In the deck list, I saw a couple golden harps, which... if you they're 1/4s with 2 lore. If you don't play a song at the end of the turn, they get banished. Then we're also playing some partitas in there as well. So I'm eager to see if we ever see those golden harps being playing. But we're starting very quickly. Chris playing out a Cinderella Ballroom Sensation, and then Chris Croy playing out the Ursula as well.
Yeah, Ursula, this Vanessa version, is a card that popped up in this latest set. It's a fun card because it allows you to play it on turn 2, and then it unlocks several different songs on turn 3, including Let the Storm Rage On, Strength of Raging Fire, and then also Along Came Zeus.
Yes, that's one thing that I think is going to be kind of interesting in this matchup. Oyola's deck list, they are playing Cinderellas. Chris Croy is not. There's actually no Cinderellas in the list whatsoever. Oyola's also playing the Shift Cinderella as well, and so... I think that these removal cards in Steel, especially being in a Steel Mirror match, end up being really important. I feel like the players that get the most value out of these songs, and we see Oyola singing Let the Storm Rage On with Cinderella to deal 2 damage to Ursula, drawing an extra card, playing a Smee. Whoever can get the most value out of these songs might end up being the victor.
No, that's right. And that's what these Steel Songs deck really do. We're used to thinking of resource accumulation as accumulating ink in your inkwell. Well, these decks accumulate resources by getting strong singers on the board that can sing powerful songs, so enabling them to do many inks worth of things in one turn, and they're not just limited to their inkwell.
And speaking of songs, we do see an Aerial Spectacular Singer being played, and look at these songs, aren't they neat? There's 3 of them in Croy's hand right now. We have an Along Came Zeus, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and a Let the Storm Rage On. There's actually 3 World's Greatest Criminal Mind in Croy's deck list, which I think may end up playing a role here because of those Cinderella Stouthearteds, if we ever see them being played by Oyola. And it's just... extra removal. Croy's not actually playing any Strength of a Raging Fire, which is kind of an interesting thing to do. It's a removal card that we see very normally in the Steel Song decks, because the goal of these decks is typically to play out your hand as wide as you can and then sing Whole New World, refill your hand so that you're ready to go the next turn. And it looks like we are resolving this. Along came Zeus with the Ursula singing it, Ursula being a singer 4, to banish the Smee before Oyola is able to get any lore out of Mr. Smee.
Yeah, it's a really, the Whole New Worlds are a fascinating card to consider in this deck because, or in this matchup. It's a card that each deck wants to play as part of their strategy, but they also know that their opponent also wants to play that card. So I think what this becomes a game of is board control, with each person trying to control the other singers, because the first person who can get a significant board of singers, a significant advantage in singers, and then is able to sing the Whole New World and play cards immediately afterwards with those resources at their disposal, definitely gets an edge.
And this definitely puts Chris Croy on that edge, being the person who was able to go first, being the highest seed, being the first place seed after yesterday's day 1. But as long as this aerial stays in play, then Croy should be able to sing a Whole New World if he has it. If not, I did see a Whole New World in Oyola's hand in which this aerial could sing as well. And as you mentioned, I think whoever gets these off first gets the most value, forcing your opponent to dump their hand, draw new cards that you can play because you're not paying for that song. They're going to gain a lot of advantage there.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we see the Robin Hood come into play, not terribly strong on its own, but it is a shift target for Floodborn Robin Hood, and we see Chris taking advantage of the shift to play that 5-cost Robin Hood for 4 using the shift target.
Yes, I love this play. It Robin Hood normally costs 5, the Floodborn one does, but if you have the 2 cards of the 1 cost and the 5 cost, it's only a shift 3, so you can get it out a turn earlier by just paying the 4 ink to shift it. And we do see Croy singing a Whole New World with Ariel, refilling his hand and forcing Ayola to discard and drawing 4 cards as well. Or sorry, 7 cards.
Yeah, so we'll see how Chris responds here. I'm trying to get a look at what he drew into. We see a Storm Rage on, a Rapunzel, Cinderella.
Interestingly enough, Oyola is not playing, well, he's only playing 2 Along Came Zeus, and I feel like Robin Hood is an especially strong card in this matchup because of the 6 willpower. These steel removal actions are damage based, and so most of them you're dealing a certain number of damage. We see the 2 damage on Let the Storm Rage on, the 5 damage from Along Came Zeus. It can be really difficult to remove a card like Robin Hood because of that extra willpower, normally requiring multiple resources from these steel players.
No, you hit the nail on the head earlier when you said that this game is about using your resources effectively. So having to use 2 cards to take care of Robin Hood puts Chris at a little bit of a disadvantage. And the Robin Hood represents a bit of a threat here too. It's a card that can gain 2 lore when it banishes a character in a challenge. And a lot of Chris's singers, a lot of his cards in this deck, in fact, have a little bit lower willpower. And so both of the cards on the board are threatened by that Robin Hood, meaning that Chris can't use them to sing without dealing with the Robin Hood during this turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an especially important card in this matchup for the reasons you just said. Like, both of these players want to be singing with their characters, which means they are exerting them. We see Oyola singing Let the Storm Rage on with Cinderella, dealing 2 damage to Robin Hood. And if the Robin Hood does not banish this turn, then it will be able to challenge these characters that are exerting themselves and singing. And so Robin Hood being able to progress Croy's win condition by challenging Oyola's board, removing those characters, and gaining 2 lore is a serious problem.
Yeah, so interesting choice here. We sing a whole new, Let the Storm Rage on to deal 2 damage to the Robin Hood, most likely to get Chris another card. And I was going to say that leaves some damage there for exploitation from a Rapunzel, but no, Let the Storm Rage on, which deals 1 damage to a character for each character that you have in play. In this case, it's 5. So we talked about how it would require a 2 for 1, but I will say 2 cards for 1 feels a little bit better when one of those cards nets you a card, as the Storm Rage on does.
Absolutely, and we talked about this earlier with how powerful Strength of a Raging Fire can be in this deck and what it's trying to do. Throwing your cards onto the table, seeing a Whole New World, when you can get a bunch of characters in play, you're dealing a ton of damage with the Strength of a Raging Fire, but Chris Croy responds with a Grab Your Sword on his own, which doesn't board wipe, but gets rid of the majority of cards on Oyola's side of the board.
Yeah, now what an interesting back and forth here with removal action after removal action, dealing damage and trying to control their opponent's singers. If we see another Whole New World, we'll probably see this continue. There we have the Rapunzel, which will heal Smee for 2, enabling Chris to draw 2 cards off that heal. A very strong card. one of the most popular cards in set 1.
Yeah, there's this interesting thing where Rapunzel is healing what has been hurt. The Smee is exerting himself, dealing damage to himself. In this case, it was actually from the Grab Your Sword, I believe. But being able to draw extra cards off of the Rapunzel, both players are playing this Rapunzel and a Whole New World deck. So sometimes you decide to draw cards with your Rapunzel and not disrupt your opponent's hand. For instance, if your opponent doesn't have very many cards in hand, maybe you don't want to give them 7 extra cards. You have Rapunzel there to give yourself card draw only. We do see Chris Croy playing an Aerial Spectacular Singer again. Looking at the top 4 cards, we only see a Whole New World in there, a couple other cards going to the bottom of the deck. And I don't think Croy can sing Whole New World this turn, but Oyola at least knows that it's coming.
Yeah, so let's talk about Sleepy's Flute for a minute, because we haven't seen one in the game yet, except for one that Chris was just forced to send to the bottom of his deck. There's really 2 ways I think that this game goes. One is if I think some of the big threats that we talked about, in particular, the Cinderella is able to stick around for a while and gain 3 lore per turn. You also have the Robin Hoods, which could gain 2 lore per turn if they're able to stay on the board for a while. The other is whichever player manages to get, perhaps 2 flutes in play first and is able to gain 2 lore a turn off these songs they have in their deck might have the edge, and neither player has been able to put one on the board yet.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Sleepy's Flutes have been sort of a staple in these Steel Song decks. We saw Sleepy's Flutes and Pride Lands being played earlier in the meta in a version of Steel Song, but Oyola's actually not playing any Sleepy's Flutes in his deck, also not playing any item removal. So if Croy's able to get a couple of these Sleepy's Flutes down and can start singing these songs, doing what Steel Song wants to do by gaining value, keeping board control through these songs, then Croy could start to run away with the game. But like you said, we found one of them and unfortunately had to go to the bottom of the deck because of the Aerial Spectacular Singer.
Fantastic. So no flutes in Oyola's deck.
No flutes.
That's right.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I love Oyola's deck. There's a lot of interesting stuff there between the Golden Harps, the Perditas, the Cinderella Stouthearteds. We haven't seen much of it yet. There's also a Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain, that went into the Inkwell. So 2 very different decks here. I feel like Oyola's is geared a little bit more towards the aggressive side, trying to get some low-cost, high-lore characters down, while Croy's is a bit more mid-range. Croy's playing characters like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, playing a couple more copies of Grab Your Sword than Oyola is, and Croy being able to go first, that might make the difference in this game, just having the opportunity to respond a little bit earlier to what Oyola's doing. And typically, Steel, especially Amber Steel and Steel Songs, has been favored into more aggressive decks, or at least lower to the ground decks. It does look like Chris is challenging the Ursula with the Robin Hood to put 1 damage on the Robin Hood, then play a Rapunzel, healing that 1 damage and drawing a card.
So we did talk about, effective, high-statted characters for questing. These Rapunzels, they do have a great effect when they come into play, healing a character and allowing you to draw up to 3 cards. But then they are 2 lore questers with 5 willpower, which does take oftentimes some resources to deal with. And Chris, without much strength on the board, is going to have to devote resources to deal with these. Otherwise, Chris will be questing for 4 a turn with just the Rapunzels.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, most of the removal in Steel is damage-based. So when you have characters with high willpower, unless you're using something like an Along Came Zeus or a Strength of a Raging Fire, they can be pretty difficult to banish. It looks like Oyola previously removed one of the aerials with a Strength of a Raging Fire, and then we see another Rapunzel being played.
Ariel challenging into the Robin Hood. And we did see, I think, the first Sleepy's Flute drawn that we may see here probably before those Whole New Worlds get played and send that Sleepy's Flute to the discard pile.
Yeah, Corey has an interesting hand here, holding on to 2 Whole New Worlds. So unfortunately, if you spin one's going to go into the discard. And we do see a Baloo being played.
Now, this is another difference between these decks, isn't it?
Yes, Baloo is only in Croy's deck and is a card that I really enjoy. Baloo is an uninkable 3-cost 0/3 with Bodyguard, but has a really interesting ability in that when you banish Baloo in any capacity, you gain 2 lore. So if you ignore the Baloo, he's going to quest for 1 lore every turn, because why wouldn't you? And then when you do eventually have to banish him, your opponent immediately gets 2 lore. He disrupts a little bit of what the opponent can do in regards to challenging your other characters. So in this instance, Baloo has to be challenged before the Ursula Vanessa or the Aerial Spectacular Singer can. We do see an Aerial Spectacular Singer being played by Oyola, I believe, grabbing a Bare Necessities as well.
Yeah, I mean, blue is an interesting card, as you highlighted. It basically represents 2 lore. And in a Steel Song deck, not only is it, a bodyguard for your characters or questing for 1 lore, but it also can sing for 3, like any 3-cost card can. And there's a lot of options available. So it's not a card that you like to see stick around. It basically represents 2 lore when you play it on the board.
Yeah, and when we have this Steel Song mirror match too, a lot of these characters have relatively low strength. If we look at Chris Oyola's board right now, he has 2 Rapunzels and then Ariel. That's only 4 strength total. I don't really feel like you want to spend 2 of your characters that you'd rather be questing with or singing with, challenging into a blue just so that Croy doesn't get that value of either being able to sing with a blue or simply questing and pushing his win con even further.
Absolutely. So definitely discussion here. Yeah, it's worth noting, again, both these players, we're not on a clock here, and both of these players, having qualified for the top 4, are going to take every opportunity to think through every single move to make sure that they don't misplay anything, and they've thought through all the options before they finally decide on what course of action they want to take.
Chris Oyola deciding to sing Bare Necessities with Rapunzel, seeing both of those Whole New Worlds and the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, opting to remove the World's Greatest Criminal Mind for reasons we understand. He has some larger characters in his deck, like the Cinderella Stouthearted, and then also an interesting card you can use with the Queen. If a Queen is out on board, you can boost an opposing character's strength high enough so that they would be banished by World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and deciding that, look, those Whole New Worlds in hand, if I get one of the Whole New Worlds out, that's not going to stop him from being able to sing the other, so...
That's the thing. Whole New Worlds do not get better as you accumulate them. They're pretty much the same thing. 2 is the same as 1.
You do find a Grab Your Swords from the top of the deck, though, which is an interesting thing because I think we've seen 2, maybe 3 Rapunzels from Oyola, but we've talked about how important this high willpower is. If we do see the Grab Your Swords being played, which we Corey does decide to do, you've now put damage on all of Oyola's characters, which opens him up to, if he has a Rapunzel, being able to gain more value out of that Rapunzel, healing them, or Julieta, or any of the other characters or cards in the deck that allows you to draw cards from healing characters.
Yeah, it does open that up, but it does do one thing, which is let's talk about Lawrence for a second. Lawrence is a card that gets 4 strength when he has no damage on him, and it's it's the strongest character Chris has on the board, able to get over Blue's willpower on its own, and so putting that damage on it now prevents Blue from being removed by Lawrence.
And we do finally see the Sleepy's Flute being played. Of course, can be exerted this turn and gaining a lure with the Grab Your Sword being played for Corey's turn, passing it over to Oyola. I think the choice of putting the damage on the Lawrence was very intentional here, even knowing that it was going to put damage on everything else for the reason you said. This blue is being very annoying, to be honest, just because of the reasons we mentioned earlier. I don't think you want to spend your turn using more than one of your characters to challenge and banish another character. And of course, right now, Oyola would have to challenge with the Ariel and the Rapunzel, unless there is a action or song in his hand that could banish it instead.
Yeah, it definitely makes the removal a lot less efficient. Let's see. But we do have the Rapunzel. So let's see if it heals the Lawrence. And this is the line I think that you'd mentioned, Brandon.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was scared for Croy. If Oyola had the Rapunzel, could heal the Lawrence, drawing 2 cards, then now Lawrence has 4 strength, is able to challenge the blue finally, and now we're able to make some trades into Croy's board, banishing the blue, also banishing the Ariel that was exerted and had 2 damage with one of the other Rapunzels that are on board right now. There's a lot of golden hair on the table right now.
Yeah, and this is definitely, this is kind of some of the math, the calculations that you make. You say, I've seen 2 already. Chris has seen this many of his cards. I can't remember if we've seen a 4th that's been banished yet, but we've seen at least 3. Kind of taking the gamble there that Rapunzel isn't in hand, and it turns out it was.
Oyola trying to decide if he wants to quest with these characters, and it looks like he is going to quest up to 5, getting a little bit closer to Croy having the lead. But of course, Croy went first, is a bit more of the mid-range deck. It sort of makes sense in this scenario.
No, I think Chris may have turned a corner here. Chris Croy still has plenty of options. Of course, A Whole New World is available. Cannot sing it, though, which is unfortunate for Chris.
And I think that is a very important topic I want to talk about. Again, this matchup. You mentioned it earlier. Both players want to remove the opposing player's characters that they can sing with, because the value that this deck generates is from being able to sing those expensive cards and sometimes the not expensive cards. But we're looking at the whole new worlds in the hand. I'm sure Croy would like to sing these once he can lower his hand, refill the hand, and then of course with the Sleepy's Flutes, you're trying to play a song every turn. So Oyola, knowing that he needed to get rid of the aerial last turn so that Croy couldn't sing Whole New World because it's the only 5-cost singer, we're seeing how that disrupts Croy's game plan right now.
Yes, and so we just had another Rapunzel come down. I think we've seen at least 6.
There are so many.
But that was a crucial draw, drawing 3 cards. Then we saw a couple cards that are really important. One is the second Sleepy's Flute. You know, most of these decks run about 18 songs. I've talked to some Steel Song players, and they say around 18 to 20. Frank Karsten, who won Lille, said 18 songs was his sweet spot. And so you can expect you'll see a song about every turn, and that's what these decks are designed to do. So with 2 flutes on the board, that really starts a clock to the end game here.
Yeah, we're in a really interesting position right now because Oyola is presenting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lore on board currently just with what's there, but the majority of these characters, again, having a lot of willpower. There is a Tinkerbell Giant Fury and a Grab Your Sword in Croy's hand, so could do 3 damage total if there is the ink. I'm not sure that there is available to him. We're going to start with a Grab Your Sword dealing 2 damage to everything, and it doesn't look like we're going to have enough to play the Giant Tinkerbell, but we're at least going to do as much damage as we can to as many of the characters as we can, and then I'm sure Croy's going to have to challenge into the Lawrence and Rapunzels to banish them and slow Oyola down just a little bit, because I feel like Croy, if he can gain control back and then start finding songs, we know there's some Whole New Worlds in his hand, which means he's much more likely to find some in the next couple turns. He's gaining 2 lore a turn off of these Sleepy's Flutes for every song that he plays. So if he can keep up this pressure on Oyola, stop his characters from questing too much, then he may be able to come back from this slightly behind position.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. We're seeing Chris Croy. We have to specify every time. We have Chris with a K doing that exact thing, making some trades here, trying to keep some of those high lore characters from questing again. Let's see how we trade this out. Okay, so we'll get rid of the Rapunzel there, and then quest into Lawrence, who now has no strength due to the damage. And let's talk about Perdita for a second, Brandon. This, I think, is one of the key cards that Chris Oyola wants in the end game here. This is a card we saw used very effectively in the finals of Atlanta.
I'll never forget. I feel like people sleep on Perdita a little bit, but this is twice now that we've seen this beautiful dog in the at least top decks of the game. Perdita is an unequal 6-cost card that when you play her, you can get a card that costs our character card that costs 1 or 2 back and play it immediately. So it's really good for just bringing characters back that you may want to shift onto. For instance, we see Oyola playing the Robin Hood that went back into the deck. There's also a couple other 1-drops in Oyola's deck that you may want to grab back, or 2-drops like a Mr. Smee, just things that quest for a lot of lore.
Yeah, and so here we see both of Chris Ayola's 2 Perditas on the board. He can use those again to get 2 characters back from the discard pile each turn, allowing him to go wide faster.
And what's interesting about Perdita is that it's on play and when you quest. And this is just another example of a character that has a ton of willpower. And in this mirror match, these characters not having a lot of strength means that Oyola is likely to get a lot of value out of it. But we see a 3rd Sleepy's Flute being played from Chris Croy. And it looks like
we have the handshake. I think Chris Ayola had it. Chris Croy managed to get that flute on the board, but it looks like he didn't have enough to take care of all the lore that Chris Ayola was representing on that side of the board. And so Chris...
Did he have enough to quest, though? I was counting up the characters to see if Chris Croy could quest, found the 3rd Sleepy's Flute, I think could have gotten up to 17 lore, and then used the Sleepy's Flutes to quest to victory.
You know, folks, this is one of the joys of casting these. It's not being able to hear what's going on the table. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure who won that one. We'll see when we go back to it.
Yeah, we'll have to go back to game 2. It'll be on the graphic. We'll see. But a very close game. I mean, both of these players...
Croy won game 1.
Okay, we're hearing from the booth that Croy won game 1, which is
right.
Came back from that from a behind position. I think needed at least, it was like 8 lore or something like that, 9 lore at the end of that game. Found the 3rd Sleepy's Flute, and I mean it was kind of a slog. Both of these players just using their steel removal, singing, trying to get as much value as they could out of these songs until one of them inadvertently managed to make it to 20.
Yeah, both with very different game plans, and both of them, like, we got within one turn of each one winning, and so it was a really great game.
Yes, absolutely. But I think we should move on to game 2
Let's do
and
it.
see if Chris can take this one.
Let's see who goes the distance.
All right, it looks like both players, I think, is finishing their altering step.
Yeah, I'd love to see how many each one's sending back. I think we're past that, though. Let's see.
I am excited to see some of these cards in Oyola's hand. I feel like we didn't get to see his deck work exactly the way it wants to sometimes. We see that Pooh, sorry, I keep calling Piglet Pooh.
It's in the title.
The Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain. It is going to go into the Inkwell, but I feel like Oyola's deck wants to come out pretty explosive. He has a lower curve than Croy does and has cards like Perdita to be pretty aggressive in his questing, not care too much about whether his lower cost characters get banished because he can just bring them right back. So I'm eager to see if Oyle's able to create an explosive opening in this game going first.
Yeah, it's definitely designed to work faster than Chris's deck. Than Chris Croy's deck. So here we
Chat
have
knows who we're talking about.
Chat knows. One of the lines that I really love in these Steel Song decks, and we'll talk about why it's weird in the mirror here, is the second turn Whole New World, and that's because of the altering your hand mechanic in this game allows you to find the cards that you want for your opening, first 3 or 4 turns. And so oftentimes players have set up their first few turns and have a good game plan. And when you're able to play Queen, Regal Monarch here, and then shift it into Queen Commanding Presence, a 5-cost card on turn 2, it opens up playing a Whole New World immediately. And so here we see one part of that combo. And instead of singing the Whole New World, it's Along Came Zeus to remove that Robin Hood shift target. It throws your opponent off their game plan. Of course, in a deck that wants to play a Whole New World like Chris Ayola's, they may have the same plan, so the calculation changes a little bit.
Yeah, I want to point that out because it might look interesting to the viewers why Croy would choose to banish the 1-drop Robin Hood instead of the Ursula, which has much more willpower. But it's for that same reason. Sometimes if you don't have the Queen shift line, you do have a Robin Hood shift line on turn 3 where you can do the same thing and sing a Whole New World. I know Oyola does have a Whole New World in hand. I'm not sure if he has the Floodborn Robin Hood or not, but this is a way for Croy to play around that shift Whole New World play by the Robin Hood.
No, that's exactly right. It's one of the things that makes Lorcana really interesting and a little bit difficult sometimes is when your opponent has a shift target in play, you always have to consider that that's an option. And so sometimes innocuous cards represent bigger threats.
And we even see Oyola respecting Croy's Queen here by hard playing Let the Storm Rage On, paying for the 3 ink to deal 2 damage to the Queen, and then banishing his own Ursula by challenging it into the Queen, knowing that the Queen's a 5-cost character. So as long as the Queen is around, that opens up Croy to sing pretty much any song that he wants to.
So now with the Spectacular Singer, taking a look at the top 5 cards, we have 2 options available. One is Along Came Zeus, the other is Let the Storm Rage On, and we're selecting the Along Came Zeus.
We're going to see Oyola draw for the turn. Probably looking to ink and play. We're going to ink a Cinderella and then playing 2
double
Smees.
Smee.
It's a pretty aggressive play. I mean, Smee has great stats as a 3/3 for a 2-drop character, also having 2 lore, so representing a lot of lore on board right now. And then knowing that we have cards like Rapunzel that we can play to heal the Smee if it's getting away with some quests and dealing damage to itself could be a pretty explosive play here.
That's true, and they've threatened the aerial Spectacular Singers if they become exerted. So we have another Spectacular Singer into a Whole New World.
Deciding not to take the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, putting that at the bottom of the deck. Could sing Whole New World this turn if we wanted to with the other aerial, but instead we're going to sing the Along Came Zeus, banishing one of the Mr. Smees. I don't think Croy's inked for the turn, so we're going to ink the Queen and then pass.
Yeah, a Whole New World at this point with what he has in hand starts to become pretty tempting. I do wonder, Brandon, is he tempted to put that Sleepy's Flute into play before discarding, before Whole New World?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Looking at his hand, we have the Sleepy's Flute. You don't really want to put that into your discard because there's not a way to get it back, and it's part of Croy's game plan. We saw how much work the Sleepy's Flutes did. Exactly having 3 on the last game was able to get him to 20 the turn before Oyola was going to be able to win. So I imagine Chris Croy's hoping that this aerial sticks around so that this turn we can play the Sleepy's Flute, sing a Whole New World, and then maybe even play a couple more characters. There's also a Baloo that he has in hand that you could use to protect the aerial singer on the next turn, knowing that we're trying to play a Whole New World this turn.
So here's the 2. We'll see if we see the blue. We do. And do we sing the whole new world now?
Interesting we don't put in the blue exerted.
Yeah, that is a great point. So
Okay.
we are going to exert it.
There we go. Makes sense.
And we do sing the whole new world. So there it is. It's exactly the line you suggested.
So that is interesting because we do get rid of an aerial spectacular singer and a whole new world for Oyola. And the whole new world is, it's good to get rid of for Oyola, but I think even bigger is the aerial spectacular singer. A lot of times in these mirror matches, whoever plays the most aerials and gets most value out of them can end up winning. It's a little bit of a competition between that and Rapunzel, because Rapunzels can also add a ton of value as well. But even just getting rid of that one aerial, I'm sure Corey's happy to see.
Yeah, a card that replaces itself is always good. A card that replaces itself with perhaps allowing you to pick the tool that you need in that particular moment is very good.
So Oyola is starting his turn with a fresh hand of 7 cards. I did see a Cinderella Stout-Hearted, a little bit too early to play that. Couple removal songs like Let the Storm Rage On.
Let's see, we do see the harp. Wow, he's going through very quickly. Let's see. So the harp is a viable play here at this point. So Chris, kind of with the option to go wide, we're going to remove the blue with the Smee.
Makes sense. Croy will gain 2 lore off of the blue being banished. We're going to deal 1 damage to the aerial, and then 2 damage to the Rapunzel after challenging it. Then we are going to finish banishing the aerial by playing a Let the Storm Rage On with our ink, and then allowing Oyola to draw a card off of that as well.
And this is this back and forth that we saw last game with each player trying to get characters to stay on the board, trying to build up a board state, and just going back and forth with removal actions.
We're going to see a golden heart being inked so that we can play a Cinderella and an Ariel. Just setting up some more of those singers. Both of these cards are singers and can sing for twice as much, or sorry, not twice as much, 2 more ink than they cost. A lot of those 3-cost songs, 4-cost songs, Along Came Zeus, Let the Storm Rage On, Strength of a Raging Fire. Chris Oyola is slowly building up his board, and it very quickly being taken down.
Yes, I mean, it's you know, Chris is kind of making a bet here, hoping that we don't have the wide removal, grab your swords is available. Although, you know, it does feel good for Chris Croy to get that number of characters off the board. But at the same time, Chris is forced to spend his entire turn playing that card with ink, sending it back over to Chris here in a moment with 2 characters on the board and allowing him to respond and rebuild.
And I think this is where both of these players are looking to gain an advantage, because we can see just how slow of a turn it is for Koi to have to pay 5 ink and play this card versus being able to play a card like Grab Your Sword for free and then refill his board with characters, because he essentially spent that entire last turn just playing the song, exerting the Sleepy's Flute, and now Oyola gets a whole nother turn to respond after that. And although some of his characters were banished, he has a lot of ink to work with. He still has some singers on board if there's anything he wants to do. We see a Perdita being played, pulling back that Cinderella that was just banished and playing it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Chris definitely wants to go wide here at this point with the Perdita, as he's indicating he wants to do. Chris, however, has another option to deal with the wide board. He does have Tinkerbell in hand, which will deal 1 damage across the board. Not enough to remove anything at this point, but definitely threatening then 2 for 1s on the following turn.
Yeah, and this is such an interesting thing about this matchup is that you have cards like Grabber Sword, you have cards like Tinkerbell, which are typically used to remove these wide boards, but with all of the willpower on all these characters, if you're just adding damage to these characters, you're opening yourself up to a line we saw in last game, where if Chris Oyola is holding on to a Rapunzel, you can create a huge advantage by completely healing a character that was almost at banishment.
That is true. And that's, you know, the fun thing about TCGs is sometimes, you know, you always play around your opponent's options. You're considering what they might play. And obviously, sometimes you're playing around their most dangerous card consistently. But sometimes you just have to take a gamble, say, if you've got it, you've got it. If you don't, you don't. And try to win the game.
We're also in a really interesting position where Oyola has been able to build a pretty wide board, and every time that Croy's characters are banished, he's having to find more characters to play, and he's working with, I think, 7 ink right now, but that doesn't lend him to play too many very strong characters. We see the Robin Hood being played, which is one of the stronger characters I think he could play currently, but then he can only follow that up with another 2-cost character, which we see as the Ursula, while Oyola still has a giant board worth of characters that can quest for a lot and is also just going to be difficult to banish.
Yeah.
This does put Oyola in a weird spot where if he can't heal any of his banished characters, you don't really want to sing or exert them because of this Robin Hood that's in play as well.
That is true. And we'll highlight Robin Hood for a second. Normally in Lorcana, you have to choose between questing to gain a character's lore or using the character for something else like challenging opposing characters. But with Robin Hood, you can sort of do both. If you manage to banish an opponent's character in a challenge, you do get that 2 lore anyway. But here we have a big play, I think, Brandon.
This is a huge play.
A big play.
I wanted you to finish talking. The Cinderella Stouthearted being played is ginormous. Cinderella Stouthearted is both a ginormous character, having resist +2, I believe, as a 5/5, but also can challenge ready characters whenever a song is played for that turn. So Oyola being able to shift the Cinderella onto the big Cinderella means that Chris Oyola could challenge that Robin Hood this turn.
Yeah, that is true. And so there's one card that Chris Corey has in his deck for this exact situation, a card that requires non-damage based removal, and that is World's Greatest Criminal Mind. And it doesn't matter, it looks like.
No, it looks like Chris Croy decided to shake on it. I guess he doesn't have the answer and decides that Oyola is going to take game 2. We're moving on to a game 3.
I'll take the play. I'll go into game 3, and I love game 3s. I
do
love game
too.
3s, especially in the semifinals.
Yes,
semifinals.
Yeah, semifinals. I know players may not love it because they just love to win and move on, but as casters and as viewers, a game 3 is the best thing I could ask for.
Yeah, we love to see it, and we know you do too. So let's get into it. All right, so game 3, Brendan. So, usually we kind of ask each other, do either of these players' strategies change having, experienced one game or won one game each night? I don't think so. In my opinion, I think they both knew what they wanted to do coming into this game, and I think both of them are trying to execute the same game plan here, hopefully with a better draw.
Yeah, I mean, even though both decks are not exactly the same, the game plan is relatively the same, which is just play characters and gain value out of singing your songs for free. So we talked in last game about how powerful a queen shift line into a whole new world could be, and we see Croy has that in his hand, playing the 1-cost queen, having the Floodborn queen to shift onto, and a whole new world if he wants to sing it this turn, or having access to other removal cards like Let the Storm Rage On. Oyola didn't play a character last turn. Maybe playing around the potential shift line of it being removed?
Yeah, I don't know. So I think perhaps he's not on his ideal draw. I have to take a look and see if we have any 1-drops, and I don't think we do. So it's an interesting here because Chris Corey did have the whole new world play available. And so one thing I want to talk about is I like to think of these games or these decks as having scripts. Each player has a script that you want to play, a story that you want to tell with your deck, a series of plays that you want to make. And generally, if you've played long enough in a particular meta, you know what the script of your opponent's deck is too. And so you go into a game planning to execute your script and then watching out for your opponent. And when your opponent does something that's off script, you start to wonder, perhaps there's something off here. And so not having that turn 1 play indicates to Chris Croy, I think, that Chris Oyola might not have his ideal opening hand, and so perhaps choosing to let him sit with that hand rather than draw into something better.
Yes, we see Chris Oyola trying to play the Mr. Smee in response for this queen, expecting the queen to maybe not expecting it to exert, but if it does exert, knowing that Mr. Smee can challenge and banish the queen in one turn. But Chris Croy had, and along came Zeus, that the queen was able to sing to banish this Mr. Smee, and we're already seeing just how powerful it can be to get such a strong singing character that you can use to sing your songs with out this early, because virtually every song is opened up to Chris Croy right now to sing.
Every song in this deck.
And of course, there was not a 1-cost that Oyola was able to play, but from here on out, every character that Oyola is playing is subject to removal. There's the queen there that can potentially sing another song that Oyola doesn't know if Croy has in hand or not to remove it. And on top of that, Chris Croy holding on to this whole new world, only having 2 or 3 cards in hand right now, is very incentivized to make a play next turn where we do sing whole new world with the queen, playing it for free, and then having a fresh 7 cards to play out into an even wider board.
Yeah, absolutely. Not having that 1-drop here, just highlighting the importance of that. There are 2 damage removal options in this deck with Let the Storm Rage On, which is a card that we often and that Chris has available. Having a 1-drop that Chris was forced to remove the Smee. Having a 1-drop on board on turn 1 means there's perhaps a character in play which could finish off the queen, but that's not available right now. And so that missing that turn 1 drop may be the difference here in this early game.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like Oyola has a great opening hand. We see on turn 3 him playing a 2-cost Piglet, which then is going to immediately get removed by the Let the Storm Rage On that the Ursula sings, and then we do see the queen singing a whole new world, forcing Oyola to discard his hand and drawing 7 new cards.
Yeah, playing Piglet, a card that the last 2 games he was happy to ink in the early game.
And now, again, just going back over the strength of songs and the mechanic in this game, Chris Corey hasn't spent any ink this turn and was able to play that A Whole New World for free. So now Chris Corey, having new cards in hand, is able to play those out. We see the Baloo being played, being a bodyguard, playing it in an exerted manner, and then also playing a Robin Hood, potentially threatening a shift Robin Hood on the next turn.
No, exactly right. Having those singers on board is crucial. And when you do the math, let's say Chris Corey has 4 ink in the inkwell, I think. We have a singer 4. We have a cost 5 card, a 3 cost Baloo. You do the math, add that up. With songs, that's how many ink essentially Chris has available, or ink's worth of cards, whereas Chris can only do 4 inks worth of things.
Yeah, it's a great way of looking at it, because in these decks where you are utilizing songs, you don't really need to ink that much, at least if you don't have characters that you're trying to play that are very expensive. And being able to gain the value out of singing those cards is ink that you're saving, basically. We do see an Aerial Spectacular Singer being played. Chris Oyola grabbing a Strength of Raging Fire from the top 4 cards in his deck. Just trying to stick anything, trying to get anything on board, singers on board, that can stay around and help Oyola get back into this.
Looks like we're going to ink Rapunzel, play a Cinderella. Strength of Raging Fire, probably not the card Chris wanted to grab. It's a great card to deal with threats, but it relies on the number of characters on the board, and with only 1 there now, too, it's not going to do a whole lot for him in the moment.
Yeah, and Croy has the ability to sing Let the Storm Rage On, banishing one of those characters, Cinderella, as well. We are going to shift the Robin Hood, though, onto the small Robin Hood. I don't think we've inked for turn. There's also a Sleepy's Flute that we could see being played.
Here it is, and this deck just doing all the things it wants to do. Now with the Sleepy's Flute in play, several high-cost singers, a lot of willpower to deal with, and it's just an uphill battle here for Chris Oyola.
Yeah, this is the tough thing about this mirror match, is that I just keep going back to the value of these songs. When you have one player that gets as far ahead as Croy does, it's very difficult for Oyola to stick anything on board and it stay around, just because Chris has the ability to utilize all of these removal spells, or sorry, these removal actions in Steel to banish all those characters, and denying Chris Oyola the same value that Chris Croy is gaining from songs because he doesn't have the characters to sing them.
Yes, and if let's hypothetically say that Chris manages to go wide here and get 3 or 4 characters on the board. Again, the power of singing A Whole New World against playing it with several other singers on the board is you can sing Whole New World, and now you're drawing into a hand full of removal options that then you can sing immediately to deal with all of your opponent's threats.
Not only that, we talked about how Chris Oyola doesn't have any characters or cards in his deck that remove items. We already see the Sleepy's Flute in play, so now Chris Oyola is on a clock to even get back into this game. And as you mentioned, these decks like to play a lot of songs. If we do refill the hand with A Whole New World, regardless of who plays it, there's likely songs to be played. I expect this Sleepy's Flute to gain a lore every turn. Of course, as the wider the board, the more lore that's getting gained over the course of the game as well. And I'm struggling to think of how Oyola can get back into this game, especially having cards like Robin Hood and Ursula that have a lot of willpower combined with their ability to sing expensive songs.
So here we see, I think, our first Golden Harp.
Yes, we actually see 2 Golden Harps being played.
So, and we'll have to sing a song if we want those to stick around.
Yes, I imagine that we're looking to sing a song with Ariel so that they aren't banished at the end of Chris's turn. This is a particularly powerful 1-drop card if you can keep it from being banished. It having 1 strength and 4 willpower and then 2 lore makes it a very efficient quester in the sense of you're not spending very much ink for this character and it's gaining you a lot of lore. And combined with a card like Perdita, where even if they are banished and you can't sing a song, you can immediately bring them back on turns that you can help Oyola catch back up, at least in this lore gap.
Now, what this will do is open up that Strength of Raging Fire, which we saw him keep earlier, which will now do 3 damage to a chosen character, allowing him to remove the Baloo with Aerial Spectacular Singer. But of course, that leaves Aerial Spectacular Singer vulnerable to the return from Robin Hood, and so...
Could also remove the Queen, which is another 5-cost character.
That's true, I'm sorry. Could also remove the Queen. It's probably the better choice. And then you can challenge into Baloo if you want to remove multiple damage, or multiple questers there.
Yeah, because I think we could still ink for the turn. Okay, so we can't do that anymore now that we've played the Robin Hood. I think we're looking to...
There it is.
Okay, yeah, just seeing Strength of Raging Fire, banishing the Queen, and passing the turn to Croy. Oyola building a bit of a board now at this point.
Doing what he can to stay in this game. But exactly as we suspected, Robin Hood there challenging the Spectacular Singer, not only removing that character, but giving Chris 2 lore in the process.
Robin Hood is just such a powerful card in this deck, especially when combined with a Rapunzel, being able to heal the damage that Robin Hood just took in that challenge to draw Chris 2 extra cards.
And leaving Chris with another 2 lore quester. It's just challenged. You know, again, if I were to rewind and kind of see where things, you know, started to go sideways a little bit for Chris Ayola and put him in this defensive position, it is missing that turn 1 play. The Strength of a Raging Fire was available from turn 3 onward to deal with the Queen, which just did so much work in this game. And although Chris Croy was able to sing Along Came Zeus, and so could have removed that 1-cost card, then Smee perhaps would have stayed on the board. If Chris had managed to keep 1 character on the board in turn 1 or 2 to help finish off the Queen, Regal Monarch, or Commanding Presence rather, excuse me, along with the Strength or Let the Storm Rage on, then this game might play out a little bit differently because then you lose your 5-cost Singer, etc. So there are some decks and there are some matches where a 1-drop is not important and the deck is perfectly fine to move along without it. There's some Ruby Amethyst decks that play like that. And then there's other matchups and decks where getting a presence on the board is very, very important. And when you're playing a Steel Song deck that wants to get Singers to stick, that is critically important in the early game. And so missing that 1-turn drop perhaps is where the uphill climb began.
Yeah, we can see just how much Steel Song can snowball when getting an advantage and being to sing these songs. I think Croy right now on board has 19 lore just between the characters that can quest and the Sleepy's Flute. Of course, the Baloo will gain 2 lore as soon as it's banished as well. So I think Oyola is trying to find any line in which he can remove a fair amount of characters and try to get back in this game. But I think he only has 3 or 4 cards in hand, and it looks like he's going to give it to Chris Croy, Scoop. And Chris Croy is going to be one of our finalists for this Disney Lorcana
Steel
Challenge.
Song in the finals. Who saw that coming?
I was about to say, who guessed? Steel Song is not in the top, I would say, 3 decks that people were expecting coming into this this weekend, this tournament. Not even one of the most represented decks, at least in day 1. But we can see the power that it provides by singing these songs, by using your Rapunzels to heal the damage off of your characters, gain card advantage as well. So I'm very eager to see if this can go the distance in the finals.
That's true. There's one thing we knew at the start of this game, Brandon, and that was that we were going to see a Steel Song deck and a Chris in the finals. And that's exactly what we're going to see. So we're excited to bring you the finals and perhaps a new card.
Yes, I think there's a new card, so don't go anywhere. It will.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the booth here in Dallas-Fort Worth for the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Rebekah, and we are about to head into our finals for the weekend. 2,000 players showed up,
Yes.
and now we are down to just 2.
Yes, we are, as Tiana would say, almost there. These players have played for 2 long days, some amazing matches that we've seen yesterday and today, and here we are with our final 2 competitors.
Yep, can't wait for it. We do have a Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel matchup. Amber Steel is a deck that I don't think a lot of people are expecting to show up, especially not in the force that it did to this tournament, and it makes its way all the way to the finals after a Amber Steel mirror in the semifinals.
Yes, which was really exciting to see that deck make a comeback here in Dallas-Fort Worth. But before we go into the final match, Brendan, we have something else pretty exciting to share with you all. What is it? It's a brand new card.
A preview card. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Let's take a look. We have a new Ruby card. This is a 3-cost uninkable item called the Sword Released with an ability Power Appointed. At the start of your turn, if you have a character in play with more strength than each opposing character in play, each opponent loses 1 lore and you gain lore equal to the lore lost.
Yeah, so I think reading through the lines here, you can see that this card definitely gets a lot more powerful in multiplayer, but I would say this is a very interesting effect to have on an item in the game in general. We see a sort of similar effect on a very powerful metagame relevant card in the form of Flynn Rider, but while we can currently make our opponents lose lore, I don't think there exists a static effect that does that right now. It is more if you challenge or if you get rid of something, you can make your opponent lose lore. Of course, there's enter effects that, you know, when the character enters, like the original Aladdin from set 1 will make them lose lore. This seems like potentially a very good control card. It is a 3-cost uninkable item, but has potential item synergy along with, you know, being sort of this static effect that exists on board that forces your opponent to interact with it, either by having a character with more strength or by removing the item in some way.
Yes, and it is pretty powerful. We see that it is a rare card, and it also has some beautiful art by Mario Oscar Gabriel, who's done some other cards for Lorcana, Minnie Mouse Surfer that we've seen, and he also has done another Sword in the Stone card. He did the Arthur Trained Swordsman in Emerald, so we have some other really great art from this artist. I love the lightning bolts coming out of the sword after Arthur's pulled it out from the stone, but it's a really, really interesting effect, especially like you're saying, it's a static effect. You don't have to exert, you don't have to pay any ink, it's just there.
Yeah, it could be a very, very good control card in this game. And I'm interested to see if we can sort of expand more into the control archetype in Lorcana. Right now, we have decks that resemble control decks, but they're mostly mid-range decks as well. We don't have any sort of hard control decks that focus sort of solely on removal and solely on these sort of singular win conditions. I think the closest we get towards that is the Sapphire Steel and the Ruby Sapphire decks that currently are running around in this metagame.
Yes, well, that's a really exciting card, a really exciting preview card. So we got 3 cards this whole weekend, all of these coming from Shimmering Skies, which is coming out on August 9th in hobby stores and Disney parks. So it's just a couple weeks away from this new set. So it's going to be a whole new world very soon for Lorcana. We're going to have a whole new set to play with. But for now, we are still in Ursula's Return, and we're here at Dallas-Fort Worth for the Disney Lorcana Challenge to find our next champion, and it's going to be one of these 2 players, Chris and Edmund, who are facing off here in our finals.
And I do believe these players came in at the 1st and 2nd seed after Swiss, which is pretty unheard of, especially after a top 64. I've seen it before in a top 8 cut, a top 8 single limb cut. The statistics on how that would happen in a top 64 cut are pretty incredible. Assuming it was random, which it is not. Both these players have worked very hard. They're both very skilled, and they're here for a reason. I think that's why we see our 1st and 2nd seed make it all the way to the finals here.
Absolutely. So Chris was our 1st seed, Edmund seed 2. So we're going to take a look and see what these players can do. I'm ready to see this matchup. Are you, Brendan?
Let's do it. The finals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
So, of course, Chris having the higher seed at that #1 spot, he is going to go first in this game. Knowing them matchup here between Amber and Steel, Ruby and Amethyst. You know, we know what Ruby Amy is looking for, that Flynn, that Sisu. But on this Amber Steel side, what is Edmund looking for?
So a big part of Amber Steel is finding a whole new world. It
Chris.
it is finding a whole new world that is very critical to the deck's strategy. You want to see it shift characters out early and cast that whole new world via that shifted character. Also dump a lot of the cards in hand, whether it's onto the field or putting them in ink. You want to increase that card advantage that you would get from casting a whole new world. You want your opponent to be discarding more cards than you to be effectively netting more cards than them on the draw. From Edmund's side, you've seen Edmund highly prioritize things like card draw against Emerald Steel, some of these discard decks. I think you're going to see Edmund do something very different against a whole new world deck. Will actually try to utilize as much of his hand as possible in the early game to hedge against a potential early whole new world deck.
Yeah, and both players now have altered their opening hand, and gosh, I can't imagine the amount of nerves going on. But these players, I know that they have been playing in top competitions like this, and the more you play, the more those nerves kind of go away. But when you're in a situation like this, as a player, you've got to be feeling a little anxious going into this.
Yeah, I think it depends on the player, but oftentimes by the time you get this deep into a tournament and this deep into something like a single elimination, those nerves have kind of started to go away. You know you're there for a reason and you're ready to compete, and you've sort of shown throughout the day that you know exactly what you're doing. I'm sure at this time you are sufficiently warmed up, and we do start with a Robin Hood to lead off from Chris.
Yeah, it's incredible to me the amount of, it's a lot of a mental game, in a card game like Disney Lorcana, where you really have to make sure that you're staying focused in the moment, not letting a past, win or loss, either way, kind of taking up space in your mind, but that you can really focus on what's going on right in front of you.
A couple things I want to call out. Edmund did actually ink friends on the other side. That is very congruent with what we talked about earlier by trying to utilize as many cards in hand, not prioritizing card draw here early against this whole new world deck. One of the things that can make this matchup particularly bad for Ruby Amethyst is actually those flutes. Yes, they are what swung the matchup. Originally, Ruby Amethyst did have a good matchup into Amber Steel, but as you add the flutes into the deck, it actually makes it closer to a bad matchup. Flutes are also very good against Ruby Sapphire, and we've seen that on display on the stream throughout this day. This is actually Lawrence coming down. This is 0-4 that quests for 2 and says while this character has no damage, he gets +4 attack.
Yeah, Lawrence is a great card. This is a side character that we see in Princess and the Frog. So he's the manservant to Prince Naveen. And I kind of love that the theming of this ability where, he's and the art on him really fits his character. He's a lot of fun.
I just want to call it as well. We saw a second ink on the friends on the other side for Edmund. Now we're passing back over to Chris. Chris does have access to that early whole new world, but does not have the shift character to play it very early, which is going to make it so Edmund can ink up and utilize most of his hand before we get over to that whole new world turn. Also, without a character to sing a whole new world, one of the best things that can happen in this game for Edmund is that Chris actually has to exert ink in order to play a whole new world. That is a very good scenario for our Ruby Amethyst player.
Which we did just see that he exerted his ink to sing And Along Came Zeus on that Maleficent that was down, really just trying to keep control of the board here.
Yep, absolutely. Keep control of the board, activate that flute, and also, from what I understand, looks like there's a whole new world, but that also looks to be, I'm trying to remember
is
the song.
Is it World's Greatest Criminal Mind?
Exactly,
Yes.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind, which is not too good against this Ruby Amethyst deck. Right now, we do see the Queen come off the top. Queen is one of those early shift targets. Unfortunately, we have the 1-drop in the form of Robin Hood, so the Queen is not going to do it. We do have to ink that Queen, it looks like. And we're going to play the whole new world.
Yeah. Gosh, that's got to feel bad for Chris. One of the stars of this deck is Ariel, the spectacular singer, and he wasn't able to find her in his opening hand, and so having to use his ink to sing or to play a whole new world has got to feel a little bad.
Yeah, it's very tempo negative for Chris, and as we pass over to Edmund is definitely in a good position now that has happened. One of the scariest things when you play against Amber Steel is them getting out those early characters, singing those whole new worlds on turn 2 or turn 3, and just netting a huge amount of cards above you, and also putting many characters onto the board before you can have access to something like Madame Medusa to hit pesky threats, but also things like Be Prepared to clear that board. Be Prepared is a very good card against a more aggressive-oriented Amber Steel deck.
Yeah. Looks like Edmund did decide to challenge into Lawrence with the Sisu. What do you think about that?
No, I think it's absolutely correct. You want to take control of the field here. You want to, again, with a whole new world, as even though we've played one, you really want to insulate against another. So you're not going to see Edmund prioritize card draw at this point in the game. You're going to see him prioritize sort of getting onto the board, controlling the board, and at this point being the aggressor. So this is a very aggressive line. We have Flynn into Sisu, something we've talked about all weekend long.
Yep.
How powerful that is. And that's equally powerful against Amber Steel here. Amber Steel does have access to targeted removal to potentially deal with that Flynn. I think I see one hand. Let the Storm Rage on.
Let the Storm Rage on. And we do see another whole new world in Chris's hand as well. So he's just getting wonder by wonder with a whole new world into his hand this game.
Which is absolutely what you want. You see Chris all the way up at 10 low right there, despite sort of the slow start. And Chris's deck, when it comes to Amber Steel, is definitely a much more aggressive-oriented Amber Steel deck. We see the blues in the list, and we, of course, see this Lawrence, which has now hit the field for the second time. Of course, the flutes. You know, Edmund needs to find room to turn the corner and start pressuring the lore count to sort of combat Chris, because those flutes, in a sense, they do represent a level of inevitability. The Ruby Amethyst deck cannot deal with those items in any way.
Yeah. There's no answer really that Edmund has for that flute. So, I mean, gosh, it's like the best that he can do is not let Chris keep characters on the board that he can sing with, forcing Chris to play his songs by using his resources.
Absolutely, that is definitely the game plan for Edmund.
Oh, we have another Sisu come down. He doesn't have that Flynn in play, which is too bad, but of course it makes sense that Chris would want to say goodbye to Flynn Rider.
And we do see a blue off the top here as well. The aggression out of Chris here is really hard for this Ruby Amethyst deck to deal with.
Which is interesting, because I know that this deck, the Ruby Amethyst deck, typically if you can get that Flynn Sisu combo out, it can be the aggressive deck, but here we're really seeing Chris take the lead.
Yeah, Flynn Sisu is a great combo, but on the draw against a Steel deck, it's often not going to come to fruition because Steel has a lot of targeted cheap removal. Some of the other inks do not have access to great removal for Flynn. That's why you see it be such a powerful card. As a 2 cost that comes down as a 2/2 that doesn't necessarily do too much to the board, it's actually not that great in a vacuum, and it's not that great of a card against Steel specifically, because if you match it up against a card like Let the Storm Rage On. Let the Storm Rage On is 1 more cost. It gets rid of the Flynn, banishes it, but then also draws an additional card and replaces itself. That's not a great trade for you as the Ruby Amethyst player.
Yeah, and we did just see Chris play Let the Storm Rage on that Maleficent that Edmund had on the board. So the cold does seem to be bothering Edmund right now.
And we do see that blue with Bodyguard come down.
That Baloo is really fun card. I really like Baloo. He has 0 strength, 3 willpower, and he quests for 1. But the fun thing about Baloo is that if he's banished, you gain 2 lore, which, you know, it might not make your tail spin, but it might make your head spin thinking of how you're going to answer that card.
Definitely makes my tail spin. That's a lot of lore to be gained, and it's really tough for the Ruby Amethyst deck to deal with, because as we go into turn 7, you have the potential option for something like a Be Prepared. Wouldn't be great. It's a 2. It would effectively be a 3-for-3 trade, but then also we're pushing Chris back up to that 15 lore with a flute on board.
Yes.
I mean, Chris is, despite the board looking relatively at parity, I know the lore count is very different. Chris is definitely in the lead with that flute on the field, as well as that blue representing 3 lore, sort of regardless of what Edmund does. But Edmund's going to follow up with this Queen's Castle and this Flynn.
Yeah, Chris played flute on turn 2, and it has been putting in a lot of work in this game for him.
I'm wondering how Edmund can try to stabilize here, because it's less about sort of winning the board, but you actually have to stop Chris's characters from gaining any of the lore that is just printed in the bottom right, because if they even quest once, we're getting to such a high lore counter that Chris is just going to win this game with the flutes. And Chris has so many songs in the deck that it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, he has 4 lore on the board with just his characters. If he can sing his song, that's 5. That would put him up to 18 this turn, which is dangerously close to 20 for Edmund.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we are back over to Chris's turn. We're going to ink the Robin Hood. Go ahead and shift that Robin Hood.
Which Robin Hood is just a great character. He really is the champion of Sherwood, and he can be a champion of many games. Such a strong card. And he's hurling his Thunderbolt once more here.
And he Thunderbolted his own blue as well to win the game.
Wow. What do you think of that move there with thunderbolting your own blue, your own character.
Yeah, with the flute just was able to get across the line. And that shows how aggressive this deck is. So Amber Steel is a deck that can be built in multiple ways, and Chris definitely has one of the more aggressive-oriented lists, and we saw that on display. And Ruby Amethyst is a deck that, while it has an aggressive package itself, it can struggle against these whole new world decks because fundamentally it's more of a mid-range deck that tries to prioritize draw, tries to have very efficient threats, high-value threats, and when you can kind of go under that deck with these aggressive strategies.
Yeah, and that Amber Steel deck was going so quickly, and a lot of the right answers that Edmund would have wanted, you needed 6 or 7 ink to get there, but Chris was just too fast.
Yeah, and we talk about play draw differential. One of the cards that is very impactful when we talk about that is actually a whole new world. Being on the play against that card is a lot better because you can utilize more of your hand before it is cast. That being said, Chris did have a very late whole new world in the previous turn, but as we go into game 2, Edmund is actually going to be on the play, so in a much better position to try to stabilize this board and get as much value of the hand as possible before that whole new world comes down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that does give him the edge going into game 2. So let's go ahead and dive on in, and we'll see how Chris and Edmund can face off in this next match. So they're altering, or they have altered their hands maybe already. Yeah, I think that Edmund being on the play, like you say, is going to give him a little advantage here, especially with that Flynn Sisu combo.
Yeah, so currently altering the hands because we see Chris draw the first 7 there. Edmund opts to throw 4 back.
I do see Sisu in hand. I'm not sure if Edmund had the Flynn or not. Over on Chris's side, can't quite see what he has there.
So Flynn Sisu, like we mentioned, is a powerful combination of cards, but particularly against these steel decks and these low-to-the-ground steel decks, I'm not sure if I would be looking for it in the hand alteration phase, although, you know, it is a great question to ask your opponent, because your opponent does need to respond. They do need to do something about that. They cannot let it just run away with the game, but having access to things like, what's not on this list, but Baboon, but also things like Let the Storm Rage On, Steel is just well-positioned to deal with that card combination.
Yeah. So it looks like Chris is still altering his hand. He had a couple whole new worlds in there. Rapunzel. Rapunzel is another great card that has been around since set 1. It has been strong and remains strong and a staple of any Amber deck. It's just so great to have that Rapunzel come down, heal a character, get some cards. But she is a card that you'd want maybe a little later. Would you keep a card like that in your opening hand?
It is one of the most powerful cards in the game. It does represent, you know, the possibility of so much draw. Your opponent needs to be thinking about it in the game. But I want to draw attention to Chris just pulled a double flute off the top.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
wow.
That's one of the best things that you can have because it gives you that inevitability to cross the finish line. It is not something that you want to see as a Ruby Amethyst player, is those early flutes.
There's a World's Greatest Criminal Mind going into the Inkwell on Chris's side. And we do have that Flynn come down on turn 2 from Edmund.
Absolutely. And if Chris is going to need to respond to this, needs to respond to it quick, either by putting something on the field that has a higher strength or equal strength, or simply removing it. And we are going to see the Ursula, which is actually a 1/4. So we're going to potentially activate this Flynn.
Yeah, it looks like the player missed it, which because he quested for just 2
after questing for 1.
Yeah, he had quested for 1 on his previous turn, so it does look like he missed Flynn's ability, which does happen sometimes where you missed a trigger. But yeah, and then we have the Sisu coming down right after here. There's that Flynn Sisu combo.
So back over to Chris. Chris now has another chance to either remove that Flynn or put something onto the field that has more strength, which I think is pretty reasonable as we head into turn 3. I haven't seen Chris's hand exactly. You know, worst case scenario. Okay, there we do see the Queen come down, which is a 2/2. Currently, the Sisu has much higher strength, but we could change that quite quickly, and we do have a Singer 4 to actually remove that Sisu.
Yeah, Ursula is just a 2-cost character, but she's a Singer 4. Again, I love the Disney Lorcana theming that we have. Ursula as Vanessa, she had stolen Ariel's voice, and so she has that singer ability where she can sing songs up to cost 4, which Along Came Zeus is a 4-cost card, and easily able to take out that Sisu.
I'm interested to see how soon we see these flutes run out.
Yeah, I do think that if...
Sorry, that was just a Monoman Fox.
Fox came in.
Monoman Fox bouncing back the bouncing back to Flynn Rider, not something you
Yes.
usually want to do. You want to have Modern Fox bounce back things that either get you value when they leave or these one drops. Actually, you almost always want to hit something like a goat or a rabbit. So
Rabbits.
that's very indicative of Edmund having a very clunky hand here. Not an ideal start for Edmund, and Chris with the double flutes in hand could probably turn this game around pretty quickly.
Yeah, Edmund does have a rabbit in hand. I wonder if he just wanted to try to take that Singer Ursula off the board. and-
Absolutely, but I think he would have preferred to do it in a more efficient way on a
Yeah.
future turn. So it's kind of has his hand forced either because he doesn't have, well, he did have a turn 4 in the form of Rabbit. I'm not sure what his inkable count looks like in that hand, but still not an ideal way to sort of curve out, right? It's not the plan you would usually want to be doing.
Yeah. And we do have the Queen commanding presence shifting here. This is a really fun card. When this character quests, then a chosen character gets -4 strength, and a chosen character gets +4 strength. So it can really make a big difference here.
Yeah, so what Chris is thinking about right now, Chris has Whole New World and double flute in hand, needs to draw an inkable off the top to play double flute, and then sing a
Whole New World.
Sing a Whole New World, get 7 more, get 2 more lore, and that's got to be Chris's game plan moving forward. I think if Chris does not hit the inkable, it's not the end of the world, right? You can still play the one flute and play a
Ooh.
Whole New World. That's probably
Oh.
what you didn't want to see.
Yeah, Maui coming down, taking away his Singer.
Yep, that is not what you wanted to see, but we are going to find the inkable and play the double flute here.
Mm-hmm.
But Chris is put in a situation where Chris really needs to find an inkable off the top here. Or Edmund's going to start pulling away with this game.
Ooh,
Oof.
a Queen's Castle coming down.
And that's pretty much the best thing that Edmund could have in the scenario. He's going to go ahead and move that Maui as well. Chris does find the inkable, is going to cast a Whole New World, will activate both flutes off the back of this, going to draw 7 new cards.
Yes, but he's exerted all his ink now, and unfortunately is going to have to pass turn because he can't play anything else this turn, which, man, that Queen getting taken off the board by Maui was not what Chris wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely not. And now Edmund drew 2 cards for the turn after the trigger on the Queen's Castle. And while Chris does have another Whole New World in hand, Edmund is firmly advantaged right now. We talked about how dangerous 2 flutes can be, but just due to the other stumbles that have happened through the course of this game, I actually think that Edmund's in an okay position against them, but needs to focus on pressuring that lore total and not giving Chris enough room to win the game with those flutes.
So what do you think of Chris's game plan, how it's shifted now with this new board state?
Well, with Double Flynn coming onto the field here, I think
Yes.
Chris has a little bit of has to survive, right? Has to stop these Flynns and
Yeah.
has to probably deal with this Maui. It does have the 4 damage counters on it, it looks like, and that is just a must deal with. But that being said, both Flynns would trigger. This is like the best answer possible,
There,
by
yeah,
the way. The
Tinkerbell.
So it removes the character on the Queen's Castle, and it, of course, does 1 to each of these Flynns. You had to both remove the Maui and have something to back it up to stop the Flynns from triggering. Because if we were
Yes.
getting 6 lore a turn, it's just too much. Actually, it'd be 8 lore. with
Yes.
The,
Yes, yeah, it would be 6 off of Flynn's trigger plus whatever he could quest with. So, yeah, Tinkerbell taking care of Maui. So now Tinkerbell has the most strength on the board, and Flynn's will not trigger. And Tinkerbell's just a fun card. She's always been fun and really, really strong, especially in this matchup. I think able to do a lot of damage, literally across the board here.
So it looks like we're going to ink our 3rd Friends on the other side from the game. Again, that's due to this being a Whole New World matchup. We're going to go ahead and play that goat, playing another goat on top of that, cementing ourselves as the beatdown deck in this matchup. And Edmund's going to go ahead and quest, and Chris has a big question to answer. How can you deal with this Queen's Castle? How can you deal with all these characters? Because Edmund at this point is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9 with the goats. Is representing game.
Yeah.
So Chris needs to deal with this.
He is taking his time thinking here. What does he have in his hand? Baloo, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, another Whole New World.
And notably, Chris does have the Tinkerbell already on the field, which can deal with 2 of these threats.
Yes, because Tinkerbell, of course, when she challenges into a character, if it's banished, you can choose another character to do 2 damage onto. And I think we're going to see that. Yep.
Makes sense. So
Yep.
we're going to go ahead and get rid of those Flynns. We're going to leave the Maleficent here.
Yeah, those Flynns needed to go.
Still, Chris in a
Yeah.
very, very tough position. I don't know how Amber Steel can navigate from this position.
Yeah, Edmund is up 13 lore. Chris sitting at just 2. Man, it looked so promising him having those double flutes early on, but the game just shifted so quickly for him.
I honestly feel like if the Queen had been able to sing that whole new world, we would
yeah.
have been playing a very different game right
Very
now.
different game. Yep, we did see a goat be banished by Along Came Zeus, but yeah, Edmund is just really, really able to take it home here.
And Goat Bounce takes it, so we're going to head to a game 3 for our finals. I was telling you earlier, we cast a few games at day 2 here, and I've only cast three games.
Everyone's
every
been
single
going
time.
to game 3, which just shows you how many powerful decks are out there, and that there's really just these neck and neck matches going back and forth. So it is going to be really interesting to see how this game 3 plays out. Who do you think is favored here based on what we've seen so far, and knowing that Chris is going to be on the play in this 3rd game?
I think that Chris is very favored. On the play, I think it's a good matchup for Chris, and we talked about the play draw differential with a whole new world in particular. Edmund has some work to do. That being said, it is by no means an unwinnable matchup. I can't wait to get into it. Let's go check out this game 3 of the finals here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Dallas-Fort Worth.
This is pretty exciting. I do want to make a remark that Edmund was the player he was so excited in his interview that he had made it to top 8, and then he said, well, that was my goal, but now I'm gunning for number 1. And here we see him now in the finals, and I just think that's wonderful.
Playing for glory. So we see the hand sculpting phase, and I really want to pay attention to what Chris potentially keeps in hand. So I was actually throwing the flutes back, opting to look for that whole new world game plan. So flutes, while I feel like they're impactful versus Ruby Amethyst, Chris is showing us here that while they are good, you don't really want multiples of them in the early parts of the game.
And over on Edmund's side, I think he drew 4 new cards. He got some Chernobyls, some foxes in hand. I saw a rabbit. I didn't see if he had a Sisu or a Flynn. But yeah, a couple foxes, which are going to be good. But yeah.
Honestly, I really don't feel like I'm looking for Flynn Rider on the draw in this matchup, because maybe we go immediately into the turn at 3 of Chris. Chris could shift and then sing. Sing one of those removal spells. I'd rather prioritize trying to develop things with sort of bigger willpower than that on the field if I can.
All right, so Chris, like we said, is going to be on the play here. We see him Ink-a-Tink, which was one of my favorite things to say in Disney Lorcana. Ink-a-Tink and play the Queen.
Okay, so I can't see if Chris has the backup Queen in hand. Oh, I do. He does. He has the shift Queen. Wow. So
which
has
can
the
come
shift
down turn 2.
Yep, and has the whole new world ready to go. I'm interested to see.
Yep,
okay,
there it is.
And what are we singing here? Are we singing? We have one of 2 whole new worlds. I think that's a baloo and a flute.
Wow, do you think we're going to see a whole new world on turn 2 here?
I do. It's very possible because the net.
Those are the only 2 songs he has, so we must be seeing a whole new world here.
Chris actually, I believe he passed the turn over. I think we're back over to
he
Edmund's
did.
turn.
Yeah, he quested with the Queen. So he must be waiting till next turn so he can get his flute on the board before playing that whole new world, which makes complete sense. So he has the 2 lore now, and knowing that next turn he's going to be putting that flute down and gaining more lore by singing a whole new world.
And definitely not a clear decision as well. So Chris definitely. Oh, this is what. By the way, this is what Chris doesn't want to see. So we're going to the turn 3 whole new world. Your opponent is on Ruby Amethyst. The last thing you want to see is them to play 2 1-drops and actually get those cards out of their hand before this whole new world is cast. So that's actually worst case scenario for Chris. Chris opting to play the blue over the flutes. Or over the flute.
The flute.
Is definitely much more efficient. But over the course of this game, will it gain more lore?
Yeah, that's a good question. What do you think about, I mean, maybe there wasn't a better decision. It was just a decision there.
It stops the trade on the Queen as well. So the Chernobox followers, outside of Madame and Fox, the Chernobox followers, they can't clear the Queen quite as easily. The Queen is a 4/3, and you could have run 2 Chernobox followers
into the Queen.
Yeah.
Sure.
With Baloo, as a 0/3, though, that is no longer possible unless we have something like a Madame and Fox. So we do see the 3-cost Sisu come down here for Edmund. I pass back over to turn 4 for Chris Coy.
I've never seen so many of Chernobog's followers together before.
True, that's because they always banish when they quest.
Yes. All of Chernobog's followers have been summoned, and they are here hanging out in this game.
Yep, perfect example of hedging against that whole new world. You don't need to be drawing those additional cards because your opponent is representing a additional whole new world on the following turn. Worst case scenario, though, would be singing Grab Your Sword and losing all 3 of those, but that is how it is.
That is how it is.
Back over to Chris, getting up to 4 ink.
And between that, Grab Your Swords and then singing Along Came Zeus has completely cleared Edmund's board here.
And that is the play pattern of Amber Steel, is to play threats, remove your stuff, sing a whole new world, draw 7 new cards, do it all again, and it can just very efficiently play out its entire hand.
Yep.
So Queen's Castle, very, very good card, but not as good against the Queen.
Yeah, the Queen being able to sing pretty much all of the songs that I think he has in his deck.
So the Queen actually has this ability called Who is the Fairest, which says whenever this character quests, chosen opposing character gets -4 and the chosen character gets +4. That really helps dealing with the Queen's Castle. It's actually one of the most effective ways to deal with it. Of course, you can also sing Along Came Zeus to deal damage to that. But the Queen itself is probably one of the most menacing threats when it comes to what can actually deal with the Queen's Castle. Well, this is very thematic.
Yes, yes, it is.
It's starting to dawn on me how thematic this is.
Yes, how can we deal with the Queen's Castle with the Queen herself?
I wonder if we get to up my pun counter after that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see Ariel, the spectacular singer, finally make an appearance here in this game, and it looked like he grabbed, was it? I didn't see what song he grabbed. And we did see the Queen running into the Queen's Castle there.
Yep, and the Queen's Castle is definitely one of the scarier threats that Ruby Amethyst can put in front of this Amber Steel. I think it was Let the Storm Rage On, by the way.
Let the Storm Rage On is the card that Ariel was able to get, yes. And Maui coming down and saying goodbye to the Queen. He has vacated her from the castle.
Maui's a fantastic answer. I think I potentially might see Along Came Zeus in hand. I wonder if that will be sung here by Ariel to get rid of that castle. No, it looks like we're going to quest. And also could not be Along Came Zeus in hand. So that Queen's Castle will trigger for Edmund. We're back over to Edmund's turn. Edmund going into turn 6 here. So we have things like Madame Medusa coming online, which is very, very good against this Amber Steel deck. Notably, Chris Coy, no whole new world at hand.
No whole new world. No. Looks like maybe he has the blue, Let the Storm Rage On, and then 2 Along Came Zeus.
Yep, 2 Along Came Zeus. Let the Storm Rage On can draw an additional card. Could hit something like this Chernobog's Followers. I think that's a good target for it.
Yep.
And I think that Along Came Zeus. Or actually, we might be attacking into the Queen's, challenging the Queen's Castle.
The Queen's Castle with Along Came Zeus. Yeah, I think that's one of the great things about not only is it an action that's singable, it's a song, Along Came Zeus, but it does 5 damage to a character or location.
Fantastic top deck here for Chris Coy as we find the Ariel Singer to actually look further into the deck for that whole new world. That's going to be absolutely critical to Chris coming back into this game.
And there's our blue friend again. And Chris really just able to take care of Edmund's side of the board in that turn. That seemed like a really big turn for him.
Very interesting. So looks like Chris had 3 ink available. And opted to not play the Ariel. Maybe to... okay, looks like we just not exerted.
He had not exerted it, yeah.
Okay, very helpful. All right, we have our rabbit drawing a card here. I'm going to go...
Bouncing rabbits.
Yep. So maybe Edmund getting the read that Chris doesn't have a whole new world in hand, so able to prioritize drawing cards. Chris, though, with this Ariel, can actually find a whole new world and go ahead and sing it.
And do we find it?
Double flute.
Does not. He doesn't. He finds 2 flutes, but not only does he not find a whole new world, he did not find any songs at all with that Ariel, which was really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that Chris really needs to find a way to generate card draw, whether that's through a whole new world or some other means, because right now it does feel like if Edmund is able to find something like a Be Prepared, Chris is going to be in a really tough spot and could potentially get tempoed out of the game via Be Prepared coming down and then follow-up threats like Mata Medusa and other just good threats on the field that can challenge into his characters.
Yes, he did play Let the Storm Rage on, and it was able to draw one more card. I didn't see what he grabbed off the top of his deck there.
It is the Ursula Singer, the Singer
the Ursula
4.
Singer.
And there's that Be Prepared we
Be
talked about.
Prepared. There it is.
So here we go. Edmund has the possibility to start locking Chris out of this game. So Chris is going to be deploying maybe one threat a turn, can potentially be stuck with songs in hand that are not very good. This is Edmund's chance. So Chris is already at 11 lore. Edmund can pull back into this game this is a very, very tight game. The top deck is going to be huge here for Chris. Chris needs to find a relevant threat, or potentially needs to find something like a whole new world. We're going to go ahead and play a goat here and develop a Queen's Castle behind
And a Queen's Castle behind it. Wow.
I do think that Chris can actually deal with the Queen's Castle unusually well because it has double removal. Or actually just has these... No, he has double Zeus in hand, so that is relevant. But that being said...
Oh,
that is worst case scenario.
Now, this is really interesting because this legendary Sisu empowered sibling is not often included in the Ruby Amethyst decks.
It is not. Edmund talked about it being spiced, and I think it just won him.
I
think it got very close, or it did just win him the finals of the Lorcana Challenge here in Dallas.
That's very spicy.
That was an absolute blowout. 2 for 1-ing both of those Ursulas with 2 Zeus. Along came Zeus in hand, which would have been used to get rid of the Queen's Castle. Queen's Castle deployed behind that as well. What can Chris do to come back for this?
Yeah, and not only did Sisu clear those Ursulas, but Sisu also quests for 3 and is hanging out there. All his characters are hanging out in the Queen's Castle. I mean...
I knew it. Yeah, I could see Chris breathing. Chris was breathing, and Chris was starting to breathe in anticipation of that win. Knew the game was locked up, and Ruby Amethyst wins the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Dallas-Fort Worth. What an incredible final match!
That was incredible.
Yeah, what an incredible series of decks. We have Ruby Amethyst versus Amber Steel. It's almost like a callback to a previous metagame.
It really is. Edmund, congratulations on winning and being our champion in the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Fort Worth. Yeah, that was just such an exciting match. In that third game, I really wasn't sure which way it was going to go. It was, like you said, it was a tight game there for a while.
Absolutely, and I think Edmund played incredibly. One thing that I took away from this weekend, all these players are fantastic and they deserve to be here, but Edmund in particular is so good at the game. I mean, his play was immaculate throughout the weekend, and I think it was a great display in that match for our finals.
Absolutely. And like you said, when we saw that Sisu come down, you said that might be the card that won him the game, and it really was.
The 2 of tech card that he added that almost no other Ruby Amethyst players have in their deck is what wins him the finals.
That was amazing. Yeah, congratulations to all of our players this weekend. And not only is it this weekend, but we have more Disney Lorcana challenges that are coming, so you too can have a chance to play to become a Disney Lorcana champion. So in North America, we have Toronto already sold out, but Las Vegas is coming up on September 21st and 22nd, and tickets are on sale tomorrow. Do you have your alarm set, Brendan?
I do have my alarm set. I did get my ticket for Toronto, but I have my alarm set to snag a ticket for Las Vegas as well. They do sell out fast, so I won't be waiting.
They do. It's a pretty large event that they're having in Vegas, but yeah, do set your alarms, 8 p.m. Pacific time. Those are, again, it's tomorrow, Monday, that they go on sale, so be sure to set your timer and grab your tickets, and then Seattle will be following up there in October. And then over in Europe, we have Bologna that is on sale right now, happening in just a couple weeks.
Yep.
Well, we have had such an exciting weekend here in Fort Worth. How was your experience?
It was incredible. I mean, the atmosphere, the competitive spirit was palpable. I felt like our day 2, we had some of the best matches I've ever seen in Lorcana, and I think we have a very deserving winner in that finals. That Ruby Amethyst player generally played so well throughout the weekend, and even hearing the interviews and talking about the tech cards and talking about how he's really going for top 8, and that was the win, and just playing tight all the way to the finals. I mean, that's what this game is about. That's what these competitive events are about.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And not only the competitive event, but all the main event, but we had some really exciting side events. They had some constructed challenges going on the side today. They had pack rushes, people getting their tickets, redeeming them for some amazing prizes at the prize wall. There was just a lot of excitement going on. I saw people dressed up in costumes, and just the community coming together around this game is just really, really fantastic.
Absolutely. There was 64 players made into day 2 of the main event, but if you walked around the venue today, it was almost as packed as it was yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the winners ceremony where the awards are handed out. We're going to see some golden Mickeys. We're going to see that champion, and let's go ahead and throw it over to Tannon.
Hey, Lorcana fans, how are y'all doing today? After a grueling 2 days in our challenge, we have our top 8 competitors, and I think they're ready to get their golden Mickeys. Y'all ready to watch that as well? All right, coming in at 8th place, Eric D'Souza. And in 7th place, Jordan Sirio. Louisiana represent. In 6th place, we had Scott Dashi. Coming in at 5th place, we had Stephen Brantz. Coming in at 4th place, we had Kevin Barrington. Kevin had to catch a flight. He'll be with us later. In 3rd place, we had Chris Oyola. Chris also had to catch a flight. Now we're down to the 2 finalists that played a wonderful match for all of y'all here today. Coming in at 2nd place, Chris Croy. And your champion of the Dallas-Fort Worth Lorcana Challenge, Edmund Chu. Let's hear it one more time for your entire top 8 here. They played amazing all weekend long. What's the next one? It's Toronto. And we'd like to thank each and every one of y'all for coming out to these challenges. We couldn't do it without you, and we'll see you in Toronto. Yep. Hey, congratulations, man.
Illumineers, and now it is time to say goodbye to all our company. And from Liam, Brandon, Tannon, Brendan, and I, we just want to thank you so much for joining us this weekend.
Yeah, fantastic games, a fantastic winner ceremony. Shout out to all the people that made it to day 2, all the people that competed, and particularly our top 8. Making top 8 at a 2,000 player event is no joke, and it takes some serious skill to do that.
Yes, it's such a wonderful event. And if you've been on the fence and thinking about going to one of these Disney Lorcana challenges, I hope you do make the decision to come. Set your timers tomorrow, 8 p.m. Tickets on sale for Vegas. And that's it from us for this weekend here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Fort Worth. Stick around for an interview with our champion.
For the last time for the floor here this weekend, I'm joined by Edmund Chu, our actual champion of the Lorcana Challenge here this weekend. Has it sunk in yet?
No, I'm still very, can't feel any of my limbs, but, you know, I'm hanging in there.
Look, you played a grueling tournament here this weekend, tons of rounds the entire weekend long. What has stood out to you from it, or is it all just a blur?
Be Prepared is a good card. Sisu is also very strong. And, yeah, I only lost 3 games to the same guy, and, you know, that's a testament to how powerful the deck is.
And yours is just a little bit different. Like you had those big Sisus like you're talking about, and a few other things that are maybe a little different than most people's builds. And do you really think that was just a pure metagame call this weekend that carried you the whole way through?
Yeah, so I thought there was going to be a ton of green steel and red purple, and I did run into a lot of them, and I thought my deck was very favored against them. I think a lot of people are on Tremaines and BKUs to fight the blue matchups, and I was willing to sacrifice a little bit to be more favored in the green steel and red purple matchups.
Well, Edmund, look, I know you got to be tired after all these rounds. I know you said that you're hungry as well. You want to go celebrate, so I'm not going to keep any more of your time. You got your golden Mickey, you got your cards here. There we go, right there. That's what we were all waiting for. Congratulations yet again, our Lorcana Challenge champion here this weekend. Do you have what it takes to become a Lorcana Challenge champion? Find out at our next stop in Toronto, so make sure you check it out, and we'll see you there for more Lorcana.